been farming seaweeds actually for the last 50 years. Unfortunately, seaweed production has decreased over the years. Farmers have been complaining that they haven't earned enough to live. They're very poor. And then the processors are complaining that the seaweeds coming from Tawi-Tawi are really like low quality, that they even stopped buying from them. So given all these issues, we decided that, maybe we should establish a seaweed research and development center.
to our notable guests from the national government agencies, members of the academe and the scientific community, private sector representatives, local government units, partner NGOs, media friends, and to everyone attending today's event via the Facebook and YouTube live stream, welcome to the second day of the 6th National Research and Development Conference. To start the event, may I invite everyone in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Isang makaagham na umaga po sa ating lahat. I am Rodolfo Ronimo from the DOST NCR, your host for today. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the second day of the 6th National R&D Conference, or the NRDC. We are pleased to note that those who have watched and participated during the first day of the 6th NRDC last November 10 are here to join us once again. We also would like to thank those who are tuning with us today. For those viewing us via the Facebook Live and YouTube live stream, we would also like to request your support through your like and heart reactions. And of course, we would love to see you sharing this live event to your friends and colleagues. We need all the support that we can have. Maraming salamat po. To continue, this year's NRDC is anchored on the theme Pananaliksik at Pagpapaunlad, Tungo sa Pagbabago, with highlights on R&D projects, programs, and technologies that contributed to the 4Ks, or the Kalusugan, Kabuhayan, Kaayusan, at Kinabukasan, which is the government's whole of nation approach to recovery from the pandemic. Last November 10, the NRDC showcased 32 R&D outputs that contributed to the Kalusugan at Kabuhayan. This day, we shall continue witnessing the government's efforts in fighting the pandemic through research and development, and this time in the areas of Kaayusan and Kinabukasan. The NRDC is a national event that promotes collaboration and coordination among stakeholders of research and development and innovation. It also highlights ongoing and completed R&D projects and programs that are aligned to the priority areas of the Harmonized National Research and Development Agenda, or the HNRDA, that will be for the use and benefit of society and contribute to economic development. To keep the R&D initiative significant, it is equally important that there is a conduct of review on the alignment of the HNRDA with the national priorities. And today we are lucky because we will note the updates on the priority agenda in the basic research, agriculture, aquatic and natural resources sector, industry, energy and emerging sector, health research, and the disaster risk reduction and climate change sectors. I'm excited for everyone. So let us not wait any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally open today's event, may I present to you the executive directors of the DOST councils to present the HNRDA 2022 to 2028.
When you enter a restaurant, servers will offer you extras, promos, bestsellers, and the day's special. Servers are trained to upsell you. You get convinced that the offer is real good. You change your behavior. When before entering the restaurant, you just wanted the basic meal pack, now you end up ordering more food. The restaurant servers are able to nudge a change in your behavior towards the goal of increasing their sales. In the same manner, can we nudge behaviors through the research that we do? Can we change the ways things are going by the scientific inquiries that we conduct? Can we target choice behaviors in the future through the results we generate from basic research and policy research? We know the answer. It is a yes. As researchers, scientists, artists, and innovators, it is upon us to make these nudges towards attaining a vision, towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the Ambisyon Natin 2040. The National Research Council of the Philippines, with its growing number of active members, especially those coming from the regions, is strengthening its policy research alongside the basic and fundamental research that it has traditionally been doing. This is in cognizance of Section 20 of the Science Act of 1958, which states that the NRCP shall act as the official advisor on scientific matters to the government of the Philippines. This year, the Council has 15 new and ongoing demand-driven projects to support policymaking of Solons. NRCP experts study the looming water crisis in Lanao, the sustainable ecotourism of Mount Agad-Agad, the use of bamboo as a bioremediation tool in restoring nickel mined-out areas in Zambales, and the mangroves of Siargao, an LGU which is bidding as a Ramsar site. NRCP is also funding Musika Pilipinas, a study which aims to map the Philippine music industry of the country, hence benefit the creative sector as well as enhance the creative education curriculum. This is where the fusion of science and the arts, which NRCP advocates, comes to the fore. At the NRCP, our member researchers can also say, I started it all. If you are a pure scientist, you have come to the right place at the NRCP. The Council welcomes proposals on pure basic research, an exciting field, a rich ground for new discoveries and theories, and for testing hypotheses that lead to innovations and inventions in order to understand nature and its workings. The Council is inviting our pure scientists from the fields of chemistry, physics, mathematics, and pharmacy, as well as biology, to be the first to start it all, expand the existing body of knowledge, develop scientific theories, and go beyond the borders of the disciplines. If you are driven by curiosity in the different phenomena that occur in nature, or if your research does not have clear applications today, then you have a place to go at NRCP. The Council also funds oriented basic research, those that create new knowledge but which has intended applications to address societal needs. The research areas are defined in NRCP's National Integrated Basic Research Agenda, or the NIBRA. The top priority NIBRA is Saklaw, for sustainable communities. In the call for proposals for 2023 funding, there are 3 sub-themes: lakes, rivers, and mined-out areas. Are lakes in peril or are they healthy? Whether they are in peril or are healthy, lakes have to be taken care of as they spell life, livelihood, and living for many communities. For rivers, our scientists and researchers cannot afford to add to the 50 rivers which are now considered as biologically dead. Out of the 421 rivers of the Philippines, research has to be conducted. On greening mined-out areas in the Philippines, we have expanded our reach to other sites in the country soon after the successful Mogpog study, where a protocol using indigenous microbes were used. 2 new NRCP isolates were generated from the research, and the story of rehabilitating more Mogpog mined-out areas continues even beyond project completion. Risk communication is our program along disaster risk reduction and management. Can you imagine experiencing the absence of good communication amid a disaster? Can you imagine your LGU having no risk communication plan? Can you imagine risk communication materials which are not crafted in the lingo that the community and the locals understand? These are important areas that NRCP addresses. Second in the NIBRA is ATIN, which focuses on research areas geared towards inclusive nation building. ATIN is the home for most social scientists, artists, and those in education and governance. This is the NIBRA with the most number of new themes added to its next year's call for proposals. If you want to submit a proposal for funding, consider 4 sub-themes. 1. The documentation of extant and indigenous knowledge. Ongoing projects are on the gongs and bamboo music along the Pulangi-Cotabato River, the history of Calagans, indigenous people in Hagonoy, Davao del Sur, and the Binalaybay, Sangati. Then we have defense and human security, that's the second. Next is heritage and arts for tourism and the creative industry. And the fourth, we have KTAP COVID, kapakanan ng tao sa oras ng pandemya, which comes in 2 tracks. The quick studies, which are doable in 2 to 3 months, that will quickly give us the social, psychological, political, and economic landscape as the pandemic daily produces challenges for researchers and scientists to address. Or you can do a full 1-year study that go deeper into the social dimensions of the pandemic. Here is one which will interest government workers. When the pandemic is over, would you choose to work from home as a normal, regular option for you? Yes or no? Our researchers will very soon tell you and the public, the Solons, and the employers in government the results of an ongoing work from home in the public sector research program. The third NIBRA is LICAS, which focuses on natural products discovery from rare environments. Did you know that there can be anti-cancer medicine that can be developed from bat guanos, or antibiotics from lahar soils, or treatment for mastitis in dairy from the mangrove soils? Our experts discover actinomycetes from soils, caves, volcanoes, marine sediments, and other rare environments. Basic veterinary studies, which focus on zoonotic diseases, is a new area for NRCP funding. We have right now an ongoing research on the human-macaque interface, and the new findings are one which you just cannot wait to see. SAPAT is the fourth NIBRA, and the NRCP is interested to fund proposals on food and feed contaminants and adulterants along the supply chain. Our researcher, for example, on fresh farms is looking into bacterial, parasite, and heavy metal contaminants in vegetables. NIBRA also has tubig. This is on safe and potable drinking water. Its most recent funded program is on ensuring water security and climate resilience for mountain indigenous communities in the Cordilleras through technology-enhanced decision support tools. Of course, the Council is still interested to fund proposals on salt intrusion in drinking water. The sixth NIBRA is ALERT, which focuses on alternative sources of energy for geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, or the GIDA. The NRCP has just a lot to offer to its more than 4,000 members. You can do policy research, or pure basic research, or oriented basic research. If you are a seasoned researcher, please submit proposals during the regular annual call. If you are a starter neophyte researcher, please check the NSTEP for Small R&D Grants program, which is being implemented in partnership with the DOST regional offices and the NRCP regional clusters. So the next time you visit the NRCP website or the Research Pod, our official Facebook page, we will upsell you. You will come originally with one interest in mind, but I tell you, with our dynamic project managers, you will come out from a pre-engagement with more extras, more bonuses, promos, and bestsellers of the day. Our project managers will serve you best. To add to these initiatives is the R&D Leadership Program under DOST Science for Change. Only in our third year, the program has already engaged 49 RD leaders, and you will find them in all the 17 regions of the country, assisting the NICERs and other research capacity building efforts in HEIs and in promoting a science culture in the country. Just send in your requests for RD leaders, and we will provide you for your needs. So don't wait any longer. Click on that button, the nrcp.dost.gov.ph, or our Scientific Knowledge Management System at skms.nrcp.dost.gov.ph and get actively engaged with NRCP, where you will feel like home. See you then!
Food security, value chain development for livelihood and income generation, resilience to climate change and other natural shocks, human resource development, and sustainable environment and natural resources. These are what the Harmonized National Research and Development Agenda in Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources sector hopes to achieve in 2022 to 2028. The R&D agenda will serve as a guide to the national R&D system in formulating programs and projects on AANR development. Encourage complementary and relevant collaborations and partnerships. Mobilize and ensure effective and efficient use of resources, and provide a framework for R&D capacity and expertise development. The R&D agenda adopts the whole-of-government approach, wherein it should be a joint undertaking of public agencies involved in the development of the AANR sector, also considering the initiatives of the private sector. It also supports all current strategies and initiatives of various government agencies and higher education institutions. The R&D agenda primarily advocates for Agriculture 4.0 that is smart, green, and SMT based. Consistent with existing rules and regulations and cultural values, it shall support the following: farming, biotechnology and genomic sciences, frontier technologies like nanotechnology, farm mechanization and automation. All things considered, the R&D agenda supports initiatives to promote regional AANR productivity, competitiveness, and sustainability in order to engender human, environmental, and economic resilience. The R&D agenda includes specific plans for the crops, livestock, aquatic, forestry, natural resources, and environment subsectors. It also provides direction for cross-cutting concerns such as climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, technology transfer, socioeconomics, policy research and governance, and human capital systems. The R&D agenda in the crop subsector are: For the livestock subsector, the R&D agenda includes the aquatic R&D agenda are in forestry, the R&D agenda are in natural resources and environment, the R&D agenda for climate change and disaster risk reduction are in technology transfer, for socioeconomics, policy research and governance, finally, in human capital systems. DOST Picard's Industry Strategic S&T programs or ISPs support commodities and other cross-cutting concerns. For crops are abaca, coconut, rice, mango, banana, tropical fruits, legumes, ornamentals, cacao, coffee, rubber, sugarcane, root crops, queen pineapple, pili, garlic, vegetables, and other commodities. For livestock, these are swine, goat, cattle, carabao, native chicken, native duck, native pig, rabbit, and other livestock species. For the aquatic sector, these are mangrove crab, blue swimming crab, abalone, mussel, oyster, milkfish, tilapia, tawilis, ludong, sardines, tuna, shrimp, seaweeds, sea cucumber, and other aquatic resources. We also support the following under the Natural Resources and Environment. The estimated funding requirement of the R&D agenda for 2022 to 2028 amounts to more than 400 billion pesos. Funds will come from the concerned agencies' annual general appropriations, R&D allocations from policy pronouncements, an intra-government agreement with the National Security Council on Marine Research, and counterpart funds from international organizations. The amount to fund the AANR R&D agenda seems to be large, but actually, it is a small price to pay considering the benefits that we will gain from it. Food security, economic growth, competent and well-trained human resources, and a sustainable natural resources and environment. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat.
Year after the COVID-19 outbreak, we continue our search for innovative solutions that will help us bring our communities closer to recovery through research and development. To ensure that we efficiently strategize towards this goal, we are guided by the Harmonized National Research and Development Agenda in Health for 2017 to 2022. The DOST Philippine Council for Health Research and Development prioritizes the following research areas in its activities. Tuklas Lunas Program or the Drug Discovery and Development Program, Biomedical Devices Engineering for Health, Omic Technologies for Health, Diagnostics, Functional Foods, Nutrition and Food Safety, Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change Adaptation in Health, Re-emerging and Emerging Infectious Diseases, ICT for Health, Mental Health, and the Archer Program. Tuklas Lunas is our drug discovery and development program which envisions to produce world-class medicines derived from the Philippine biodiversity, leveraging local expertise. The program has adopted a strategic framework which pursues these two tracks of development. Development of standardized herbal drugs, identification and characterization of high-value compounds derived from marine and terrestrial sources for specific therapeutic indications. The priority areas for 2019-2022 under the program include the following. Through the Biomedical Devices Engineering for Health, we aim to generate affordable, safe, and reliable hospital equipment and biomedical devices for supportive and therapeutic care for local health service provision and international markets. These are the sub-priorities under this program. The Omic Technologies for Health program utilizes information from different omic technologies in generating information as input to the development of precision medicine, diagnostics, therapeutics, and as a support to health and clinical practice guidelines and policies of the Philippines, focusing on diseases and conditions of relevance in the country. The current pandemic highlights the benefits of investing in omics research with the ongoing genomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 strains using cutting-edge sequencing and bioinformatics technologies. The Omics program has 4 sub-priority areas as follows. With the pandemic, reiterating the importance of diagnostics in managing the spread of infectious diseases, our focus is on the following. The Functional Food Program also continues to support research studies tackling crops and food products that have possible health advantages beyond their distinctive nutritional benefits for the prevention of non-communicable diseases. 9 commodities were identified for research prioritization, namely research on the mentioned priority commodities should follow the functional food framework with the following main components: characterization, establishment of health benefits, and product development. The Nutrition and Food Safety Program, on the other hand, seeks to address the human nutrition problems in the country, such as micronutrient and macronutrient deficiencies, overnutrition, nutrition-related diseases, as well as the current and emerging issues in food safety. The research areas are the following. As a disaster-prone country, we aim to mitigate the health effects of disasters and climate change in the Philippines through the DRR CCAH program. The priority areas are as follows. Disease emergence reflects dynamic balances and imbalances within complex, globally distributed ecosystems comprising humans, animals, and pathogens, and the environment. Extreme cases may cause pandemics such as COVID-19. Understanding these variables is a necessary step in controlling future devastating disease emergences, which is why we prioritize the following research areas. The Information and Communication Technology for Health program has provided significant contributions in disease modeling and remote healthcare service delivery during the pandemic. Long-term, it is also an important tool to achieve universal healthcare, as it enables access to and delivery of cost-efficient healthcare services. Through telehealth, healthcare professionals are able to deliver their services over a distance, particularly in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. The ICT for Health program follows these research priorities. In response to the needed research and innovation for mental health, the Philippines Mental Health Research Agenda was launched on October 11, 2019. Being guided by this agenda, our mental health research program focuses on the following 3 themes, which are outcome-based: improved mental health information system, strengthened leadership and governance, and accessible, affordable, responsive, and holistic mental health services. These themes are further specified into the following priority topics. Though we follow this national agenda, we are prepared to respond to national emergencies. Such is the reason we launched the Addressing and Responding to COVID-19 through Health Research Program, or the ARCHER program. Our support to research for COVID-19 follows these priority areas. With the changing needs and challenges in health, the DOST PCHRD, as the National Coordinating Agency for Health Research Efforts, commits its strengthened support to our researchers and institutions who share the same vision of making Filipino lives better through health R&D. We look forward to the partnerships we're about to share as we journey together on the road to recovery.
We are at the crossroads of innovation. As we turn a new page in history, we look forward to a brighter future that is paved by creativity, perseverance, and innovation. Traveling the road to recovery, DOST PSHRD steers the country to a better tomorrow with 70 roadmaps for the industry, energy, and emerging technology sectors. These roadmaps serve as a guide as we put forward 348 science and technology-related initiatives that will produce new facilities, human resources, technologies, and policies. Of these initiatives, 117 are geared towards advancing the energy, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation, transport, and unmanned vehicle system sectors. We will be supporting energy projects that enable us to forecast solar power resources, conduct modular desalination of sea brackish water, and hybrid offshore wind turbines. We are looking forward to the development of more accurate and precise early warning systems for multi-natural hazards and establish laboratories that will process big data from our various sensors. We have set our eyes on developing various hybrid vehicles in different modes and other innovative vessels to move goods and people. We are also exploring the potential of unmanned vehicle systems in its utilization in logistics, geohazards, rescue, and more. For the industry, we are rolling out 115 initiatives to spur growth in the creative sector, halal and food safety innovation, the metals and engineering sector, mining and minerals, process, water environment, clean air, and solid waste management. In the creative industries, we look forward to creating a shoe artisan academy as well as R&D facilities that will focus on resource, raw materials, and fabrication. We will also develop R&D programs on processing leather and sustainable packaging. On food safety, we are looking at empowering the countryside through food safety R&D hubs. We are also enhancing the government's halal program with the establishment of a halal knowledge center. For metals and engineering, we're looking at putting up a metal casting innovation center foundry for casting of large aluminum molds and treatment facilities for metal waste. On mining, we will be putting up an integrated iron-making facility, a niche center for marble research, and a model rehabilitation of a legacy mine. In terms of process sector, we will establish a testing facility for medical textiles and a core facility for non-woven fabrics. For the environment sector, we will develop programs on integrations in wastewater technologies as well as testing facilities on the biodegradability of plastics. Moving to human resource and institution development, we are bankrolling 47 S&T initiatives. We envision to build researches on cutting-edge fields like natural language processing, quantum computing, applied microbiology, and artificial intelligence. We will strengthen regional research institutions by making more funds available to our partners in the provinces as well as our Young Innovators program. We are also investing on 29 initiatives that ensure seamless technology transfer and commercialization. We will establish university knowledge and technology transfer offices that can provide services to its researchers like intellectual property protection, technology assessment, and marketing. We will empower more women-led social enterprises and come up with guidelines on venture and visa guidelines for startups. We will build S&T parks throughout the country and guide our technology business incubator managers in mentoring startups. Under emerging technologies, we have 13 initiatives that will cover artificial intelligence, robotics, ICT, quantum computing, advanced materials, additive manufacturing, nanotechnology, optics, electronics, space technology, smart cities, and Industry 4.0. We are looking at expanding the AI capabilities of our citizens, even to those who are not science graduates, putting up research laboratories on gaming and animation, and training blockchain developers for government applications. We are also putting up an R&D center on quantum computing, an electronics product inclusive innovation center, and a command data center in the pilot smart cities. We are also coming up with programs on futuristic innovations like supercapacitors, materials informatics, and fuel cells. To communicate effectively our gains, we are also venturing into science communication with 10 new initiatives. We intend to come up with a knowledge management system, an R&D center, a master's degree program, and a push for the enactment of a Science Communication Act. We will also be implementing 8 mechanisms for impact assessment. This will sharpen our capability in crafting strong policies and advocacies in making innovation work for the people. Looking forward, we call on the Filipino people to develop more and adopt technologies. We urge our researchers to strive to be bolder in their ideas, and we will be with you in turning these concepts into technological breakthroughs. We urge our partners in government to join us in generating policies that are backed by science and technology. Let us work hand in hand in crafting policy measures that are science-based and relevant to our people. We urge our scientists and engineers to continue engaging with us. Let us continue finding ways to provide solutions and opportunities for our citizens. Magandang araw pong muli sa inyong lahat at maraming salamat.
Surprise is a new normal, stated the Global Assessment Report in 2019. Our generation has never felt this most strongly than during the COVID-19 pandemic. The health risks from the COVID-19 added to and exacerbated the risks from typhoons and volcanic eruption, from hunger, from economic deprivation, and other stressors in our daily lives. In the practice of disaster risk reduction, what the pandemic demonstrated and what we continuously relearn, among others, is the pluralistic nature of risks. Risks do not operate in isolation, but multiple risks from multiple causes, in multiple forms and in multiple scales, occur together at the same time. In addressing multiple risks, we are thus challenged to have a mindset and approach that are integrative and holistic, as well as bold and edge-pushing. Please note that in this chapter, disaster risk reduction and climate change are always spoken of together as a set. DOST does not bifurcate disaster risk reduction and climate change. We believe that what disaster risks we are able to reduce now will affect climate change risks in the future. Our theoretical support for this concept is systems thinking. We already deeply understand From our long experience dealing with disasters from natural hazards and climate change, that disasters are a complex societal problem. For the disaster risk reduction and climate change agenda, we identified 8 key results areas grouped under 3 strategic concerns, namely, understanding the disaster risks with 4 KRAs, communicating the disaster risks with 2 KRAs, and investing in developing science, technology, and innovation solutions to address preventable disasters with 2 KRAs. To complete our operations framework, we selected a few dimensions of resilience and applied the lens of disaster and climate risk reduction to determine the type of research questions we might want to answer. The first dimension covers what is traditionally considered in disaster risk reduction, which are natural hazards. In recent years, this dimension has come to include climate change. The next dimensions respond to a government call to continue to study the COVID pandemic and to prioritize water-related concerns. Therefore, we have health and water. We also considered major themes in the sustainable development discourses. These are natural resources and energy. Lastly, we also included a theme that would capture the effects of human activities as they interact with the natural environment. Thus, we have society. Using this operational framework, we now translate them to the menu of R&D initiatives pursued by the DOST through its R&D councils and attached agencies. KRA-1 covers the establishment and operations of various monitoring networks. Under this KRA, we aspire to generate the information to know where we are in our Sustainable Development Goals and in our disaster and climate resilience goals. The DOST has been operating through its attached agencies observation stations for natural hazards. The warning services for natural hazards have been in existence for several decades. Nevertheless, innovations in monitoring hazards are continuously pursued by the mandated DOST agencies. We are interested in monitoring communicable diseases and other public health concerns that can be brought about or influenced by disasters and climate change. The Philippine Council for Health, Research and Development has a DRCC portfolio in their sectoral R&D agenda. We are interested to monitor freshwater supply and quality, dam discharge, and short and long-term sea level rise or fall, natural foliage and biodiversity, but also various agricultural crop patterns for food production, livestock and fish stock, and communicable diseases in plants and animals, especially those that can be threatening to food security, and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in support of a nationally determined contributions, especially recognizing that greenhouse gases is largely a result of human activity. The Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources R&D, as well as the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technologies R&D, and the National Research Council of the Philippines have the portfolios on water, natural resources, and energy in their sectoral R&D agenda. Under society, we want to monitor urban growth and demand for land, lifeline networks, and waste products. KRA-2 is concerned with technology development and application for monitoring. We are interested into developing monitoring technologies where there are none, or to improve them where they exist, for the research themes identified in KRA-1. Under this KRA, we endeavor to develop our own local capabilities to develop monitoring systems suited to our own needs and circumstances. KRA-3 is about modeling and simulation of natural and health hazards, but also aims to generate data that would make forecasts and predictions of the behavior of the monitored parameters of the other resilience dimensions and their possible future states. Special focus is on developing methodologies to provide robust forecasts and predictions of intensity, magnitude, frequency of natural and health hazards, river and dam discharge, rise and fall of sea level, rate of loss of foliage cover and biodiversity, carbon footprint, growth models of urban areas, carrying capacity of lands, and contamination and dispersion of hazardous waste products. KRA-4 aims to quantify the vulnerability and the hazards and risks society face under current situations or in some future time. Thus, we support R&D that develop methodologies for quantifying vulnerability and capacity, probability, and uncertainty. Calculating GHG emission, GHG inventory and supply chain, and developing exposure databases. We are particularly encouraging GIS-based methodologies. Under this KRA, we want to address the concerns of security of health, water, food, ecosystems, and economy. KRA-5 is about warning and risk communication. It is concerned with developing contents of public warning messages, warning protocols from the source of warning to the recipients of warning information, access to information, and packaging information for planning and decision-making. KRA-8 is policy research. We have long recognized that R&D results should and must inform policies. Thus, R&D projects supported by DOST are encouraged to state how the result may inform and be relevant in policy making or policy reform. KRA 6 and 7 are both about technologies and applications other than monitoring. One focus is for the current concerns in disaster risk reduction and management, while the other is for the future anticipated climate change. KRA 6 is for climate change adaptation and mitigation. The R&D themes are about information systems and decision tools for future anticipated risks from natural and health hazards. For preserving, conserving, and efficient use of water resources. On developing resistant varieties of plants and animals to climate change and diseases. Alternative fuels and energy sources, and in energy-efficient technologies. On product life cycle, to aggressively address waste, as well as alternative products. KRA 7 is for disaster risk management. The R&D themes are about information systems and decision tools for current, natural, and health risk management. On resilient water supply system infrastructure. On resistant varieties of plants and animals to diseases, as well as on preserving the natural stock and biodiversity. And on resilient and green energy and lifeline infrastructure. I sincerely hope that under the revised disaster risk reduction and climate change agenda, we can attract bolder and edge-pushing R&D researchers who will partner with us in developing science, technology, and innovation for safer communities.
Maraming salamat po to the DOST Council Executive Directors. May I request another round of applause for them, please? As we move towards the new administration, it is just apt that we also prepare the R&D agenda for 2022 to 2028. The updates on the HNRDA are worth note-taking, particularly for our researchers and the science community. There are now various new researchable areas for you to consider. In this segment, we don't have an open forum yet, but if you have questions to our executive directors, please send them in by the Zoom Q&A chat box, and surely our speakers will be pleased to answer them. At this point, we are lucky enough because we are joined by the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. We have with us today, this morning, Professor Fortunato D. De La Peña. Good morning po, Secretary De La Peña. May we request for a few words?
Thank you very much, Mr. Geronimo. I just would like to say how, shall we say, pleased I am that we are now having the National R&D Conference for the sixth straight year. And every year we have a lot of improvements in terms of format and in terms of participation. I remember that this was actually a provision that was included in the Technology Transfer Act, which was passed in 2009. And it, of course, provided that there should be a national R&D conference on an annual basis. And of course, there are several objectives for the R&D conference. One is to know, okay, what the others are doing, okay, particularly those coming from the government sector and the academe. Second, to share, okay, the knowledge that have been generated through our completed R&Ds. And the third is to have an opportunity to disseminate the information so that we can move towards utilization and application and commercialization of outputs that are resulting from our R&D. And this year, one of the improvements I saw was there are more national government agencies which participated. In the beginning, there were fewer, but now there are more and more. And to me, this is a very encouraging sign. And as we have more agencies of government, more universities doing R&D, I think we can speed up our recovery process and even leapfrog to be more competitive. So I thank all of those who participated and shared their outputs on R&D. And of course, I thank our organizers led by Yusek Guevara, our council, our R&D councils, PICARD, PShared, PCHRD, and our collegial body, NRCP, for really putting a lot of effort to make this a successful R&D conference. We are now on the second day, and I think we have already, shall we say, picked up a lot of things, okay, from the sharings that we have heard and seen. Maraming salamat sa lahat na nag-participate.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary De La Peña. I would have to say that as at this moment, successful po ang ating scientific celebration this year. All right, let's bring back all our speakers on screen. May I request to be with us Dr. Marieta Banya-Sumagaysay of DOST NRCP, Dr. Reynaldo B. Evora of DOST PICARD, Undersecretary Renato U. Saludum Jr., and of course, Dr. Enrico C. Paringet of DOST PShared. May we request, please, our executive directors to please open their videos for a quick photo opportunity. All right, may we request our ID committee to please facilitate the taking of the virtual photos. Please say NRDC. All right, maraming salamat po. At this point, let me take this time to thank the presence and support of the following agencies and institutions. Special thank you to USAID Stride and their Chief of Party, Dr. Richard Abendan. We also would like to thank this morning who are with us, the Office of the President, Presidential Management Staff, and also the Social Housing Finance Corporation. Maraming salamat din po to PESA for joining us this morning, to DOST FPRDI, to the DRRM Office of Iloilo City, to Negros Oriental State University, Dumaguete City, to the Philippine Coconut Authority, Zamboanga Research Center, to the Benguet State University. This morning, we are also joined by Don Mariano Marcos State University, La Union Campus, the DMMSU Mid La Union Campus, Mactan Rock Industries Incorporated, Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, to Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City, to Abra State Institute of Sciences and Technology, Bangued Campus, Abra, to the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA, Manila, to Auckland State University, Northern Negros Oriental State University, Bayawan Santa Catalina Campus, BFAR Region 5, Sorsogon City, to DOST Picard, Don Emilio de Valle Memorial Hospital, Ubay, Bohol, Batangas State University, Alangilan Campus, Northern Iloilo Polytechnic State College, Batad Campus, Iloilo, to the Eastern Samar State University, Salcedo Campus, to the University of San Carlos, Cebu, to Biliran Province State University, to the Philippine Science High School, Ilocos Campus, to the Jose Rizal Memorial State University, Dipolog City, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, BFAR Region 1, Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, Army Safety and Environment Management, or ASEMSA, Cebu, MSU Marawi City, also to Don Emilio del Valle Memorial Hospital, Ubay, Bohol, and to Bulusan National Vocational Technical School. Maraming salamat po for joining us this morning. We hope that you'll enjoy what we have prepared for you for today. Now we will proceed. In this juncture, we will witness R&D outputs that may change happen as we navigate to the new normal. But before that, may I introduce first the Secretary of the Department of National Defense to give his message of support and to provide insights on the government's efforts on law and order amidst this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the DND Secretary himself, Delphine Lorenzana.
On behalf of the One Defense Team, I thank and congratulate the Department of Science and Technology led by Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, national and local government representatives, members of the academe, and delegates from research and development communities for initiating and sustaining this annual National Research and Development Conference. Now on its sixth iteration, its theme, Pananaliksik at Pagpapaunlad, Daan, Tungo sa Pagbangon, is well appreciated for its timeliness and relevance, aptly putting premium on innovative thinking and sustaining of knowledge, not only as a way out toward a post-pandemic scenario, but to establish the crucial role of science and technology to the progress of the nation. The Defense Department as a whole and the AFP in particular stand to benefit from the fruits of these researches. A case in point are protective equipment for soldiers. We spend enormous sums of money buying helmets and vests from abroad that, according to some local experts, we can easily manufacture from indigenous materials. The range of products that we can develop by collaborating are many, not only to save the lives of soldiers, but the benefits they bring to the people. To this end, I would direct the AFP to work closely with DOST to research on products and technologies that would benefit not only the armed forces of the Philippines, but eventually the Filipino people. Again, congratulations to Secretary de la Peña for initiating and sustaining this annual conference. The Department of National Defense looks forward to a long and productive collaboration. Maraming salamat at mabuhay kayo.
Maraming salamat din po, Secretary Delphine Lorenzana, for the support and participation of the DND in the research and development. Now, we continue to witness how science and research help our country in maintaining law and order amidst this pandemic. Please watch this.
Magandang araw. I am Jomar Abahante and I'm going to present CCMON, COVID-19 Cases Monitor by the National Research Council of the Philippines. This project is in support of SDG 3 and 5, good health and well-being and gender equality. If we want to fight COVID-19, we need to focus on monitoring the disease transmission, and this is what CCMON is all about. The role of gender has a very specific impact in COVID-19 spread. This is why in CCMON, we are able to include in our dashboard gender-specific and sex-disaggregated datasets. It is open for all of us, for you, for me, and for everyone who is interested in COVID-19 research. Online data storyboards are very important in visualizing raw datasets coming from the Department of Health and from other sources, specifically in drawing insights for gender-specific vulnerabilities. The data visualizations can be filtered, such as by clicking the drop-down button or directly clicking the male or female element of a chart. The filtering option can also be done per region, per province, per city or municipality, or up to the barangay level. But of course, you can also look at the national level. From the dashboard, you can also search new cases, active cases, expired cases, and even the health status of the different individuals. Either they are asymptomatic, mild, moderate, severe, or critical. There are also data visualizations about job risk and industry sectors, and who are the people at risk of exposure. In CCMON, we also have studies regarding population density, and their correlation with COVID-19 cases and deaths. The content and design of CCMON are evolving, and we have many features like epidemiological parameters. We also have testing data, healthcare capacity, job risk calculator, and event R calculator. The users of CCMON can be anyone, you, me, and the public, such as academics, researchers, policymakers, LGUs, journalists. CCMON is open to all. The creation of CCMON will not be possible without the support of the National Research Council of the Philippines, the UPLB Biomathematics team, and the UP COVID-19 Pandemic Response team. The dimension of gender should always be incorporated in data gathering, storage, retrieval, and analysis. Targeted and personalized strategies should be done because this COVID-19 situation is not just about biomedicine but also socioeconomic dimension.
Hindi na bago sa atin ang mga problemang dulot ng COVID-19 pandemic sa ating kalusugan, kabuhayan, edukasyon, ekonomiya, sari-saring negosyo at pati na rin sa sektor ng pagsasaka. Sa kabuuan, higit 3 milyong tonelada ang nabawas sa ani ng bansa. Bumaba kasi ang dami ng manggagawa sa sektor ng pagsasaka. Higit sa 30% ng mga magsasaka ang hindi nakabenta ng kanilang mga ani. Nahirapan din ang mga magsasaka at food processors na makabili ng kanilang mga kailangan sa kanilang produksyon dahil sa naantalang mga supplies. Nabawasan din ang mga mamimili dahil marami din ang nawalan ng trabaho. Maraming tanim din ang nasayang at natapon. Sa pagbabago ng supply at demand, nagkaroon ng pabago-bagong presyo ng bilihin. Isa pang isyu ngayon ay ang walang kahandaan ng mga magsasaka at mga pamilya sa kanayunan sa online platforms at digital transaction. Paano nga ba natin ito susolusyonan? Totoo nga na halos lahat ng ating problema sa pagsasaka ay nandiyan na bago pa man magkaroon ng pandemya. Lalo lamang lumala ang mga problemang ito ngayon. Sa paglaganap ng virus, mas kailangan nating patatagin ang sektor ng pagsasaka at likas na yaman. Resilient or matatag na food system. Ito ay ang tuloy-tuloy na food production, harvest at delivery. This can be achieved if we have an enabling policy environment. This means there should be holistic policies and plans from the local to national levels to implement actions and strategies. Therefore, we at DOST Picard developed a resilient agricultural food supply chain policy framework. Isinasaalang-alang ng policy framework ang mga sumusunod. Una, kailangan bigyan ng pansin ang pagkamit ng efficiency. Tulad ng nabanggit kanina, karamihan pa rin sa mga operasyon sa agrikultura ay pansamantalang natigil o nalimitahan dahil sa paghihigpit sa transportasyon ng mga produkto na nakaapekto pati sa mga mamimili. Ang solusyon dito ay ang paglipat sa mga digital transactions, well-coordinated supply chains, mobile markets, at iba pang accessible at efficient platforms. Bukod dito, mayroon na ring smart technologies na makatutulong sa mga magsasaka na mas mapakinabangan ng husto ang kanilang mga kagamitan at gawing mas mainam ang kanilang trabaho. Dahil dito, tataas ang kita ng mga magsasaka at mas magiging matatag sila sa mga di inaasahang pagbabago sa merkado. Upang masuportahan at mapanatili ang ganitong sistema, nangangailangan ng financial resources, technological investment, appropriate infrastructure. Sa pagdisenyo ng ganitong sistema para sa ating mga magsasaka, dapat nating isaalang-alang ang kanilang mga pangangailangan at katangian, lalo na ang kanilang sistema sa pagsasaka. Dapat mapagkakakitaan at produktibo rin ang negosyo ng mga key actors tulad ng magsasaka at mangingisda, food processors, retailers at iba pang food service providers para mahikayat sila na subukan at mamuhunan sa mga bagong teknolohiya sa agrikultura. Pangalawa, ang kakayahan na makaangkop at makabangon sa mga economic shocks tulad ng pandemya ay higit na nakasalalay sa ugnayan ng key actors at ang akses ng mga ito sa iba't ibang pagbabago sa teknolohiya. Isa sa mga paraan upang mas maisaayos ang mga ugnayang ito ay sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng smart technologies at iba pang pagbabago sa teknolohiya ng food systems, lalo na sa mga kababayan nating mas nangangailangan. Kailangan ito ng mga available at accessible quality data at seamless internet connection. Halimbawa, ang tinatawag na supply chain analytics ay naglalaman ng yield projections at volume requirements ng mga mamimili. Ang impormasyon na makukuha dito ay magagamit ng mga producers sa pagkalkula ng demand ng kanilang mga produkto. Ipinapakita rin ito kung saan maaaring kumuha ng supply ang mga nagnanais bumili. Pangatlo at huli sa lahat, upang mapabuti ang pagpapatatag ng sustainable at diversified consumption, makatutulong ang muling pagpapakilala sa mga Pilipino ng mas mabuti at malusog na pagkain na maaaring makaimpluwensya sa mga nakagawian ng mga mamimili. Maaari itong gawin sa pamamagitan ng pagtataguyod ng mga alternatibo at masustansyang pagkain. Sa ganitong paraan, mababago at mapapalago ang demand ng mga mamimili na makapagbibigay ng mas malawak na oportunidad sa sa mga magsasaka ngayong panahon ng pandemya. Binuo namin ang framework noong Mayo taong 2020. Ginamit ito ng COVID-19 Interagency Task Group on Food Security sa pagresponde sa mga problema ukol sa pagkain. Gayunpaman, hindi ito sapat. Kailangang magkaroon ng pagtutulungan ang mga local government units at national agencies, researchers, farmers, at private sectors. Gamit ang mga prinsipyo na ipinakita ng framework na ito, nakatutulong ito sa pagpaplano, pagdidisenyo o pagsasagawa ng iba't ibang programa o proyekto na pinopondohan ng DOST PICARD. Sa kasalukuyan, meron kaming mga initiatives kung saan ginamit ang framework na ito. Una ay ang pagbuo ng mga models ng smart food value chains gamit ang smart technologies tulad ng robots, sensors, climate monitoring technologies, drones, at mga mobile apps. Ikalawa ay ang pagpapabuti ng operasyon ng ating mga Agri-Aqua Technology Business Incubators or ATBIs upang mapabilis ang pamamahagi ng impormasyon, pagpaparami at paggamit ng ganitong teknolohiya. Ang mga ATBIs ang tutulong sa ating mga community-based enterprises sa paggamit ng mga ganitong teknolohiya. Isa pang project ay ang pagbuo ng resilient local supply chain para sa gulay. Layon nito na tulungan ang mga maggugulay sa Los Baños kung paano ang tamang pagtatanim, paglalagay ng pestisidyo, at iba-iba pang makabago at ligtas na teknolohiya upang magpatuloy at dumami ang kanilang produksyon. Gagawa din ng mga software na makatutulong sa pag-iimbentaryo, paghahanap ng mamimili, at ng mga produktong gulay. Pwede rin natin gawin ito sa iba pang mga lugar sa bansa. Ang mga initiatives natin sa agribusiness na inilulunsad din sa Agri-Aqua Business Hub ay naaayon din sa framework. Sinusuportahan ng hub ang pagbuo ng mga negosyo sa agrikultura at pangisdaan sa pamamagitan ng pagsasanay at paggabay. Ganon din ang pagtulong para sa direktang ugnayan sa merkado at mga service providers. Ginamit din ang framework sa pagbuo ng protocols or guidelines sa pagsasagawa ng remote at online data collection methods kasama ang University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Hindi na natin kailangang maghanap pa ng mga bagong gabay sa paggawa ng mga solusyon sa dati pa nating mga pinoproblema. Kailangan lang nating aralin, balikan, at gamitin ang policy framework sa pagsasagawa ng mga pananaliksik na magpapatatag ng ating food supply chain. Maraming salamat.
Good day, everyone. Delia Sinoro here of Mapua University. We have no power over natural disasters and calamities. But through research and development, we can empower our local government units in disaster preparedness and response. Recognizing the crucial role of LGUs in communities' disaster preparedness and response, Mapua University, through the support of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, carried out the development of Health Index and Vulnerability Reduction System for Region 4B. We called it the DHIVE 4B Capital Research Project. Due to geographical conditions, Region 4B is highly vulnerable to natural disasters, often increasing the risk of health hazards among the communities. The Isalba system of DHIVE is created for LGUs and households to strengthen their community's disaster preparedness, emergency response, and monitoring capabilities. It has three main components. First, the three levels of health vulnerability indices, or HVIs, such as HVIs for households, barangays, and cities or municipalities. Second is the health hazard maps, which can illustrate the environmental quality and health risks to the communities. In these maps, you can find information on the quality of water, sediments, soil, crops, rice, and other natural resources specific to households and communities. With this information, decision makers can determine possible hazards and health risks. This allows households and LGUs to anticipate, prepare, plan, and monitor. Third, the Isalba app, a mobile and web-based monitoring and emergency response application. With each user-friendly interface, accessible through mobile phones, the Isalba system can give access to LGUs on HVIs and health hazard maps, serve as a communication tool for early warning and emergency response coordination, enable self-reporting of health hazards directly from households to the authorities, and provide information to facilitate prompt decision and optimize human and financial resources. With these four features, LGUs are guided in crafting emergency response plans, strategies, disaster preparedness programs, and environmental policies to protect their constituents. As of December 2020, we have turned over 323 maps to 6 municipalities of Marinduque and have trained 338 local trainers on how to use the Isalba system and provide about 54,000 HVIs.
Together, we help save lives and minimize losses and damages through the establishment of a harmonized database, the Isalba system.
Kami ay matulungan upang mapaayos at mapabuti ang mga data system dito sa Oriental Mindoro.
Unang taon ko sa MDRRMO, napasabak kaagad ako sa malakas na bagyo, yung typong Nina. Nalaman ko na importante pala ang mayroong data management at isang hub na makakatulong sa ating mga mamamayan at lalo na sa mga disaster managers.
Following the success of the project in Marinduque, we bring DHIVE to capital cities and municipalities of Region 4B in close coordination with the local state universities and LGUs. We are collecting primary and secondary data, conducting on-site analysis, mapping environmental quality and health hazards, and upscaling the Isalba system. Our mission of empowering communities does not end with Region 4B alone. One city, one municipality at a time. DHIVE wishes to strengthen disaster resiliency, environmental quality awareness, and improve public health. Join us to make lives better for Filipinos throughout Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
$126 billion cubic meters. That is the volume of water being wasted every single year due to leakages worldwide. That is equivalent to 6.6 trillion water containers you have at your home right now. Here in the Philippines, water loss due to leakages equates to almost 90 billion water containers annually, caused by several factors such as generation-old pipelines and inefficient water distribution systems. In the water industry, this loss is called non-revenue water, or NRW. According to WWF, at the current consumption rate, it is estimated that 2/3 of the world's population may face water shortages by 2025. In order to have a fighting chance in the current water crisis, water utilities around the world need to be more efficient in their water distribution. My name is Stephen from Hiraya Water, the country's pioneer in smart water management. Our mission is to help reduce inefficiencies in the water sector in developing markets. There are several solutions existing right now in the market that addresses NRW reduction. These solutions work, but sometimes require big investments, overhaul of entire network, and long-term experimentation. Our flagship product called RTAP helps water utilities optimize their entire water distribution. It is a proprietary intelligent supply and pressure management system that uses artificial intelligence and data analytics to optimize water network operations and provides state-of-the-art data management, visualization, and control. So how do utilities manage their water network using RTAP? Actually, RTAP does the work for them, like the one installed here in Kalumpit Water District. This is a typical network of a water distribution system. There are pumping stations that provide water supply to its influence areas. Along the pipelines, there are valve controls that manipulate the flow of water. Some water utilities have tanks that provide buffer or storage. And lastly, there are critical points, or areas where low water pressure is often experienced. The RTAP system works by gathering data and providing commands wirelessly on these locations using mobile data, and having the artificial intelligence dictate the operation of the system. The AI resides mainly in the cloud. Parts of the AI also is distributed in the devices on site. It uses both historical and real-time data from the locations to determine the most optimized operation to implement in real time. This enables pumps, valves, and tanks to release the right amount of water in distribution 24/7, reducing unnecessary pressure that will cause bigger leaks while maintaining target service level on the critical locations. The difference between RTAP and other solutions is that it's designed for the developing markets. It is compatible with existing infrastructure no matter the level of sophistication. It is applicable to interconnected sources. It doesn't need detailed asset records, and it's compatible with different types of operations, whether pumps, valves, and tanks. The power of RTAP does not stop with artificial intelligence. During this time in the COVID-19 pandemic, many water utilities realized the value of remote monitoring and control of their facilities. The RTAP system comes with a web dashboard and mobile application where users monitor and control their facilities anywhere they want using their gadgets. The dashboard highlights the most important parameters being monitored by the water utility and also provides data management, visualization, and report generation. RTAP also has an alarm system that alerts water utility personnel via SMS or app notifications when there are problems in the system, such as device faults and breakages along the pipeline. RTAP enables water utilities to have data-driven decision-making and optimized manpower. And more importantly, the benefit of the intelligent operation. NRW and power consumption will be reduced due to accurate supply and pressure management and optimized operation. Additionally, an increase in build volume will also be realized together with increase in lifespan of pipes, pumps, valves, and other assets due to well-managed distribution systems. We help the water utilities from small to big make their water distribution more efficient, and we will continue to reach more. Hiraya's vision is to make smart water management universally accessible. Sustainability of RTAP lies in its business model that is based on shared value. As long as water utilities and communities use RTAP, they gain from its use. And as long as RTAP continues to provide value, these water utilities and communities continue to share with Hiraya a portion of the value it continuously creates.
Kapapasok lang na balita, isa na naman sunog. Malaking sunog.
Urban fires have always been destructive, but for the past years, they have been exacerbated. It's the year 2021, and large-scale fires are still the most frequent urban disaster. The question is, are we equipped to avert future fires? Reality check. Our urban centers have been home to neighborhoods with highly dense residential areas. Generally composed of houses made of light materials, the highly dense communities are at risk to large-scale fires that raise hundreds of structures within hours. Multiple factors exacerbate vulnerability and inhibit speedy response. Light building materials and congested settlements, narrow roads, inept fire disaster plans, unfamiliar fire incident areas, unstrategic location of firefighting facilities, and inefficient people evacuation process, among others. Thus, the inception of FireCheck, a fire hazard mapping and fire spread modeling project, and more. The FireCheck project developed technology solutions that aid in reversing these realities. FireCheck Attribution Application. The attribution application speeds up data collection by surveying geotag structures directly from the mobile device to a data server. The collected data can now be easily migrated to and processed in GIS software. Fire hazard maps. Fire hazard maps provide planners with relevant and timely information about the exposure and vulnerability of communities to fire hazards. Fire-prone communities based on the average ambient heat, building density, common fire load, and buildings construction materials are identified through the fire hazard maps. The maps can then be used by the local government to identify targeted interventions to mitigate or prevent fire disasters, saving government funding in the process. Fire spread simulation models. Using the data collected by the attribution application, the fire spread model is created to simulate the spread of fire. The simulation provides actionable information about the direction and extent of fire spread, including an estimate of potential damages to properties. Blaze. The mobile 3D application Blaze makes map data available for fire response units, giving them immediate information about possible routes and entry points, existing fire hydrants, road width, and houses construction materials. The goal is to help our response units reach the incident areas more efficiently. Suitability analysis maps. The suitability maps show locations that are optimal for fire station sites in consideration with road networks and average traffic data. This output supports urban planners in investing appropriate firefighting facilities for the communities and for first responders in planning for their operations. Neighborhood fire evacuation plans. The primary hindrance to a speedy fire response is human traffic, especially in communities with poor access roads. The Neighborhood Fire Evacuation Plan creates a synergy among response units and their community about what each needs to do during an immediate evacuation in the event of fire. All these technologies, pioneered by the FireCheck project, will be used to complement the efforts of the Bureau of Fire Protection's Oplan Ligtas na Pamayanan and of various local government units and agencies in mitigating, planning against, and responding to fire disasters through timely information. For a fire-safe nation is a FireCheck nation.
Good day to everyone. I am Lieutenant Warlord B. Moica, DOST 143263 Philippine Navy, Officer of Naval Research and Technology Development Center, Naval Sea Systems Command, Philippine Navy. And I will be presenting an overview of Project Buhawi. The scope of my presentation is as follows: overview, descriptions, milestone, and timelines. Allow me to show an overview of the project. Buhawi, which stands for Building a Universal Mount for Heavy Barrel Automated Weapon Integration, is a remote weapon station for 50 caliber heavy machine gun that can be fitted on naval floating assets. It is a joint collaborative effort initiated by the Philippine Navy together with Department of Science and Technology and industry partners in line with the ongoing efforts to revitalize the self-reliance defense posture program by developing in-country defense material of AFP. It is a 2-year project which officially started on the 3rd of January 2019. Project Buhawi is a fully automated remote weapon station which aims not only to enhance the firepower capability of Navy floating assets, but which can also be a universal ground mount for other defense programs of the AFP. This is the design of the project. Being automated, it can be remotely controlled from the deck, minimizing the risk of personnel during the conduct of operation. The project management team is composed of the DOST, MIRDC as the implementing agency, and PNNSSC and MIRSP ICC as both cooperating agency. It is a joint undertaking between the industry and private sector. DOST MIRDC is responsible for the design of the mechanical system, while MRSP ICC and PNNSSC is responsible for the control system, including peripherals, motors, military-grade cameras, and other requirements. It is a 2-year project development where the first year of implementation was funded by the DOST, which covers mostly the design and development, while the second year is funded by DNDPN, which includes mostly the functionality, reliability, durability testing, and live test firing. Currently, the project is already in its year 2 implementation. Since its commencement, it has accomplished significant development. Soft launching event at Ternate, Cavite is the one of the most significant activity initiated by the team, as it is attended by key personnel from military and civilian sector, including the Secretaries of Department of National Defense and Department of Science and Technology, wherein the prototype was introduced to the participating agency. On 14 to 16 July 2021, the first testing was conducted to evaluate the recent capability development of the project at Armor Division, Philippine Army, Camp O'Donnell, Capas Tarlac. This is the initial testing among succeeding testing activities set for the project. Continuous functional testing and adjustment for calibration for locking, tracking, thermal, and laser rangefinder capabilities of the electro-optic camera were conducted at MIRDC compound testing facility area and SSC premises. This is to ensure the performance and to evaluate the compliance of the system with the desired functional requirements of the project. Herewith are the timelines of the succeeding activities of the project. The second land-based test firing is tentatively set on the 3rd to 4th week of September 2021. After the land-based testing is the final assessment and evaluation through harbor and sea operational tests. Then, the integration or installation aboard Philippine Navy vessel is expected to be done from the last week of November or first week of December 2021. Finally, is the turnover of the project to the Philippine Navy is intended to be done on the second week of December 2021. That concludes my presentation. Thank you and good day to everyone.
All right, so we just witnessed the first batch of presentation for this day. For the information of all, we just witnessed the interesting R&D projects that could provide our key stakeholders in addressing societal concerns like health, human security, food security, defense, and social issues, among others. To know more of these projects, may I once again call on our speakers to join us here on screen. May I call on screen Dr. Jomar F. Rabahante, Dr. Ernesto O. Brown, Dr. Delia B. Senoro, Mr. Stephen L. Larcia, Professor Eileen Joan O. Vicente, and Lieutenant Warlord Mojica. May you please request to please open your videos, but please remain on mute unless the question is being addressed unto you. For the Q&A to our participants, please send in your questions via the Zoom Q&A chat box. And for those watching the NRDC conference via the Facebook Live and YouTube live streams, please send your questions via the comment section and we will refer them to the appropriate speaker. Now, to proceed with the open forum for this segment, let me introduce this morning's moderator. She is the Executive Director of the National Research Council of the Philippines, or NRCP. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Marietta B. Sumagaysay.
Thank you very much. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. To the 1,100 plus virtual attendees in today's second day of the 2021 NRDC. We just had a good menu of research outputs, specifically on two kaayusan aspects. First, the social tools amid the pandemic, and these are the CCMON, the Resilient Food Supply Chain Framework, the D-Hive, and the Hiraya Water Technology. And second, the innovative defense capabilities, specifically we heard Fire Check and Buhawi. So we're now opening the floor for questions from our participants. Okay, so I have here the first question, and for Dr. Ernesto Brown of PCARD. Ito po yung tanong sa atin. They say that the COVID-19 pandemic is far from over. But from the presentations today, it seems that R&D and our technologies and processes developed have responded well. Should there be future pandemics and maybe disaster scenarios, would you say that the technology, or specifically the food supply chain framework that you shared this morning, will still be responsive? Or in which types of scenarios will it be responsive? Dr. Brown?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sumagaysay. That's a very good question. I think the science and technology system has really responded well to the challenges brought about by the pandemic. The question of whether the technologies, apps or the processes presented in the session would still be responsive to future scenarios that may involve or bring in other types of pandemic, as you have mentioned, is really of paramount concern, considering also that the pandemic is really far from over. I really believe that all of the S&P solutions presented, in terms of the technologies, apps, and processes, would still be very, very responsive to future challenges. Actually, most of the problems or challenges we are encountering as a result of the pandemic have been there even prior to the pandemic, except maybe for the severe movement restrictions, and these challenges will continue to prevail in the future unless we have really done something effective to address this. In many areas, the pandemic has magnified these pre-existing problems or challenges. With regards to the policy framework that I presented, for example, the primary motivation for developing the framework is to achieve resilient food supply chain during and even post-pandemic. It is focused on the development and implementation of enabling policy environment characterized by holistic and consistent policies from the local to the national level that would ensure efficiency and profitability of all the nodes of the supply chain, from production, harvest, and delivery. Efficiency is a basic requisite to a resilient food system with or without the pandemic. Measures that would ensure efficiency would always be responsive, even to future scenarios. So thank you very much, Dr.
Okay.
Perez.
So, yeah, thank you. Thank you for that answer. May follow-up question po dito, Dr. Brown.
Yes.
May sinabi po kayo na severe movement restrictions. So, yung ating framework ba, yung ating food supply chain framework, paano po natin na-embed doon yung how to address severe movement restrictions in case may future pandemics that ganun din, meron severe movement restrictions po.
Yeah, one is of course yung sinasabi nating consistency ng policy from the national to the local, kasi as experience din natin dun sa this pandemic, minsan nagkakaroon ng inconsistency yung local and national policy, so nagkakaroon tuloy ng problema sa movement, no? So I think that's one emphasize in the framework, the consistency in the local and national policy. And also even the use of now with especially sa marketing, yung use of digital technology and digital marketing. Ngayon ay madali na kasi you can even easily order online, yung mga ganun. So that's why we are also emphasizing in the framework the use of these technologies, yung mga smart technologies natin, not only in production but even in marketing.
Okay po, ayan. Sana may consistency of local and national na mga policies, kasi baka sa isang lugar, Dr. Brown, pwedeng umalis o yung panel natin na puno ng mga vegetables or food. Pero pagdating doon sa kabila, hinarang naman. So, paano makarating? Okay. So, maganda po. So, I think we can, we have that in mind to all of us, policymakers and also program development, program developers. Thank you po. The next question po naman dito ay para po kay Professor Eileen Joanne Vicente from UP Cebu. Ma'am Joanne, here is the question po on fire check. Based on the lessons and observations from the pandemic, what action plans or focus areas should be looked into such that your study or the technology that was generated from your study can further be enhanced and utilized? So dalawa po, further enhanced at saka yung paggamit po sa kanya. So Professor Joanne, yes.
Hi, yeah. I'm sorry, Doctor. Yeah, I got lost. I got disconnected. Can you please repeat the question, please?
Okay. Ito po yung question. Based po sa mga lessons, mga observations natin ngayong pandemic, what action plans or focus areas should be looked into such that yung technology na na-generate po ninyo sa study can be further enhanced and utilized? So dalawa po, enhanced at saka, syempre, mas maganda utilized.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Dr. Sumagaysay. All right, so one of the project's groundworks is building the geodatabase of households and other establishments in our partner cities.
Although the initial intent is to use the database to generate hazard maps and fire spread models and evacuation plans altogether, we have since acknowledged that the same can be used for other urban planning decision making. So we can build other applications and perform many other analyses on top of the database. And that includes using the GIS database to make timely and relevant decisions to stem future cases of the pandemic. God forbid. Okay, so risk assessment, for example, can be performed easily using GIS data. For the pandemic, of course, other variables will have to be factored in. Although what I'm really trying to say here is that the LGU can leverage on the existing projects that make use of their constituent data, because I'm pretty sure they are collecting data, although hindi lang talaga to consolidated. So if we try to do that, we can build more strategic na applications for the LGUs or technologies to support future decision making. And I think this is also something that I think would be the future direction of FARCHEC in terms of supporting local government. So pwedeng hindi na tayo sa fire, but other aspects of the LGU as well. So yun po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So napakahalaga po yung database as mentioned by Professor Joanne. And sinabi po niya na yung consolidated, timely, complete, di ba? Napakahalaga po yun, and maybe we can also yung sharing no ng data so that it becomes a good decision support tool ng ating mga LGUs. At maganda po yung sinabi ni Professor Joanne, hindi lang pang fire. So itong model, itong technology can also be expanded later on for some other disasters. Okay, thank you for that.
Yes po. The methodology can be replicated to other disasters or even future concerns in the LGU.
Maybe you can cite an example, Professor Joanne. Ano kayang possible application pa?
Interestingly po, nung nang-start yung pandemic, the team, so nag-hold po yung operations ng team with Lapu-Lapu City. So what we did was, we decided to work on building an application to help our partners deal with management of COVID cases, kahit dito lang po muna sa Cebu. So we developed COVID check since we already have some data about our partner communities. We can easily map COVID cases, and be able to provide a more timely information for the COVID management teams of Mandawi City, Lapu-Lapu City, and some other LGUs who partnered with us during that time. So pwede pong gawin natin yun for other concerns.
Okay, thank you. And since nandito tayo sa mga database, ang kanyang pagiging timely, maybe I can also direct the same question to Dr. Jomar Abahante, who talked about the CCMON earlier. Dr. Jomar?
Yes, hello, magandang umaga. Also for data science, data analytics, we can apply this to many areas and to help many LGUs. For CCMON, what we added is not just to do visualization, but also have additional features like yung sex disaggregated data sets, because we know na dapat hindi lang general ideas yung nilalagay natin, general information, but also yung mga katulong sa mga SDGs natin, including gender equity.
Okay, thank you, Doc Jomar. So yung additional feature, gender responsive na tool. Kasi of course we know we are impacted by the same pandemic, pero yung iba-iba ang kanyang epekto sa lalaki, sa babae, sa matanda, sa bata, and all other various sectors. So thank you for that. And Doc Jomar, kasi andito na tayo sa iyo, if you were given a minute to talk to the top executive or the top legislator in the country, ano kayang sasabihin mo based on the technology that you generated from your research?
Yes, I think ang isa kong sasabihin ay in policy making and in the implementation of the policies, we should not just be reactive only, but we should be proactive. And in doing this proactive implementation and policy making, we need future thinking.
And data science, data analytics can help in gathering patterns, trends that can help in our future thinking exercises. And we need to anticipate disruptions like possibly future pandemics or future disasters. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So let me go back to another social tool. Ito yung sa water. Ito yung question natin dito. Para kay Mr. Steven Larsha. Almost the same question kay Professor Joanne kanina. So in what ways do you propose to further enhance the Hiraya water technology?
Thank you, Dr. Sumagaysay. I guess for us po, it's similar to what you mentioned earlier, yung utilization part. No, it's for us, it's really making our solution universally accessible. No, it's basically scaling our solution because really, it's not a question of whether technology is available. No, kasi ang dami na pong technology available right now. No, but it's actually the question of access. No, accessibility. No. Yung good example, yung ginagamit natin ngayon, yung Zoom, no? Yung Zoom and other online video conferencing apps. No, it's a good example of a technology that is really universally or close to universally accessible. Nung pandemic po, yung dati prior to the pandemic, we're used to doing face-to-face meetings, no? But with the pandemic po, with the start of the pandemic, we've been successful in some ways, no, in shifting to the use of Zoom, no, and other online platforms to do our meetings, no. So that is one example, no, a successful example of a technology that's become universally accessible. So that's something, no, that we are working on right now, no, making our solution more universally accessible, similar to the accessibility of Zoom. No? So during the pandemic, we've served several water districts, but we wish we could have served more, no? Yung mga mas nangangailangan.
Thank you po. Mukhang nabasa mo po yung next question. Kasi yung next question sabi dito, when the technology is finally rolled out, how can we ensure its accessibility or affordability?
Yes.
Sa ano po ninyo, sa team po ninyo, may social scientist po ba tayo, may ekonomista or what, so that we can look into the water distribution na, yung willingness of the public to buy or to pay. So may ganun po ba ang ating technology na feature?
To tell you frankly po, the team in Hiraya Water po, we're composed of all engineers and scientists. So it would really help us to have a social scientist involved in us also. No? But we have along the way po in dealing with water districts, water utilities from small to big. No? Kasi po yung solution namin is really not a it's not a B2C solution, it's a B2B solution. Yung kliyente po namin ay mga water utilities, no, that provide water to different communities, no. There are a lot of ways, no, in which we see that we can increase access to the solution that we've built. Isa po dun is because we're so sure about the benefits of using our solution in terms of reducing the losses, water losses, NRW po sa mga water utilities, and even increasing the reliability of water, no, because of those benefits, no, and nabanggit din po to sa video kanina, we're thinking of doing performance-based contracting, no, looking at different models such as that, no, to be able to bring this solution kahit dun sa mga wala pang budget as of this moment na mga communities and water utilities.
Okay, so good luck po sa ating ginagawang innovation sa water distribution system. So you're saying a system that will reduce non-water revenue losses, a system that will reduce operational costs, and then have greater productivity and of course better financial sustainability of water utility system. So thank you, Mr. Steven Larsha. Now, let me see the questions here in my box. Okay, so we have a question to let me see. Actually, this is similar to the previous question to Lieutenant Warlord Mojica of the ND Philippine Navy. Sa mga ginagawa po ninyong projects ngayon, ano po ang susunod after the launching, after the testing, the launching? So ano po ang susunod? At saka, again, the same thing that was asked earlier, if you were to tell the top executive of the country or the top legislator, what would you say? Ano ang gusto mong sabihin para mai-push itong ating technology?
Good morning, ma'am. Una-una po, ipapabatid ko po sa taas po sa presidente po natin na ito po ay bunga ng pagtutulungan sa mga agencies. At ito rin nagpapatunay na kaya po natin gumawa ng sariling atin po. At hihingin ko rin po na sana ipagpatuloy nilang suportahan yung mga projects natin, especially po sa defense sector. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, salamat. And another question here for mukhang para rin ito kay Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown, you mentioned about yung digital competency po ng ating mga farmers at kailangan natin yung shift towards digital marketing, digital business, but it seems yung competency po ng ating farmers sa digital world ay hindi ganun ka I mean, we know it. So hindi siya ganun ka, kung tutusin, very ready for the digital shift. So ano po yung masasabi po ninyo dito?
Tama po yan. That's why sa DOST Picard po ay we have initiatives in order to address that problem. I think one very big program that we have is yung Saray, smarter approaches to reinvigorate agriculture as an industry. It's really a big program, and the program is basically application of smart approaches or smart technology, especially sa production. And kasama po dito sa program is yung capacity building ng ating mga farmers. So ina-address po yan, and in fact now bigger and bigger number of farmers are using yung ating mga saray technologies, mga services, like sa pag-identify po ng mga pest, nagagamit na po nila yan. Hindi naman po, actually, while siguro on average, yung mga farmers, medyo mas mababa nga yung competency nila, but they can actually use itong mga digital technology, especially now na talagang even yung yung education system natin naging naging online, naging remote. So even the parents are now very much aware of at least yung paggamit ng internet and everything. So yun po. So there are programs that we are carrying out in order to improve itong ating yung use ng mga digital technology. Sa digital marketing, ganun din po. Meron din po tayong projects na basically trying to to link then yung ating yung mga producers and yung mga suppliers ay ma-link natin using this digital technology.
Okay, salamat Dr. Brown. Maganda po yung sinabi mo na may mga other complementing projects po tayo na which will enhance the digital competency of our farmers and the other stakeholders in the supply chain. And maybe this will also be an invitation for all of us in this virtual room. We will all have a place to contribute in that supply chain framework. Tama ba, Dr. Brown?
Yes,
Kasi this is for all of us.
Yes.
Okay, so tama po. May question naman dito para kay Dr. Delia Sinoro of Mapua University. So ito po ma'am yung project po ninyo on the hive. So what further actions do you propose such that ma-enhance pa po ito and then finally ma-roll out po natin at ma-utilize ng mas madami?
Good morning, Dr. Sumagaysay. Thank you for the question. Yes, the question is kung paano pa ang further action necessary para mas ma-implement more, maybe beyond the current site of implementation. Actually, itong DHI project, medyo complex and malawak yung kanyang coverage. And ang isa sa magandang ma-cover nito ay ang pag-monitor ng COVID-19 virus sa surface water na posibleng ito ay coming from the non-point and point pollution areas. So ito po yung ang hindi na i-cover dito sa system na to, which I believe could really make the system more to be utilized more by the LGUs and by the population of the Philippines. Yeah, so yung COVID-19 virus in surface water.
Okay, thank you. Will there be any help or partnership that you are thinking about para kanino po? Kanino po tayo pwedeng makipag-partner to help us push this further?
Currently, we are coordinating with the Memaropa HEMS, the Health Emergency Staff of DOH, the Department of Health. For us to carry out this kind of research, we need a cooperation not only with the Department of Health, but also cooperation with the Department of Environment, specifically the department that focuses on the quality monitoring of water on the rivers.
Okay, so thank you very much. And there is a question here sa ating Q&A box. Although baka nag-answer na si Director Paringit, but then may I still read this to Lieutenant Mojica, sir. This is from Joel Balaba. Good morning, sir. This is Coast Guard Ensign Balaba from Philippine Coast Guard Weapons, Communications, Electronics, and Information System Command. May we know the brief process as to how this project was initiated up to its implementation so that other agencies will have idea on how the partnership with the DOST in terms of research and development goes. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Tulad nga po nung sinabi po kanina sa presentation, nagsimula po ito nung 2019. So, bale, collaborative efforts po ito, efforts ng DOST, tapos nung unit po namin. And then, isa series of coordination, lalo na kailangan po talaga yung masinsinang pag-coordinate sa bawat isa. Lalo na kung iba-iba po yung mga mga tasking po. So, after that, ma'am, na nagkaroon na po ng pag-uusap, nagkaroon po kami ng memorandum of agreement sa DOST MIRDC, and then yung mga parts, ma'am, sinimulan na rin po namin ipagkakabit, and then simulan po namin muna sa land-based testing, and then ngayon po, plano po namin na sa November or first week ng December, may kabit na po sa mga past crop po namin na vessel. So far, ma'am, hopefully, masubukan na po namin and then maikabit na po siya sa iba't ibang past crop. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you sa update. Andito sa chat box natin na related na question from Sir Michael. can we develop Project Buhawi more massive and heavy that can really penetrate on armor and steel hull?
Hopefully ma'am, magawa po natin yan. So siguro po sa simula medyo 50 caliber po muna. Yun po muna. And then sa susunod yung yung mas malaki na po. Yun lang po.
Okay. So salamat. So for those who are thinking of collaborations, ayan, yun ang mga where to saan papunta. And we have one question. I think this is for Dr. Brown from Rudolph Tan. Are there R&D being undertaken for the black bug issue here in Pangasinan?
Yeah, I think it's a very important pest ng rice, yung black bug. We have a different division kasi on that, yung crops research division, but I would think meron po kami mga projects diyan. So if meron po silang interest on that, they can just write Picard, and we will provide them kung ano po yung ating mga R&D initiatives to address yung black bug.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brown. We have a few more questions left, and this one is for Dr. Abahante, Doc Jomar. You mentioned about the importance of monitoring. Please explain to us further the two features of CCMON, specifically the job risk calculator and the event R calculator. Who can use the calculators, and how do we get a copy of this?
Yes. First, if you want to get a copy, just go to the website of NRCP and find there the icon CCMON, and you just need to register and you can freely access the web page. For the job risk calculator and event R calculator, actually we launched this even 2020 pa, mga around May, June 2020, because we think that COVID-19 is not just about biology, but it's also about socioeconomic interventions. And we believe that one of the things for us to recover is magsimula tayo with the industries. Yung job risk calculator, ang ginagawa nito is for people to see what is the risk of exposure of different kinds of jobs. And in terms of different parameters, let's say number of people being that you are encountering and the equipment that you are using, what might be your risk of exposure for COVID-19. For the event R calculator, this is more general because this is for any events, any location. For example, if you want to go to the coffee shop, what will be your risk of exposure? Let's say there are this number of people and the size of the location is this small. What is the risk of exposure for COVID-19? And lastly, for monitoring, definitely this is very important. If you really want to fight this virus, we need to monitor. We need to monitor the trends. If we are already at the peak, if we are still accelerating, or if we are already decelerating. So CCMON is doing that because we have data sets also from DOH. Thank you.
Okay, ayan. Everybody can have CCMON and do the monitoring, both for personal updates and much more for policy making. It's also a decision support tool. And from NRCP, we will welcome really you visit our website and click on that icon on CCMON so that you will be able to use the dashboard. Okay, thank you. So we still have, again, may isa pa po dito on fire hazard maps. Para kay Professor Joanne, ang tanong po, what is the smallest unit used in the maps? Barangay ba siya? Municipality? Is there a tracking of some sort to know and be updated on how these maps are useful to the communities? Nagagamit na ba siya ngayon? Yes po.
Yes po. Dun muna tayo sa nagagamit na po ba siya ngayon. We've already transfer, turned over the maps to our partner na LGUs. It's Mandawi City and Lapu-Lapu City. So they are using the maps already for their own purposes. And also we've already given the maps to the Bureau of Fire Protection, one of our partners also. So as to the smallest unit of in the mapping, it's really at the household level. So part of our hazard mapping, one of the variables is to compute for the fire load in the house. So although hindi ho lahat ng mga items fire load meron, pero in-incorporate namin kung ano yung mga common fire load na nandun sa bahay. So it's at the house level. And then the mapping is based on the barangay level. And if dependent on the maps provided also by the LGU.
Ayan, house level. So napaka very accessible. So lahat will be forearmed para alam ng lahat up to the household kung ano ang gagawin nila when fire, for example, breaks out. Okay, so mukhang wala na akong nakikitang questions dito sa Q&A at saka sa chat box. Okay. So maybe we can get few liners, takeaway messages from all our speakers. So we start with the way we did earlier in the presentation. So we started with Doc Jomar.
Yes, ma'am. Last words, ma'am, no, before we go.
Takeaway messages natin.
Messages.
Yes, yes.
In this COVID-19 pandemic, one of the important things that we need to remember is the role of science, the role of mathematics, and the role of data science. Without data, it's like we are fighting an unknown enemy and we don't know what to do. So we need to have real-time, granular, and I hope open data so we can, all talents around the Philippines can help. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Doc Jomar. Dr. Brown?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, but first I would like to thank of course, the organizer for this opportunity to share with you what we have done in Picard DOST with regards to this problem that we have, pandemic particularly. And as my presentation really focused on policy, because policy is really very important here. No? As probably all of you have noticed and even experienced, pagka may mga problema sa policy, dyan nagkakagulo-gulo eh. And that's why we came up with this framework, the policy framework for a resilient food supply chain. And this policy framework is really science-informed. Actually, ito pong inilagay natin sa framework ay talagang ito po ay yung what we know, may basis po yan, no, sa science, because we are already into this science-informed policy. And we are really thankful because ito pong ating policy framework has been used, actually has been adopted by the Interagency Task Force. Yung lagi natin tinatawag na IATF. There is a task group on food and they adopted the framework. And so this framework has been guiding the strategies, no, of the government when it comes to, you know, addressing the problems that we have when it comes to food system, especially the supply chain. And so we hope that with the framework that we presented, sabi nga kanina ni Dr. Sumagaysay, we really have to work together. Pagdating sa policy, it cannot be done by just one sector alone. It's really all of us working together. We just provided the framework, and along that framework, I hope we can really put our acts together so we can address yung ating problem ngayon and even the future problems related to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And we call on Dr. Delia Sonoro.
Hi again, Dr. Magaysay, and hello everyone. The last message maybe I could share is about the importance of cooperation and the importance of sharing correct and good quality data, cooperation between local government units, and adoption of the technologies created upon and based on facts and science, especially the technologies supported by the DOST, of course, and all other researches that have been molded, created by the RDIs and HEIs. So I think that is, for me, that is really very important, the sharing of good quality data, the cooperation, the collaboration between sectors, academics, and the implementation of the technologies created based on science.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And we go to Mr. Steven Larsha.
I think what this session have shown us really is, as Dr. Jomar has said, the role of science and technology and actually furthering development, addressing the specific challenges that we have in the Philippines, in the different parts of our country. Because as much as we can accept that our world is really globalized and we can access different technologies that are already existing elsewhere outside of the Philippines, it really pays to have technologies that are internally developed, technologies that are actually designed to address the specific challenges, the unique challenges that we have here in the Philippines. No other company, no other agency can address it other than the Filipinos, the scientists, engineers that are working on the specific challenges that we have.
Salamat. And then we go to Professor Eileen Joanne Vicente.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess the biggest takeaway for me in the project is that in the project, we've seen how the project and the technology in general has allowed several key response sectors to sit together and address the matter of fire disasters in the community. So in the past, this has been solved and addressed separately by the different sectors, and we've seen how the different units, not just the DRRM or the BFP, but also the community, sat down and planned on how to mitigate fire disasters in the community, given the project and given the technology that we had offered. So I guess it's nice to see this kind of synergy going on in the local government, and we hope that other units in the local government can also do the same. So pinag-isa lang talaga dahil sa project. So I guess that's the biggest takeaway from the project.
Thank you, Professor Joanne, and from Lieutenant Warlord Bumika, please.
Once again, ma'am, good morning. In this time of pandemic, although we are in the defense sector, we are doing our best to contribute for the solving our current problems and challenges. Ang natutunan ko lang po, kung talagang may malasakit po tayo sa bawat isa, lahat po natin kaya natin gawin. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you to all our speakers and experts for responding to the many questions that were raised earlier. I have here in my notes the takeaway messages, the role of science, consistency of policies that are science-informed, the importance of sharing correct data, cooperation among LGUs, the academe, the industry, and the adoption of science-based technologies. I also have here internally developed technologies to address specific needs of Filipinos, and the importance of synergy, how different units can sit down together, plan it out, and implement whatever there is, and we don't work in silos. And of course, the malasakit that was mentioned in the last. So it has been a meaningful, fruitful, and promising morning as we all respond and recover from the pandemic. We are all in this together, using science, innovation, and technology. Policies and tools were shared with us and are there for our picking. So to all our attendees, we will expect collaborations with you. Please don't forget the links and the contact details. I know our researchers and their institutions will be more than happy to work with you. Remember, it is science we must trust. So congratulations to everyone. Salamat ng madami. Once again, thank you, and Godspeed to all. Back to you, Rodolph.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sumagaysay, for moderating this morning's session. And of course, to all our speakers, maraming salamat po for that great exchange of ideas. Let me just say, nakatutuwa pong malaman na we have this much of technologies that are purposeful in addressing the concerns and issues in the country. Kaya naman po, to all our participants, we would love to see your support by sharing our event for today to all of your friends and colleagues, to all possible social media sites. Now, bago ko makalimutan, may I just remind our speakers to please take note that there are some questions referred to you in the Zoom Q&A chat box. Kindly answer those questions that were referred to you and let us not leave any unanswered. Now, may I request all our speakers to include Dr. Sumagaysay, Yusek Guevara, and all the DOST officials present this morning to please join us in a quick photo opportunity. For those wearing their face masks, please remove them so that we could all see your beautiful faces and, of course, recognize you accordingly. All right, since we have our speakers and our directors have their videos on, may we request the ID committee to please facilitate the taking of the virtual photo. Please say NRDC. So there we have it, guys. Maraming salamat po. Now, a few announcements before we take our break. At this point also, let me take the time to acknowledge all those who have been staying with us and tuning with us since this morning. To the office of Congressman Yul Servo Neto, the EMRDC Cagayan State University, Cebu Institute of Technology University, Apayao State College R&D Office, Cuban National High School, Sorsogon, King's College of Marble Incorporated, City of Coronadal, DOST Central Office, Sultan Kudarat State University, Davao del Sur State College, MSU Maguindanao, Biliran Province State University, the University of Science and Technology, NET25 and DCEC Radio Aguila, University of Eastern Philippines, Lawag, Northern Samar, DOST Pisherd, Pamantasan ng Cabuyao, Rizal Memorial Colleges, Davao City, UP Tacloban, Urdaneta City University, CTU Daan, Bantayan, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Camarines Sur, the DOST Technology Application and Promotions Institute, the University of Eastern Philippines, Catarman, DOST Picard, Kalinga State University, Tabuk City, Kalinga, DNR Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, Los Baños, Laguna, the Provincial Local Government Unit of Lanao del Norte, and Pine City Colleges, Baguio City. Maraming salamat po for staying with us until this point of our program. Now, just a few announcements. Before we take our break this afternoon, we will start our session or resume our session at 1 p.m. For those who want to see more of our programs here at DOST, please tune in as we will be playing videos of our programs during the break. A quick reminder as well to our participants, please do not forget to fill out the evaluation form. This will help us on improving the future conduct of our events. The link is provided in the Zoom chat box, as well as on the comment section of the NRDC Facebook page. Meanwhile, please stay with us as we have more exciting research and development initiatives to present this afternoon. See you all at 1 p.m.
The Department of Science and Technology, with its new project, the S&T Fellows Program, aims to boost the research and development capacity of DOST. To do that, we are hiring S&T Fellows with extensive experience in various fields. For more information, like us on Facebook and send us an email. Join us and be a part of making change happen.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay daan tungo sa pag-unlad ng bayan.
Susi sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya, patungo sa magandang kinabukasan ng bawat isa.
Paglikha, paghahanap, at aplikasyon ng kaalaman para sa kaunlaran ng pangkalahatang pamumuhay.
Ay sinag ng pag-asa.
Ay importante sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa.
Ang game changer para sa new normal.
Ay susi sa kaunlaran.
Ay mapagpabago, napapanahon at tumutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan at patuloy nitong pag-unlad.
Ay sandigan ng buhay at ang maghahatid ng magandang kinabukasan.
Ay tulay at lakas tungo sa kaunlaran ng ating ekonomiya.
Susi sa kaunlaran. Ang siyang mangunguna sa pag-unlad ng Rehiyon 1.
Ay susi sa pag-unlad ng Mindanao.
Ay sandigan sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa.
Ay para mabago at umusbong ang buhay ng mga seaweed farmers.
Para sa mga pamilya na nakatira sa mga pamayanan na jida at walang kuryente.
Ay para rin sa pag-create ng mga livelihood para sa mga small farmers natin and IT communities.
Para sa ating mga kapatid na lumad dito sa Davao Region.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa bayan.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa pagbabago at pag-unlad ng bawat Pilipino.
As we navigate through the dramatic shifts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are called upon to become catalysts of change. We nurture innovation at its foundations, creating convergence and developing readily adaptable solutions where they are needed most. Together, shaping the new normal and beyond, we can make it happen. Through science and technology, DOST empowers private companies to adapt to an ever-changing economic landscape. As part of the Science for Change program, the collaborative R&D to leverage Philippine economy, or CRADLE, transforms the way we do business through Filipino-honed solutions. Academia and industry, bringing innovative ideas to life. Fostering collaboration in research and development, the CRADLE program offers a grant of up to 5 million pesos to collaborative R&D between local Filipino-owned companies and higher education or R&D institutions to address a present need while promoting the smooth transition of new technologies. We are looking for project proposals that are innovative, relevant, problem-focused, cost-competitive, cost-efficient, scientifically sound, and technically feasible. Partner with us and take on the challenge. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email Turn ideas into reality with R&D.
I feel fortunate enough to be given that opportunity to be able to apply what I know, lend my expertise, and provide technical assistance to the national COVID-19 response.
There is one thing in life that will never change, that a Filipino will always have the heart for fellow Filipinos. This pandemic has brought together Filipino scientists from around the globe, imparting their experience in creating a better Philippines. Learn more from our Balik Puso, Balik Pilipinas, Balik scientists as we celebrate this year's achievements and how far we have gone. Join us in the Balik Scientist, Tugon sa Hamon ng Panahon.
With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing an unprecedented global crisis with immense local impacts. Government, industry, academe, and civil society are working together more than ever, so we may not only adapt to present conditions, but are able to transform it. Inclusive innovation is our new normal. It's happening now, and we are part of this change. All over the world, people are responding to global challenges with innovative solutions backed by research and development. Setting the foundation for a globally competitive knowledge economy, the Department of Science and Technology launched the Science for Change program, enabling individuals and institutions to develop products and services that improve the lives of Filipinos in the countryside. Creating opportunities to improve science and technology infrastructure in the regions, S4CP introduces the Niche Centers in the Regions for R&D program, or NICER, a grant for universities to become focal points for R&D from a local to a national scale, where research outputs meet industry needs. The grant is open to higher education institutions with a capacity for multi-year R&D program implementation. We're looking for collaborative proposals that are unique throughout the regions, that benefits local industries, promotes inclusive growth, and is anchored on the harmonized national R&D agenda. Across the nation, there are NICER centers with many more in the pipeline. Send in your applications and contribute to the development of your region. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email. We'll help you find your niche.
Pilipinas, isa sa 17 mga bansa na mega biodiverse sa buong mundo. Mayroon itong 228 key biodiversity areas na tahanan ng 855 tinaguriang globally important species ng mga halaman at hayop. Tampok din sa bansa ang natatanging sari-buhay sa baybayin dagat at isla dahil sa lokasyon nito sa loob ng Coral Triangle. Ang Coral Triangle ay ang sentro ng pinakamataas na sari-buhay sa karagatan. Tinagurian ang bansa bilang Center of Marine Biodiversity in the World at ang Verde Island Passage bilang Center of Marine Shorefish Biodiversity. Ang Pilipinas din ay bahagi ng sentro ng iba't ibang palay, nyog, munggo, taro at yam, pati na rin ang sentro ng pinagmulan at iba't ibang mga saging sa Timog Silangang Asya. Yan ang sari-buhay. Ang sari buhay ay biodiversity sa wikang Ingles. Ang ibig sabihin nito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay, tulad ng hayop, halaman at microorganisms. Patuloy ang pagtuklas ng mga bagong species ng mga hayop at halaman sa bansa. Kaya naman, nararapat lamang na mayroong mga proyektong nagsusulong ng pagpapabuti at pangangalaga ng ating sari-buhay. Ang Biodiversity S&D Program ay binuo upang suportahan ang DOST sa layunin nitong konserbahin at magbahagi ng mga impormasyon at sustainable use o likaskayang paggamit ng sari-buhay at mga kaalaman, produkto at teknolohiyang mula dito. Kasama rin ang pagbalangkas ng mga polisiya sa access at benefit sharing ng ating genetic resources. Sakop ng programang ito ang pagdodokumento ng mga bagong species ng hayop at halaman, ang pagtatala ng kanilang distribution, behavior, at iba pang ecological observations. Kasama rin ang pagtuklas at paggamit ng katutubong halaman at hayop sa bansa. Isinusulong din ng programa ang pangangalaga at pamamahala, pagsusuri at pagbabantay, at ang likaskayang paggamit ng ating yamang dagat. Ang mga proyekto sa Biodiversity S&D Program ay matutunghayan sa isang serye ng DOST Picard na pinamagatan din na Sari Buhay, kung saan itatampok ang mga resulta ng mga pananaliksik gamit ang agham at teknolohiya. Ang kauna-unahang series ng DOST Picard ay mapapanood sa YouTube. Gusto mo bang malaman ang mga kwento? Kung ano-ano na ang mga bunga ng agham at teknolohiya mula sa Biodiversity S&D Program ng DOST Picard? Tunghayan natin ang mga kwentong ito dito sa Sari Buhay.
Sari buhay, sari buhay, sari buhay, sari buhay. Sa sari buhay lahat tayo'y magkakaugnay sa tulong ng agham at teknolohiya. Hawak natin ang tagumpay. Ang kalikasan ay kayamanan, ang pagkalinga ng ating tahanan. Magkabisik at tayo'y magkaisa. Sari buhay, 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 sari
milyong itlog a day. Na-produce po namin yan dahil nag-invest, nag-aral at nag-research ang mga farmers, ang egg farmers ng San Jose, Batangas.
Nakapag-start nun ako ng mga around 2,000 agad noong time na yon. So from that 2,000 tuloy-tuloy na yun, medyo napalaki ko.
Ito low value eggs, nasa-sell off lang po siya sa 2 pesos. May 82,000 tayo na piraso, 160,000 pesos on a daily basis. So kung monthly po yun, nasa 4.8 million po in a month.
And ang aming pong aspiration is gamitin ang science and technology to be able to become better in what we are doing. Very successful ang collaboration natin with the DOST and UP Diliman sapagkat po nagamit ng buong industry ang siyensya.
A new dawn awakens, reaching for the skies, rising to the challenge, rushing to a brighter tomorrow. The Filipino inventor is leading the way, and the DOST Technology Application and Promotion Institute is with them for the journey. Today, everyday Filipinos reap the benefits of truly local innovation. This is TAPI's vision, to plant a culture of innovation and discovery among the Filipino people. TAPI believes in the importance of science education. Students now have a deep appreciation of science and technology through TAPI's programs that aim to spark the genius of invention in every young Filipino. TAPI passionately looks out for the well-being of the Filipino inventor by assisting them in the protection of their rights and in gaining tax exemptions for their hard work. The adoption of Filipino inventions made our industries more efficient and more productive and has led to new products being introduced to the market. TAPI makes possible projects that have created opportunities and employment for our people, raising standards to achieve global competitiveness. With the latest technologies, local industries have grown faster and are more productive. Farmers, fishermen, and other micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs can now bring their products to millions of homes both here and abroad. At the same time, the spirit of discovery has allowed new businesses and industries to emerge. TAPI works to build the capabilities of inventors to create new businesses out of their inventions and reap the financial rewards for their innovations. Now, more than ever, the genius of the Filipino is shining through. Techniques, machines, and innovations created by Filipino innovators are proudly exhibited to industry players and the public at large. From development to prototyping to promotion and industry adoption, TAPI has guided the Filipino into the dawn of a more prosperous day. But the new day of progress and prosperity is only beginning. The Filipino is leading the way, and the DOST Technology Application and Promotion Institute will be there for the journey.
Semiconductor packages for electronic products like cameras, computers, cell phones, and more are manufactured here in the Philippines and comprise a majority of the exports of the country. The challenge is that thinner and wider packages are demanded, needing an enhanced packaging design that can withstand varying structural and thermal loads, even before manufacturing begins. At De La Salle University, together with our industry partner, Integrated Microelectronics Incorporated, we further develop a virtual model of the semiconductor packages. In the future, we will be able to design and manufacture better packaging to satisfy the demand of the global market for enhanced semiconductor products.
The Philippines is one of the world's mega-diverse countries, rich in natural resources and biological diversity. The very reason why agriculture, marine and aquatic, and natural resources are foreseen as key sectors in achieving sustainable and inclusive development in the country. With the right policies and programs in place, backed with appropriate technologies and innovations, attaining development is not far from reach. This is where the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD, takes its ground. PICARD was established in 2011 through the merging of two sectoral councils under the Department of Science and Technology. The Philippine Council for Agriculture, Forestry and Natural Resources Research and Development, and the Philippine Council for Aquatic and Marine Research and Development. Consolidating these two organizations into one apex council broadened its coverage, as well as provided a unified and holistic approach in addressing concerns in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources, or AANR sector. The Council aims to provide strategic leadership in promoting science and technology, or S&T, as a platform for AANR products innovation and environmental resiliency. Committed to sustaining dynamic leadership in S&T innovation in the AANR sector, PICARD formulates policies, plans, projects, and strategies for S&T development in the AANR sector. It programs and allocates government and external funds generated for research and development, or R&D efforts, as well as monitors R&D projects. It also generates external funds for R&D activities. PICARD carries out programs and advocacies according to 4 banner programs that embody its S&T interventions in the AANR sector. These are strategic R&D, R&D results utilization, policy research and advocacy, and capability building and R&D governance. The Council builds partnerships with local and international organizations for joint R&D, training, technical assistance, and information and technology exchange. It also ties up with funding institutions to support its programs and advocacies. Through the years, PICARD has been a lead organization in managing the network of government and higher education institutions involved in the AANR sector. Guided by its core values of relevance, excellence, and cooperation, PICARD catalyzes development through advancing S&T in the AANR sector. It is steadfast in its commitment to its mandates for the betterment of the lives of every Filipino, now and in the generations to come.
Sino pa ba ang tunay na magmamahal ng Pilipinas? Kundi tayong mga Pilipino lamang.
Nag-uumapaw ang mga oportunidad para sa mga may nais ng pagbabago. Maging hudyat ng pagbabago, makibalikat sa pagiging isang balik scientist, sapagkat tinatawag ka ng inang bayan, tinatawag ka ng kapwa mo Pilipino. Ang aming hamon, kailan ka babalik?
biodiversity ay sari buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay, tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Ang Pilipinas ay isang biodiversity hotspot. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari buhay, ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Kabilang ang bansa sa top global conservation priority areas dahil halos 700 species ay nasa endangered status na. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari buhay at ang pananagutan ng tao sa pangangalaga, pagpapanatili at sa patas at wastong paggamit ng mga yaman na ito. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCARD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito.
Ang bansa na nagbibigay ng kahalagahan sa research ay matagumpay at mas produktibo na isang bansa.
We are hoping that we will be able to reach more far-flung areas in the country. We will be able to guide them along the way and help them spur the development in their respective regions.
We implement innovative technologies by interfacing with our partners in the extended community, from the academe as well as the government, to create a synergy.
As researchers, we need other people's expertise to lift our research. So we always have to collaborate.
Ngayon ay nabibigyan po ng chance ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan tulad namin na magkaroon ng kaalaman sa pag-conduct ng research para po ma-improve pa po ang aming community.
Malaking role ang ginagampanan ng science and technology sa anumang aspeto ng ating pamumuhay, anuman yung ating estado sa buhay.
With this seminar, I'm sure na-increase yung kanilang motivation, nagkaroon ng dahilan ngayon para sila ay gumawa ng mga panibagong research.
We hope that after this, lalo pa po nating may involve ang mas marami pang tao na tumulong at gumawa ng mga researchers sa kanilang mga ahensya para po sa probinsya natin at sa ating mahal na bansa.
Research-driven insights can lead to optimal policies. Over the years, DOST PCARD has continuously invested in socioeconomic and policy studies that generate insights towards achieving an enabling policy environment for the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources or AANR sector.
Responding to the need for more aggressive policy advocacy, we are launching Policiencia,
an umbrella program integrating our policy analysis and advocacy initiatives. Polisciencia means polisia or policy, and scientia or science. Through Polisciencia, we aim to advance more science-informed and foresight-driven planning and policy development. Using the wealth of knowledge generated from R&D, we will intensify our efforts in advocating science-based policy reforms. We will also amplify the voice of science community in decision and policy making, not only in the AANR sector, but also in other science, technology, and innovation policy concerns.
Polisciencia has the following program components: Policy Environment Scanning and Information Management, where there would be a systematic scanning of news updates and completed policy studies to capture findings with policy implications, current events, and the latest policy pronouncements as inputs to portfolio development, planning, and policy making. Policy Advisory, to provide science-informed recommendations to policy-making bodies. Policy Research, to investigate policy-related problems affecting the AANR industries, assess different policy options, and recommend optimal policy solutions. Policy Advocacy. This is where we build a coalition of policy advocates to push for and provide mechanisms for pilot testing science-based policy reforms towards achieving macro-level to industry-specific policy goals. Foresight and Strategic Insights, to apply foresight and strategic insights in planning and policy making. Promotion and coalition building, to promote the DOST Picard policy portfolio and urge the current network to be part of a strong coalition. And lastly, capacity building, to create a critical mass of R&D workers in the regions who will spearhead the analysis and advocacy of region-specific policy issues.
Through Polisciencia, DOST and Picard, together with our partners, scientists, researchers, our fellow civil servants, industry professionals, and clients in the AANR sector, we will champion science and evidence-based formulation of optimal policies for a more responsive and inclusive science and technology development.
The surge of the COVID-19 pandemic had put a threat to the advancement of science and technology in the country. However, the Balik Scientist Program, as administered by the Department of Science and Technology, continues to uphold its goal to create opportunities and to build stronger scientific communities without compromising the health and safety of our Balik scientists. Last September 1, 2021, the DOST-BSP enhanced its supplemental guidelines and risk management plan by amending the Special Order Number 0415, Series 2020, to Special Order Number 0225, Series of 2021. Its goal is to continue the program's endeavors and to ensure the Balik scientists' safety by providing alternative means of engagement and incentives for the awardees. The amended guideline provides more conducive work arrangements for short-term and medium-term Balik scientists. The short-term engagement of 15 days to 6 months now offers arrangement of either pure remote or a combination of remote and on-site for Balik scientists. Such arrangement is anchored on the proposed TOR or Terms of Reference of the Balik scientist. The Balik scientist with proposed COVID or non-COVID related activities can now afford to be engaged remotely. For this arrangement, new applicants and Balik scientists with ongoing engagements can apply. On the other hand, the medium-term engagement shall be conducted purely on-site. Only new applicants can apply in this work arrangement. The special order also provides provisions and incentives for the on-site and remote engagement. For the on-site engagement, the following will be given. Number 1, provision of one round-trip airfare originating from a foreign country to the Philippines. Number 2, exemption from payment of Philippine tax travel for the balik scientists. 3, reimbursement of expenses for excess baggage. 4, tax-exempt daily subsistence allowance or DSA of $200 or based on the prevailing UNDP rate, whichever is higher. 5, accident, travel, and health or medical insurances, including dental, COVID-19, and other emergent infections, are covered. 6, provided that COVID-19 testing is not included in the health or medical insurances, the program shall cover the cost of testing as necessary. As per the remote engagement, a monthly incentive to at least salary grade 27 with the formula displayed on the screen will be provided. This supplemental guideline shall remain in force as long as there are travel restrictions and implementation of 14 days quarantine in the Philippines, and shall become ineffective upon written order by the DOST Secretary.
Have you been wondering how you and your institution can get started in doing research? Or have you been thinking of ways to level up your current research capabilities? Well, no need to keep wondering and thinking, because the Research and Development Leadership or RD Lead program is already here. The RD Lead is a program aimed at strengthening human research capital. It is one of the components of the Science for Change program of the Department of Science and Technology, and is being implemented by the National Research Council of the Philippines. The RD Lead program engages experts, called RD leaders, to capacitate personnel of state universities and colleges, higher education institutions, national government agencies, and research and development institutes. Specifically, the RD Lead program aims to strengthen the research capabilities of Filipino researchers, scientists, and engineers, complement the establishment of niche centers in the regions and other existing R&D centers, and steer the research direction of SUCs, HEIs, RDIs, and NGAs to become globally competitive. The program engages RD leaders who will assist institutions and lead in establishing and upgrading of R&D centers, train and capacitate local researchers, faculty, students, laboratory heads, and staff, provide policy recommendations, and develop and update manuals, protocols, programs, and modules. If you have been looking to get started in doing research but don't know how, then the RD Lead program is here for you. If you need an RD leader for your institution, send us your request to the following. For other inquiries, you may contact What are you waiting for? Send in your request now.
Tracing its roots back in 1901 from the then Bureau of Government Laboratories, which became the Bureau of Science, the Department of Science and Technology, Industrial Technology Development Institute, or DOST ITDI, turned 119 years old on July 1, 2020. From basic researches to mapping of the country's flora and fauna and other local resources for scientific studies, DOST ITDI has been a vital instrument in establishing the research and development agenda in the country. It was 1958 when the Bureau of Science became the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, that industrial R&D started gaining ground while harnessing local resources and skills towards self-sufficiency and optimized productivity. Industrial R&D went full gear in 1987 when the NIST was renamed Industrial Technology Development Institute, focusing on 4 major functions: research and development, technical services, technology transfer, and custodian of the national units of measure to provide international traceability. DOST ITDI research and development covers 5 major areas: food, environment and biotechnology, chemicals and energy, material science, and packaging technology. All aimed at supporting and answering the needs of local industries. Complementing its R&D are its technical services, standards and testing, national metrology, and technology transfer aimed at harnessing local industries' productivity and competitiveness, and translation of developed knowledge or innovation into the production sector, paving the way for new businesses or startups. As well, DOST ITDI innovations serve as springboards for businesses to thrive and prosper. In support of the administration's thrust in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, DOST interventions are anchored on the theme, Agham at Teknolohiya, Sandigan ng Kalusugan, Kabuhayan, Kaayusan, at Kinabukasan. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and when most of the country was in enhanced community quarantine, DOST ITDI bravely rose to the call of duty, distributed ready-to-eat foods such as the Pack of Hope and Mung Bean Cocoa Milk Drink to our frontliners in Metro Manila and other regions in the country, produced face shields via 3D printing and donated these to hospital frontliners, developing prototypes and 3D printing critically important parts of hospital equipment, and improved design of N95 mask to better protect the frontliners. The Institute is also providing interventions for our displaced countrymen who lost their jobs and livelihood by making training available online whenever necessary. And even before this pandemic, DOST ITDI innovations were critical in rehabilitating communities that experience calamities and even war and make them whole again. DOST ITDI has been preparing for an innovative ecosystem for new knowledge and technology to thrive and help make us ready for Industry 4.0. DOST ITDI aims to achieve kaayusan and ascertain the future or kinabukasan through its initiatives and help businesses and every Filipino adapt to COVID-19 under the new normal. State-of-the-art facilities are being established. Construction of the Simulation Packaging Testing Laboratory, SPTL, and Green Packaging Laboratory, GPL, is ongoing. At the SPTL, stress conditions that affect products during transport are simulated that can help mitigate losses during distribution, while produced products can be processed and packed in a green packaging laboratory. AMSIN, or the Advanced Manufacturing Center, DOST's 3D Printing Technology Center, is a joint project with Metals Industry Research and Development Center, MIRDC. ITDI focuses on developing multiple 3D printing materials from local materials to reduce cost. Halal Food Research and Development Facility. With this facility in place, the Institute hopes to develop new food products that are compliant to halal standards and as well support DOST as it responds to Republic Act No. 10817, or the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Act. Enhancement of the competence and capabilities of the National Metrology Laboratory of the Philippines. Expertise and facilities are being upgraded, and construction of laboratory facilities for metrology and chemistry and biology are now ongoing. It is envisioned that the NML will provide the country with credible measurements and traceability in the fields of physical, chemical, and biological metrology. And with the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, DOST response has been decisive. With the support of President Duterte and the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, the DOST will establish the Virology Science and Technology Institute of the Philippines, or VIP, to be constructed at the new Clark Economic Zone in Capas, Tarlac. The VIP shall be pursuing priority virology research and developing diagnostic kits, therapeutics, and vaccines for diseases caused by viruses, where DOST ITDI will have a critical function.
From laying the groundworks for science and technology in the country, the Industrial Technology Development Institute of the Department of Science and Technology, through the years, which turned 119 last July, has been consistently providing innovations to industry to help make them competitive, emerging as a credible industry partner. The Institute has been instrumental as well in mitigating hazards and improving the lives of disaster victims and communities to rise again. With so much optimism with this cooperation and bridging of talents and expertise, we look forward to enhance science, technology, innovation, competitiveness, and the emergence of new research and development capabilities that hopefully will translate into new products and services that meet the current and future needs of our nation and the people.
We've been farming seaweeds actually for the last 50 years. Unfortunately, seaweed production has decreased over the years. Farmers have been complaining that they haven't earned a lot enough to live. They're very poor. And then the processors are complaining that the seaweeds coming from Tawi-Tawi are really like low quality, that they even stop buying from them. So given all these issues, we decided that, maybe we should establish a seaweed research and development center.
The Batanes State College is the smallest SUC in the entire country in terms of student population and in terms of land area. Research and development is one area that we still need to focus and improve on. The RD Lead program, therefore, is one program that could really help us address this need to significantly strengthen and fortify our researchers' capabilities through the conduct of trainings and seminars, crafting of proposals, mentoring of family members, to name just a few.
Yung GIDA communities is made of kawayan, barong-barong, tapos yung atip is amakan or nipahat. And then, walang ilaw. So, ibig sabihin, ang iba gumagamit ng kerosene para sa ilaw during their dinner time. And then, instead of using kerosene, this solar project is an alternative and very beneficial.
We met in one of the IP communities in the Davao City. So, since then, we had really an advocacy to really help IP communities in terms of uplifting their lives.
Indicative figures are pwede naming i-double yung income right now ng mga marginalized farmers or itong mga IP communities natin. When I took in the BIS project, ang unang idea ko is to use the money to acquire research equipment for the benefit of our company. But I realized ko na itong mga advanced technologies na we are acquiring through BIS, hindi lang sa akin makaka-benefit but to the entire industry. Hindi na sila kailangan pumasok pa sa mga forested areas natin na protected areas at mag-harvest doon ng mga resources. So, natutulungan natin yung livelihood ng mga small farmers and IPs, and at the same time, napoprotect natin yung ating forest.
are the sole government agency mandated to assist the local metals, engineering, and allied industries.
May our partnership continue to reach more meaningful success stories in the future.
We share with our partners and stakeholders our facilities and expertise in engineering design and prototype development. We engage in research and development, and we are open to do R&D with collaborators.
In our pursuit of excellence in research and development, we further enhance know-how, which leads us toward continual improvement and coping up with changing technological landscapes.
We provide analytical and testing services aligned with local and international standards to ensure the quality of metal products.
We actively promote the R&D outputs and engage in technology transfer. We partner with our MSMEs and offer technical consultancy and training to boost the industry's competitiveness.
We also embark on non-research and development projects where we are able to widen our network and nourish relationship with our partners and stakeholders.
While we engage in R&D and technology transfer, we enrich the industry's science, technology, and innovation culture.
We ensure that our facilities and all the products of our R&D activities are appropriate to address the requirements of the industries.
We do all this in the pursuit of our vision of a more productive and competitive metals, engineering, and allied industries. We are the Department of Science and Technology, Metals Industry Research and Development Center.
We at the PTRI have always been conscious of the role we play in support of the textile industry. Our mission is to make full use of science, technology, and innovation as it plays a vital role in the inclusive growth and development of Philippine textiles and its allied industries. We focus on applied R&D in transforming our Philippine natural textile fibers for various applications, as we also continue to look for other potential textile fiber sources with the goal of creating 100% Philippine-made textiles. PTRI aims to set the standard of world-class Philippine textiles. With expertise in the production of innovative yarns in blends of cotton with abaca, banana, and pineapple leaf among others. The Institute has expanded the yarn production capacity to the countryside through its Inclusive Innovation TELA program. PTRI's physical and chemical testing facilities offer a wide range of assistance to the textile industry through timely and internationally recognized standards of tests for raw materials and finished products for performance and property testing. The PTRI also has the only geotextile testing laboratory in the country, catering to the needs of the geotextile sector. The development of technical competence in textile production in the handloom weaving sector in particular, and quality assurance in general, is evident in the on-ground technology transfer projects conducted in several regions of the country. Handloom weaving has always been part of the advocacy of the Institute to weave arts and culture together with science and technology. PTRI equipped various communities with skills, know-how, and implements suited to their needs to increase their productivity, spur innovations, and promote their economic growth. As the lead agency focused on natural dyes R&D, PTRI continuously endeavors to fill the supply chain gap of the natural dyes industry by establishing production hubs and facilities. PTRI TBI is a core facility capable of scaled-up natural dyeing and color innovation for startup companies looking to commercialize natural dyes. We develop eco-friendly finishing technologies for the creation of functional textiles and products such as mosquito repellency and antimicrobial treatment technologies. We aim to maximize the use of local, tropical fibers and fabrics for government uniforms and mainstream use. The technologies we develop for this purpose employ methodologies and use materials that promote circularity and ecological balance. The PTRI Perfect Fit Textile Product Development Center aims to provide an integrated product development system that is, from measurement taking to designing to prototyping, to assist the creative industry and micro, small, and medium enterprises in their product development process in a quick and cost-efficient manner. We, at the PTRI, have always been conscious of the role we play in support of the textile industry. PTRI aims to see our local textile industry achieve global scale and prominence through homegrown technology and ingenuity. Tela Pilipinas, Gawang Pilipinas, Galing Pilipinas.
Our mission is to make lives better for the Filipino. In more than 3 decades, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development has invested in research and innovation, in people, in infrastructure, and in support systems to create an enabling environment for health research in the country, to generate innovations and solutions to our pressing health problems.
Created in 1982 as a sectoral council of the Department of Science and Technology, the PCHRD is mandated to coordinate all health research in the country. The PCHRD has grown and expanded its services in the areas of agenda setting, research management, capacity building, research dissemination, translation and utilization, resource mobilization, and national and international collaborations. The PCHRD promotes health research ethics as the country's commitment to the protection of the rights, welfare, and well-being of human participants in research. Generated from the funded projects of the Council were important healthcare policies, products, and services. Even before the passage of the Technology Transfer Law of 2009, the Council already undertook technology commercialization, which seeded the growth of medicinal plant products in the country. Lagundi for cough and Sambonga's treatment for kidney stones are now household names. With health innovations in the pipeline, the Council is, at the same time, building the capacity of research institutions and researchers to make sure that research projects are technology and industry ready. Research for evidence-informed policy making is an equally important path for our research outputs. Our supported researches contributed to the development of the expanded program on immunization, the Newborn Screening Act, the National Health Insurance Act, the Philippine National Health Research System Act, the National Integrated Cancer Control Act, and the Universal Health Care Act. To ensure that the country has a cadre of researchers who will undertake needed researches, the PCHRD provides scholarships, research fellowships, and other assistance for capacity building. What sustains a health research system is communication. With this in mind, the Council maximizes the use of traditional and new media. Partnership is employed as a strategic approach. Partnership with media, partnership with the regional consortium's communication teams, and partnership with everyone who shares the Council's vision. Decades may have passed, but the PCHRD's mandate remains the same. PCHRD, making your life better.
The Philippines, through the Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration, is a member of the World Meteorological Organization, a specialized body of the United Nations. Priding ourselves as the forerunner of weather and climate science in the region, we have spent decades of training, research, and international collaboration. Originally stationed in Padre Faura, DOST Pag-asa is a critical national agency issuing tropical cyclone, flood, and climate forecasts and warnings. Growing proud to be a credible national meteorological and hydrometeorological service, peopled with highly trained weather forecasters and observers who keep up-to-date information on daily forecasts. Our meteorologists continue to study weather and climate phenomena relevant to people's safety and understand the structure and development of tropical cyclone to mitigate the effects of hydromet hazards. Our hydrologists understand the structure and development of typhoons to possibly mitigate the effects of disastrous floods. Our global reach has effective linkages with scientific organizations, promoting exchange of scientific information and cooperation among personnel engaged in atmospheric, geophysical, astronomical and space studies, Pag-asa's 5 regional stations across the country, which are ready to give evidence-based localized weather information and related services, are highly dependable. 57 synoptic stations gathers all the meteorological elements at fixed observation times. 23 agromet stations provide agricultural meteorological advice. 8 upper air stations conduct observation of atmospheric pressure, temperature, humidity, and wind speed and direction, or a combination of all these variables at several layers of the upper atmosphere by electronic means. A wind tunnel used in aerodynamic research to study the effects of air moving past solid objects. 1 wind profiler. 155 automatic weather stations, 187 automatic rain gauges, 47 water level sensors, 2 automatic weather observing system, 2 high-frequency Doppler radar, 16 Doppler weather radars, 6 meteorological satellite facilities, 1 planetarium. We are with the Filipino people all day and night in multiple platforms so we can cascade information far and wide. Our influence in social media is getting significant, but we maintain our presence in TV, radio, and newspapers. Our work is beyond hard science. We inform people to keep them safe and their properties protected at all times. We are expanding and pumped up enough for the new wave of innovation of weather sciences as we realize our modernization plan.
Suffocating clouds of poisonous ash, violent shaking, and damaging wall of water. These are some of the devastating effects of volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis. The Philippines, in particular, is vulnerable to these natural hazards. This nation lies in the Pacific Ring of Fire, a region that has produced some of the most destructive earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in history. This country hosts 23 active volcanoes and has experienced more than 90 destructive earthquakes in the last 400 years. The ever-present threat from these forces of nature has prompted the creation of a national agency that will study, investigate, and monitor geotectonic and volcanic activities that may pose risk to public safety. The Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS, is a service institute of the Department of Science and Technology that is principally mandated to mitigate disasters that may arise from volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other related geotectonic phenomena. Its vision is to become a leading global science and technology institution in helping develop communities safe from and resilient to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other related hazards. Its mission, on the other hand, is to provide timely and quality information and services for warning, disaster preparedness, and mitigation. It aims to achieve this by developing and applying technologies designed to monitor and accurately predict and determine areas prone to volcano and earthquake hazards, and capacity enhancement for comprehensive disaster risk reduction. The history of earthquake and volcano monitoring in the Philippines goes back to 1880, when seismological observation in the Philippines started under Manila Observatory. Part of this scientific institution's tasks is to observe and study seismological activities in the country. By 1901, the Philippine Weather Bureau was formed, and part of its main function was to monitor earthquakes. After several years, the Bureau was abolished and was eventually changed to PAG-ASA, or the Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services. While the country already had an agency dedicated for the monitoring of earthquakes, it still lacked a unit designated to study volcanic eruptions. The need for a volcanic monitoring agency only became apparent with the violent eruption of Hibok-Hibok volcano in 1951, which killed hundreds of people. This disaster resulted in the formation of COMVOL, or the Commission of Volcanology, the following year. Its main task was to safeguard life and property against volcanic eruptions and its dangers. In 1982, COMVOL was reorganized and renamed as Philippine Institute of Volcanology, PHIVOLC. After 2 years, seismology, which was then under the PAG-ASA, was added to the functions of PHIVOLC, making it PHIVOLCS, or the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. The efficiency of PHIVOLCS can be attributed to its internal strategy of becoming a highly responsive and competent organization. It does this by hiring highly competent staff and assisting and developing them to be experts. The staff is similarly motivated and skilled in their field of expertise, led by an equally skilled and dynamic leader. Within the institution are effective and efficient systems, procedures, and structures that enable PHIVOLCS to achieve its objectives.
In line with these mandates, PHIVOLCS conducts earthquake, tsunami, and volcano monitoring and warning, hazards and risk assessment, potential for earthquake, volcanic eruption, and tsunami to occur, as well as disaster preparedness and risk reduction activities through various internally funded projects, as well as through collaboration with local and international institutions.
The expertise and dedication of the staff to their work allows them to deliver their commitment of making sure that the communities achieve resilience to these destructive hazards. PHIVOLCS is made up of 5 divisions headed by the Office of the Director. As head of the organization, the Office of the Director ensures that the program and projects are aligned with the strategic objectives of the Institute. This includes the Volcano Monitoring and Eruption Prediction Division, the Seismological Observation and Earthquake Prediction Division, the Geology and Geophysics Research and Development Division, and the Geologic Disaster Awareness and Preparedness Division. These are the working arms of PHIVOX that carry out its volcano, earthquake, and tsunami disaster risk reduction programs. The Finance and Administrative Division supports and facilitates the operation of the office. The Volcano Monitoring and Eruption Prediction Division is responsible for the National Volcano Monitoring and Warning Program. It operates real-time with integrated multi-parameter volcano monitoring systems in the country's 8 most active volcanoes. These include the Mayon, Taal, Bulusan, Pinatubo, Canlaon, Hibok-Hibok, Matutum, and Parker.
This is the division that is responsible for implementing the National Volcano Monitoring and Warning Program of the Institute, which is the core strategy for integrated monitoring of the country's most active volcanoes.
The Seismological Observations and Earthquake Prediction Division is charged with the National Earthquake Monitoring and Information and the National Tsunami Monitoring and Early Warning Programs. During an earthquake, the information from seismic stations are transmitted, received, and analyzed at the Data Receiving Center, which operates 24/7. This ensures that any data from PHIVOX stations are immediately assessed and earthquake information is relayed to the concerned government agencies as well as to the public.
The Seismological Observation and Earthquake Prediction Division is in charge of providing timely and accurate information about earthquakes and tsunami events that may occur and impact here in the Philippines.
The Seismological Observation and Earthquake Prediction Division is also responsible for monitoring tsunami occurrences, not only in the Philippines, but in other countries as well. With sea level monitoring stations, PHIVOX is able to identify and issue advisories and warnings for possible tsunamis. The Geology and Geophysics Research and Development Division, as the name suggests, is the division tasked with earthquake hazards and risk assessment, earthquake generation potential of active faults and trenches, volcanic hazards and risk assessments, and eruption and magmatic history of volcano system programs.
Our research studies are facilitated by the use of Institute-accepted standard methodologies, databases, and geographic information systems or GIS tools.
The Geologic Disaster Awareness and Preparedness Division is in charge of volcano, earthquake, and tsunami disaster preparedness and risk reduction programs, which are done through research, materials development, and communication services.
The Geologic Disaster Awareness and Preparedness Division is the division responsible for coming up with different programs related to volcano, earthquake, and tsunami preparedness and risk reduction.
Meanwhile, the Finance and Administrative Division is responsible for strategic human resource management and development, leadership enhancement and development, and strategic performance assessment and development excellence programs. In the event of a sudden volcanic unrest and/or large earthquake, PHIVOX sends a quick response team, which is a scientific team composed of geologists, seismologists, volcanologists, engineers, and social scientists who can be dispatched to a particular area which requires PHIVOX attention. Each member of the team is to monitor and study the geologic event to allay the fear of the populace and educate them on how to respond properly to hazards posed by an impending volcanic eruption or large earthquake. While the Philippines still remains vulnerable to earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or tsunamis, the Filipinos can nonetheless be sure that PHIVOX will be there to monitor, predict, and help the public during these natural calamities.
New and exciting ways to innovate are cropping up all around, taking on adaptive measures and pioneer approaches in a collective response to society's most pressing needs. It's happening now. We decide what our new normal should be. So how do we harness this momentum for inclusive and lasting change? The first step is R&D. Businesses invest in research and development so they can continue to grow, enabling companies to become more competitive through new technologies, better processes, and innovative solutions. Under the Science for Change program, DOST promotes the culture of innovation, integrating R&D efforts to level the playing field and keep up with the demands of the times. S4CP introduces the Business Innovation through S&T for Industry program, giving companies financial assistance to acquire strategic and relevant technologies for their own R&D. BIST accepts multi-year project proposals, co-sharing 70% of the total project cost to be refunded on the third year of
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the day 2 of the 6th National R&D Conference. Again, I am Rodolfo Geronimo from the DOST NCR, and thank you for staying with us. Before anything else, let me take this time to thank the presence and support of the following agencies and institutions. Thank you to DOST Region 8, Samar State University, Salcedo Campus, Eastern Samar, Kapsu Dumaraw, Bicol University, to Iloilo Doctors Hospital Incorporated. We also would like to thank the Commission on Audit, DOST Pag-asa, also to PUP Manila, also to Nueva Vizcaya State University, Camarines Norte State College, Caraga State University, to Ipil National High School, also to BIFAR Region 2, to Pampanga State Agricultural University, to PCA NFPDD, Cagayan State University Apari Campus, to the Commission on Population and Development Region 2. Also, we would like to thank Centro Escolar University School of Optometry, also the University of the Philippines, Diliman, to DTI Region 5, the University of Southern Mindanao, Cabacan, CDRRM Office of Gingoog City, to Pangasinan State University, also to Laguna State Polytechnic University, Los Baños Campus, also to the Medical City, Ortigas, also to the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. We would also like to thank the College of Agriculture, Romblon State University, to the Department of Education, Santa Rosa City, of course, to DOST Calabarzon, also to the Emergency Operations Center, Province of Agusan del Sur. Also with us this afternoon is the Aurora State College of Technology, Pagadian City Science High School, CHED Region 8, the Davao del Sur State College. Also, we would like to thank our participants watching from Basilan, the Philippine Science High School, Eastern Visayas Campus, the Mindoro State University, Oriental Mindoro, Cooperative Development Authority, Davao, the MSU General Santos, I-Academy, the Philippine Carabao Center, Nueva Ecija, also to Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology. We would also like to thank the Western Visayas Medical Center, Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. Together with us this afternoon is the City Government of Makati, also Zamboanga State College of Marine Sciences and Technology. We also have with us St. Mary's University of Bayumbong, Ateneo Research Institute of Science and Engineering, Romblon State University, the Philippine Women's College of Davao, Arellano University, UP Visayas Tacloban College, the University of St. Louis Tugigaraw, Cagayan State University Electromobility Research and Development Center. We also have with us Easter College Incorporated, Baguio City, the DOST Central Luzon. Also, we have with us the Philippine Air Force, Harvest Agribusiness Corporation, and the University of San Agustin. Muli po, maraming salamat for staying with us this afternoon. Now, to liven up our event more this afternoon, may I request all our participants viewing us by the Facebook Live and YouTube live streams to please comment by the comment section the hashtag 6NRDC. Muli po, comment on our comment section by the Facebook and YouTube live streams hashtag 6NRDC. Maraming salamat po. We shall now proceed with the presentation proper. In keeping with this year's theme, Pananaliksik at Pagpapaunlad, Daan, Tungo sa Pagbangon, it is with great pride that I welcome you all to witness the game-changing innovations in the area of kinabukasan, particularly on the efforts done in the education, biodiversity, agriculture, and climate change, among others. To open this afternoon session, Let us hear the message of support of the Secretary of Department of Education on her insights on the government's R&D efforts in the basic education. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us this afternoon Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones.
Good day, fellow frontliners in the field of education, of research and development, of all agencies in the national government which are involved in development and also at the forefront of the fight against COVID. DOST is perhaps the closest and the friendliest among all the agencies that we deal with. This is because our respective mandates and functions are closely interrelated. Even as DOST, and we congratulate you for this initiative, is now hosting the 6th National Research and Development Conference on the theme of Pananaliksik sa Pagpapaunlad, Daan, Tungo sa Pagbabago, or the road to recovery through research and development. We are aware that as DOST forges on with research, technology, new institutions, new findings, and ways of fighting the challenges that we are facing at this time, they need the support and the backup manpower which basic education and math, sciences, and even the humanities can provide. In the cabinet and also in our relationship with the President, no proposal of the Department of Science and Technology has ever been challenged or debated because all of us see the importance of what you are doing, what you are initiating, not only for the present challenges, but also for the future of our country and also of our planet. When the DOST announced, for example, the establishment of a brain center, followed very closely by the announcement of the launching of a space center, as well as now the centers for virology. And we also have the genome centers, which are also based in the University of the Philippines. I have always challenged the DepEd family that we have to move along and support the DOST and all other institutions which are researching and developing ways of dealing with current and future challenges. I always tell the DepEd family that even as DOST will get the hotshot scientists, the best researchers, the best PhDs and so on, they would be needing research assistants. They would be needing data gatherers. They would be needing inputters of information into their vast research involvements and adventures. And so we have to catch up, especially in enriching and expanding the reach of mathematics, science, as well as the humanities. Because, as I said, we can get the hotshot scientists and researchers from various parts of the world, ask them to come home, but they need research assistants. They need data gatherers who will understand what the researchers, what the frontliners, what those in the front line of research are looking for and development. And for that, we in the Department of Education have to strengthen our basic programs in mathematics, in science, and technology, as well as I said in humanities. Because after all, we are not in the business of producing robots, but perhaps of nurturing and teaching better and more productive human beings. So congratulations, DOST, led by Boy de la Peña, and all your scientists, all your researchers, and we hope that our programs in the DepEd, especially in basic science, in mathematics and technology, environment, and so on, will keep pace with what you are doing so we can provide learners, we can provide assistance, we can provide helpers, and as I always joke, even janitors who will understand which pieces of paper or which lines of findings should be thrown away or perhaps retained and studied further. So congratulations to each and every one of you. We can assure you that as far as we can, as much as we can, the Department of Education will strive to keep pace with your initiatives by providing you with learners who will be better trained, better exposed, and better practitioners of the basics of mathematics, of science, and technology, even as we continually remind them that they are Filipinos, that they have a culture, they have a heritage to protect through science and technology. Congratulations for all your efforts, and we also appreciate all that the Department of Science and Technology has been offering to the Department of Education to help improve its programs, also increase the capacity of our teachers, and this is a need which we recognize and accept. And we thank you for the scholarships, for the special training, and for the appreciation that you have always extended to us whenever the DepEd is also able to help and to assist the Department of Science and Technology in its frontline pioneering endeavors. Congratulations once more. We assure you our full cooperation. We assure you that if you give us feedback where we can better improve our services, where we can also improve the capacities of our teachers as well as of our students, where we can enrich our curricula, and even perhaps the design of our classrooms and the major decisions that we have to make, because after all, those who finish, who survive basic education will move on, hopefully, to your department and help out in the solution, the search, the innovation that all of us are involved in as we fight our enemies, windmills or not, as we fight those who challenge us, as we fight the viruses, as we deal with the weather, and as we look forward to the future and how better we can serve our country. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones, and to the entire Department of Education for your support to the NRDC. As a teacher myself, my personal heartfelt thanks go to the agency for creating bridges between the education and the scientific sectors. Just as a recap, earlier during the morning session, we witnessed the efforts and researches made by our beloved researchers specific to the efforts on law and order amidst this pandemic. This time around, we will continue the same by witnessing innovations in the kinabukasan sector. Please watch these videos.
This pandemic has made us more mindful of our health and more thankful for the miracles of medicine and other interventions that keep us healthy and alive. One of these medical miracles is the antibiotic. Whenever we go down with strep throat, a UTI, or other bacterial infections, doctors prescribe antibiotics to help our body recover. However, like any other organism, bacteria can change over time. As a result, antibiotics made to combat bacterial infections can become ineffective, making infections difficult or impossible to treat. These multi-drug resistant pathogens are a serious health concern worldwide. As a result, there is an ever-pressing need to get ahead of the evolution of drug-resistant bacterial pathogens. To do this, we need to develop new antibiotics. The mangrove ecosystem, such as those in Surigao del Sur, are rich in bioactivity. Most promisingly, it is a home to a dizzying diversity of actinobacteria. Actinobacteria are microbes that are known to produce a wide variety of bioactive secondary metabolites, and many of these are active against pathogenic microorganisms. Simply put, actinobacteria is a potential source of new antibiotics to combat drug-resistant bacterial pathogens. Our team was able to obtain 556 actinobacterial isolates from a mangrove forest in Surigao del Sur. These isolates were then purified, preserved, and screened for bioactivity. Among the isolates, we found 13 actinobacteria with antimicrobial activity against the test pathogens. The bioactive compounds of the 13 actinobacteria were then extracted using liquid-liquid extraction for further characterization. The components of the crude extracts showed up as multiple bands in the TLC plates, and some of these components showed good antimicrobial activity shown as clearing during bioautography. HPLC profiles also show these components as peaks, with each peak representing compounds with possible bioactivity. The MIC of a compound shows the minimum concentration required to inhibit bacterial growth. Notably, the crude extract of one actinobacteria has a similar MIC with our control antibiotic, vancomycin, at 1.95 parts per million. Our result indicates that this particular extract can be used for future research on drug development. Molecular identification revealed that the isolates we examined belong to either Streptomyces or Kitacytospora, two of the common groups of actinobacteria. Our study highlights the rich microbial resources that we have in our country. By exploring our water, shores, and mangrove forests, we can discover answers to pressing questions, potentially saving lives and improving the health of humankind. We believe that our outputs can be utilized further to develop microbials that are locally sourced, easily produced, and readily accessible. To do this, we recommend that the DENR, together with LGUs and private sector, strengthen policies and programs to protect mangrove areas. These habitats are prime sources of beneficial microorganisms, many of which are just waiting to be explored. We also call on the government to give more funding for the research and development of antimicrobials. If done in a determined and meaningful manner, we can jumpstart the local production of important antimicrobials with an eye towards self-sufficiency and improve healthcare for all. Thank you, NRCP, for the research grant, and thank you everyone for your attention.
Bakit nga ba natin tinatawag na paraiso ang Pilipinas? Mayroon kasi tayong sari-buhay na kamangha-mangha sa ating buong kapuluan. Ang ating mga kalupaan at katubigan ang nagsisilbing tahanan ng samut-sari at natatanging species ng hayop at halaman. Isa ang bansa sa 18 megadiversity areas kung saan halos 80% ng biodiversity sa mundo ay narito. Kabilang sa mga maipagmamalaki natin ay ang West Philippine Sea, Philippine Rice, at Verde Island Passage. Hindi ba't ang ganda ng Pilipinas? Kaya naman maraming mga proyekto ang binuo at isinagawa upang pangalagaan at protektahan ang ating sari-buhay.
Binuo ang Biodiversity Science and Technology Program upang maglayong pahalagahan at pangalagaan ang sari-buhay sa bansa. Ang programang ito ng DOST PCARD ay nakatuon sa pagsusuri ng sari-buhay at sa paggamit ng mga likas na yaman ng may pagsasaalang-alang sa iba pang mga buhay sa mundo. Malawak ang sakop ng sari-buhay. Kasama natin dito sa daigdig ang mga halaman at hayop na namumuhay sa iba't ibang tahanan. Para sa lupa at kabundukan o terrestrial biodiversity, nakatuon ang programa sa pangangalaga nito at pagbuo ng mga kapaki-pakinabang na produkto mula sa iba't ibang halaman at pangayaman galing sa kagubatan. Pati na rin ang muling pagtuklas sa mga katutubong gulay, pagpapayaman at pagpaparami ng mga halamang pagkain at halamang gamot at pagsusuri sa mga natatanging halaman at hayop sa bansa gaya ng mga nasa key biodiversity areas ng Cebu. Kasama rin dito ang pagtuklas ng mga natural na pestidyo ng halaman, pagpapanatili ng samut-saring buhay sa kabundukan sa Mindanao at pagpaparami ng katutubong baboy na may mataas na kalidad. Tumungo naman tayo ngayon sa ating katubigan. Para sa lawa at tubig tabang o inland aquatic biodiversity, sinusuportahan natin ang pagtatayo ng mga freshwater fisheries center sa Cagayan Valley kung saan pinararami ang ludong at ang paggamit ng mga halamang dagat bilang pagpapayaman ng freshwater eel culture. Kasama rin dito ang pagpapatupad ng mga patakaran sa pagpaparami at pag-aalaga ng hito at ang pagsusuri sa aquatic biodiversity para sa upland freshwater ecosystem sa Lake Cebu, South Cotabato. Tingnan naman natin ngayon ang ganda sa ilalim ng dagat at karagatan. Para sa marine biodiversity, nakatuon ang programa sa pagpapanatili ng malawak na sari-buhay sa marine environment at pagpapanatili ng katiwasayan sa kalagayan ng ating marine resources. Ilan sa sinisikap nating gawin ay ang pagsusuri ng mga likas na yaman sa Philippine rice at iba't ibang bahura at uri ng malalaking kabibe sa bansa. Nagtayo rin tayo ng mga research centers para sa pag-aaral, pananaliksik at pagsusuri sa likas na yaman sa ating katubigan. At upang makakalap ng bagong impormasyon at pangunawa sa pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng mga reef fishes sa Luzon at Mindanao, nagsagawa ng DNA barcoding sa ilang marine fishes na matatagpuan sa Hilaga at Timog, Pilipinas. Ang proyektong ito ay magbibigay linaw para sa mas maayos na pamamahala ng mga pangisdaan. Patuloy ang DOST Picard sa paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya para sa pagpapaunlad ng sari-buhay sa bansa. Narito ang ilan pa sa aming mga susunod na gagawin para sa kinabukasan ng ating kalikasan. Samut-sari ang halaman at hayop dito sa bansa, hindi ba? Nakita natin na sa bawat sulok ng kapuluan, mayroon tayong napagkukunan ng ating pangangailangan at mga yamang nariyan para ating maipagmalaki at mapakinabangan. Tunay ngang isang paraiso ng buhay ang Pilipinas. Kaya naman, kaisa kayo ng DOST Picard sa pagsulong at pagpapaunlad ng sari-buhay. Ang lahat ng nilalayo ng programa ay patungo sa isang dakilang hangarin para sa kapakanan ng mga susunod na salinlahi, para sa pagpapahalaga sa ating sari-buhay na sadyang kabigha-bighani.
Sari-buhay, 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 sari-buhay.
The Philippines, being in the Coral Triangle, is blessed with rich marine biodiversity. This places us on the map of one of the most megadiverse countries. We tend to enjoy these blessings, from tourist destinations and to foods we eat that we get from our oceans. However, not all of us are aware of our impacts in our marine environment.
It was so ironic that we have these problems and we are not well aware.
The plastic problem in the ocean is a global dilemma. In fact, the Philippines is on the top 3 countries in terms of percentage of mismanaged plastic wastes. This does not only threaten our marine wildlife, but also humans that depend on the oceans to survive. Yet, floating plastic debris is just the tip of the iceberg. Plastic debris in the ocean are degraded into smaller particles called microplastics. These are plastic debris with sizes ranging from 20 to 5,000 micrometers and are found in the ocean surface, water column, and even in sediments. They came from different sources, from plastic product manufacturing, maintenance and use, and disposal. It poses a grave threat as it is ingested and filtered by corals, bivalves, mollusks, and fishes, where these microplastics are stored in their gills, muscles, and gut. Also, microplastics becomes vectors of bacteria and other microbes, which could affect the overall health of the animal and even humans, which could eat any food contaminated with microplastics. Seeing the fact that the Philippines is an archipelagic country, there is a rising concern and question: are Philippine marine waters contaminated with microplastics? To answer this, we sampled 10 marine water bodies in the Philippines, where we gathered water samples at depths as deep as 30 meters. The water samples were brought to the laboratory, filtered, and microscopically analyzed. Results showed that the sampled marine waters in the Philippines was contaminated with microplastics such as microfibers, microfragments, and microbeads, as well as other kinds such as nurdles and microfoams. In all of these microplastics, microfragments were the most numerous type. Unfortunately, all 10 study sites are contaminated with microplastics, with a mean density of 26 pieces per liter. Antanion Strait protected seascape and Cebu has the highest microplastic count. Microplastics are also evenly dispersed at distances from the shore as far as 3 kilometers, showing that microplastics are not only found in the shoreline where human activities are high, but also in the open sea. They are also found as deep as 30 meters and evenly distributed in the water column, indicating possible microplastic contamination in our coral reefs and economically important fishes. With these results, we highly recommend that solid waste management plans by local government units should be reviewed and related policies for all solid waste should be streamlined. Also, management protocols of solid waste should be improved and updated in order to meet the demand of increasing solid waste generation. A thorough inventory of all solid waste sources, whether from land or sea, has to be inventoried and identified, and public awareness campaigns regarding the impact of plastic waste has to be made. Save the oceans for a sustainable future. Ban single-use plastics.
Buhay ay weather lang. It's a Filipino expression, which means that most of the time, we have little control over what happens in our everyday lives. This is true, especially when we're up against natural calamities every year that affect millions of Filipinos. In fact, according to Pag-asa, an average of 20 tropical cyclones enters the Philippines each year, and in 2020 alone, the country lost almost 12 billion pesos worth of agricultural produce due to these typhoons. But what if by observing lightning, we can improve our disaster response? That's because according to research, the presence of lightning activity signifies weather disturbances like rainfall is about to happen. That is why the DOST ASTI, in partnership with Hokkaido University, UPIESM, Pag-asa, and JICA, is spearheading a project investigating this matter. This is the ULAD project, or Understanding Lightning and Thunderstorms. It aims to answer the question, how can lightning and thunderstorms be used to improve our weather observations? There are 4 objectives in this project. First is to deploy a lightning detection network in the Philippines for weather observation. Second is to use the Diwata and Himawari satellites to reconstruct 3D models of the clouds for estimating their precipitation. Third is to develop algorithms for improving our weather forecasting systems and weather analytics tools. And lastly, is to not only share the data with stakeholders in related agencies, but also to provide near real-time weather information to the public. Currently, the team has put up weather stations called Poteca stations that are grouped into 2 networks. The first one is the P-Poteca network, which is a dense network of sensors that covers the Metro Manila area. The second one is the V-Poteca network, which is located at different Pag-asa stations nationwide. These networks aim to complement our existing meteorological equipment and help in generating additional weather forecasts. Since the project's inception, we have made significant progress towards our goals. With the collaboration of everyone involved in the project, our efforts show in the research outputs that we currently have. For example, we initially validated lightning events that occurred at specific locations by comparing it with lightning data coming from nearby stations. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are being used to interpolate the amount of rainfall and even provide complementary forecasts. We can also track the movement of thunderstorms as it passes through Metro Manila. All of these can help LGUs and DRRMOs to possibly to improve their disaster response operations. So, can lightning and thunderstorms be used to predict the weather? While the results are promising, a lot of work still needs to be done. And we need your help by continuing to support DOST projects like this. Together with the ULAT team, let us all learn to adapt to whatever nature gives us. And whatever difficult situations we may encounter in the future, let us all together move beyond possibilities.
What if we can estimate the impact and losses of a destructive typhoon before it hits the country? Would that make us more informed of our next actions? Here at DOST Pag-asa, our team studies the socio-economic impact of severe wind due to tropical cyclones in the Philippines. Every year, a total of 20 tropical cyclones enter the Philippine area of responsibility, and 9 to 10 of which makes landfall. These tropical cyclones pose risk in our country due to the hazards they bring, such as heavy rain and severe wind. In recent years, more damaging typhoons have been affecting our country that have caused loss of lives and property. So back in 2015, Pag-asa, in partnership with Geoscience Australia, conducted a research of impacts of severe wind caused by tropical cyclones in the Greater Metro Manila area, or GMMA. With this, Pag-asa has developed the capacity of conducting severe wind and risk assessment. At present, Pag-asa, in partnership with PHIVOX and UP Diliman Institute of Civil Engineering, are implementing a DOST-funded project entitled Severe Wind Hazard and Risk Assessment for Cebu City. This project focuses on the improvement of hazard modeling, enhancement of vulnerability curves of building types, and a new exposure database. In this project, we define risk assessment as the interaction of three important components: hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. By combining these three, we will be able to estimate the risk in terms of floor area damage, economic loss, number of damaged structures of either partial or complete state, and the total affected population. Hazard is the component that induces risk or danger to exposed elements such as structures or population. Severe wind hazard can be expressed in terms of return period or probabilistic, or a scenario-based or deterministic simulated value during a single tropical cyclone event. The next component is exposure. This component includes the exposed elements at risk to the hazard, such as structures, critical infrastructures, and population. Lastly, vulnerability is the component which determines how strong the structures can resist severe wind. It also computes the appropriate cost of damage. This is used in calculating the probability, the number of structures that will be in partial or complete state of damage. Vulnerability also estimates how many in the population will be affected by severe wind due to the occurrence of tropical cyclones. We then combine these components into a newly developed program called the SWERV tool that automatically assesses and estimates the risk associated with severe winds due to tropical cyclones in any area in the Philippines, specifically those provinces that are most hit by the tropical cyclones or those that will be hit during a tropical cyclone event. In this tool, Pag-asa utilizes the ClickSense analytics platform to visualize and calculate the risk in a certain area, The risk information produced in the SWERV tool will be made accessible online for the local government units. Using the ClickSense platform, Pag-asa was able to automate the calculation of risk. Being the pilot area of this project, the Cebu City LGU was selected as the local partner and end user of this product. Through the LGU, the disaster management officials and development planners can plan and strategize actions in preparation for the upcoming tropical cyclone. This will help them reduce the expected damage and losses, and will also help them determine which should be prioritized to enhance mitigation and resilience with tropical cyclones. In the future, the SWERV tool will be improved through collaboration with LGUs into developing updated local exposure data. With this tool, Pag-asa envisions that our LGUs will be more resilient and can minimize the risk accompanied by severe winds during tropical cyclone occurrences. It's time to invest in our own resilience and consider disaster risk reduction and management as our first line of defense against the uncertainty of what is coming tomorrow.
Summer days are really warm, but there are those days that are just unbearably hot. During these days, we can't stand being under the sun for more than a minute. We need to keep ventilated even when indoors, and the night air feels like it's still the middle of the day. Now, what if those extremely hot days lasted for a month or two, or even a season? And what if our regular hot summer days become our regular warm days year-round? Rainy days are another thing. There are parts of the country which have seasons where rain could pour quite intensely, while there are those areas where rainfall pours on almost the same moderate intensity year-round. Flooding is usually a problem for areas with heavy rainfall seasons. For areas with steady, consistent rainfall, consecutive days of little to no rainfall can be quite a bother, especially for the farmers and those relying on rainfall for their water consumption. What if those heavy rainfall went on for weeks and the rainfall became heavier? What would happen if those periods of drought lasted longer? In recent years, we have already experienced drastic changes in our climate. For example, during the weak El Niño in 2019, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council reported a nationwide agricultural loss of 2.6 billion pesos in 6 regions across the country. This was also the time when the Manila water crisis occurred. In 2021, the NDRRMC reported that 5,554 families have been evacuated due to the intensified habagat rainfalls, which brought more than a month-long equivalent rainfall in just 5 days. With the influence of climate change, we could assume that these calamities could only get worse. We may be wondering, what will be the changes in the Philippine climate? More importantly, will we be able to survive the drastic changes in our local climate? We at DOST Pag-asa have been seeking the answers to these questions in the past 10 years. Through various collaborations with international agencies, we've been coming up with data of possible future climate conditions for the Philippines that spans to the end of the 21st century. This information are for local government units, both provincial and municipal level, to be used as their science-based reference in coming up with adaptation plans for future impacts of climate change in their communities. In 2018, we have produced provincial-scale projections of average rainfall and temperature that span towards the end of the 21st century. This information are useful for LGUs in planning for future average climate conditions, but they do not hold information about incidents of extreme temperature and rainfall. Thus, in a recent program partnered with the Manila Observatory and Ateneo de Manila University, the Climate Extremes Projection were produced. The Climate Extremes Projection contains information of 12 temperature and 12 rainfall indices that show the possible changes for each variable in terms of their magnitude, frequency, and duration. Using these projections, LGUs will have the basis for determining the developments in the weather and climate-related hazards that could could affect their community and subsequently prepare the necessary adaptation plan. For example, if the municipal agricultural officer or provincial agriculturist would like to know how much worse the impact of future flooding could have on rice crops in a flood-prone farming area, they could look at the provincial projections for the magnitude of rainfall, either the volume of heavy rainfall days or the volume of highest possible one-day rainfall in a year, the frequency of heavy rainfall or how many days this high volume rainfall could occur, and the rainfall duration, that is, the number of consecutive days in which the extreme rainfall incidents could possibly last. After determining the degree of change of the flooding hazard, the LGUs could then formulate adaptation plans, which could indicate either upscaling local or existing technologies or investing on the state-of-the-art technologies. Details about the extremes climate indices, how they were produced, the national maps, provincial tables, and a broad list of literature-based sector-specific adaptation options can be found in the recently released Philippine Climate Extremes Report 2020, downloadable from the DOST Pagasa webpage. At present, the climate projections are our best source of information for understanding the future state of the Philippine climate, and the climate extremes projection are the best tools in preparing adaptation plans to help our communities stay resilient to future weather and climate-induced calamities. It is our duty to stay informed about the past, present, and possible future condition of our climate and to act together with the support and guidance of our respective local government so that we may stay progressive amid the threats and dangers brought along by climate change.
Have you ever experienced losing a loved one? Have you ever experienced having your entire house inundated by flood, and every single property you own and value are all covered with mud and submerged for days? Or worse, your house is washed away by the flow of water. This is a scenario that spares not a year the people of our country. Floodings that most of the time happen during a typhoon leave dozens or hundreds or even thousands of casualties annually, at the same time paralyzing our economic sector. Project Framer provides us a science-based decision support tool created by a research team from Mapua University that helps us know where and when the flood hazards would be in our environment. That is, flood risk assessment for mitigation and effective response with an acronym Framer. The tools in the form of mathematical models and graphically expressed in the form of maps help our local government units know where the flood is for a given return period or intensity of rainfall, coupled with information on the vulnerability of an area due to the presence of elements including people and their ways of dealing with flooding problems, makes our LGUs and their DRRM offices more intelligent in planning, responding, and rebounding.
I am Engineer Fibor Jaitan, a professor of the implementing agency Mapua University and project leader for Framer from May 1, 2018 to September 30, 2020. Funded by DOST PSURD, Framer project was made possible with our collaboration with DNR, MGB, DOST Pagasa, and DPWH.
This project, we made sure that the elevation used is of precise measurement, and LiDAR, which stands for Light Detection and Ranging, which is the state-of-the-art in representing digital elevation models, or DEM, for floodplain areas, which has an accuracy of 20 cm in the vertical and 50 cm in the horizontal, were used. Floodplains with no available LiDAR data yet were surveyed by an airborne LiDAR using Plane in collaboration with the UP Dream Commercialization Services. The final DM was used to model the river hydraulics that produces flood inundation map. Input flow hydrograph were generated from Pagasa's rainfall intensity, duration, frequency, RIDF curves at different rainfall frequency or return periods, that is 5, 10, 25, 50, and 100-year return periods, to see the different extents of flooding at different input rainfall. Vulnerability assessment was done by the team, utilizing data available from the government agencies and the LGUs, together with the house-to-house survey to complete the data requirements for the assessment of vulnerability and further analyzed by analytical hierarchy process. The product of the mapping we created is applied in a pilot site in Infanta for the creation of the drainage master plan of the town.
So in drainage design, we know that it's very important to identify the elevation in the area. So at least we could decide and we could design how the water drainage will flow. So it gives us the ease to do the design. So basically with the aid of the 12D software, so where we incorporated the LiDAR data.
Input from the stakeholders are a very important aspect in the creation of the models. Hence, their involvement throughout the duration of the project were ensured and maintained until we have the products distributed to them. The flood hazard maps to be valid for distribution to the public were reviewed and approved by DOST Pag-asa and harmonized with the existing flood hazard maps of the DNR MGB, which also approved the harmonized maps for distribution. Map products were distributed to our collaborating local government units. They were also trained and taught how these maps were created and how these maps can be used.
This is Mayor Filipina Grace R. America. On behalf of my kababayan, the Infantahins, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude for the implementation of Project Framer here in Infanta in partnership with Mapua University and the project being funded by DOST Fisher. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Based from the project's flood risk maps and the study conducted for the Drainage Master Plan of Infanta, we are now in the process of procuring our very first dredging machine upang pong aming ma-desert ang aming pong mga kailugan, particular ang Bantilan River, kung saan po ito po ang nagsisilbing natural outfall ng mga tubig galing sa baha at surface runoff galing po sa mga ulan dito po sa aming town proper. Ang iba pong technical recommendations ng project proponents will be seriously considered sa mga susunod pong funding implementation ng lokal na pamahalaan.
Flood hazard maps are often available, but flood hazard is different from flood risk. Flood risk looks also at the exposure, the vulnerability, and the adaptive capacity in watersheds, optimizing the search for areas that have to be prioritized by our local government units. Understanding the spatial distribution of flood risks at different rainfall intensities will enable our planners, our decision makers, our responders, and even we ourselves to be not just resilient but bolstered in dealing with nature's overwhelming magnitude, exacerbated by the extreme climates. The Framer project helps us understand and deal more efficiently with nature's floods to save our lives, our properties, and even the economy of our country. Our team in the Mapua University would like to help you negotiate our flooding concerns for a harmonious relationship with Mother Nature for a sustainable future for our next generation.
Percent of the Philippines' population uses groundwater for domestic use. However, not all areas of the country have been monitored to determine the quantity and quality of groundwater resources. At the same time, in areas that are monitored, data is not readily available. Data is sometimes obtained every quarter. Therefore, there is a need to determine the quantity and quality of groundwater resources in the Philippines. Data should be readily available whenever and wherever it is needed. At the same time, a good forecast model of groundwater should be available for the country to ensure that it is properly allocated and conserved at the same time. The Philippine Groundwater Outlook, or FIGO, is a 42 million pesos project which runs for 3 years. The project is funded by DOST Pursued for the Philippine constituents, which includes the Ateneo de Manila University, Department of Environmental Science, and Department of Electronics, Computer and Communications Engineering, NWRD, Pag-asa, Ateneo de Zamboanga, and Mariano Marcos State University. The Natural Environment Research Council, or NERC, funds our UK constituents. Our UK partners include Imperial College London and BGS. Dr. Andrew Barkwit of BGS serves as the UK team leader and my co-project leader. The project is under the Philippines, UK, Newton-Negham Joint Science and Technology Cooperation Program on understanding the impacts of hydrometeorological hazards in the Philippines. FIGO aims to develop constant, consistent, accessible, and transferable assessment of climate, population, and land use change on regional groundwater resources and their subsequent influence on flood, drought risk, and socioeconomics. The project intends to carry out its main objective by developing near real-time groundwater monitoring systems, enhancing models of regional groundwater dynamics, providing seasonal and long-term forecasts of groundwater levels, and delivering stakeholder-focused reports of flood and drought risks and cascading hydrological and socioeconomic impacts. The project focuses on two sites, namely the provinces of Iloilo and Pampanga. Both provinces are among those identified in the 1990s as water-critical areas. The near real-time information on groundwater quantity and quality, as well as the seasonal and long-term forecasts from the enhanced regional groundwater models, can be used by stakeholders to come up with policies, plans, and programs that are tailor-fitted for each area that will allow water resources to be managed in a sustainable manner that addresses the unique needs and characteristics of different regions and provinces in the country. At the same time, it allows citizens to find out the current state of groundwater in their locality.
The Philippine Groundwater Outlook was piloted in the provinces of Iloilo and Pampanga with the installation of 3 real-time monitoring systems in Pampanga funded by DOST Fishered and 2 water level sensors from United Kingdom funded by NERC. The purpose of the real-time monitoring system is to have the data available anytime for use by decision makers, researchers, and stakeholders. It is an option in this time of pandemic as one will no longer need to travel to collect data manually.
The FIGO project is but a small step towards the greater goal of understanding better groundwater dynamics and the need to manage and conserve our water resources. I hope that the tools we have developed in FIGO will be used by decision makers towards policies that will lead to greater understanding and appreciation for this limited resource. Through the project, I also hope that we can restore our groundwater resources and teach Filipinos the importance of this vital resource so that we can manage it better and ensure the safe water is made available to everyone. At the same time, I hope that the quality and quantity of groundwater can become sustained for future and current generations of Filipinos to enjoy. Right now, the sensor systems developed by the Philippine team is already commercially available through the spin-off company EnviroSense. We are also rolling out applying the lessons learned, models, and other products of FIGO to tourist destinations in the country. Finally, the groundwater module developed for students has been translated into different Philippine languages.
Hello, I'm Ryan Sabio. I'm the CEO of Tecton Geometrics. We are a geoconsultative technology firm founded in UP Diliman. We develop earthquake recording instruments used for structural health monitoring for buildings and microseismic instruments which is used to discover oil and gas in the Philippines. We have been in the industry of geophysical instrumentation and installation since 2011, and we have developed our technology with the help of DOST R&D grant and DOST Technology Incubation Program. We're here at Quezon City Memorial Circle because we've installed a strong motion acceleratograph on top, middle, and bottom of the structure. So what is QBX? QBX is a strong motion earthquake recorder used to detect and record earthquakes. It detects ground motion and measures acceleration, displacement, and velocity. QBX serves as the black box of the buildings, dams, and other critical systems. It is designed to monitor, report, and record damaging earthquakes for post-event decision-making, evacuation, and occupancy. Its seismic recorder is a 24-bit, 3-channel, which is capable of continuous recording and STA-LTA trigger algorithm. It has GPS, NTP, and an internal clock for timing, and it's able to communicate via LAN, Wi-Fi, and cloud. It also has an environment of IP67, meaning that it can handle dust, sand, and submersion. It supports many applications such as structural health monitoring, seismic observation, vibration, sensing, and critical system shut-off. When we founded our startup, we aspired to become a tech company that creates customers' experience, value, and build relationships through our minimum viable product. We needed to understand how customers make decisions and find solutions to their pains and offer them better solutions. What we found is that customers find accelerographs expensive, and the challenge to us is to innovate. As the public and private sectors prepare for the big one, many challenges present themselves. For one, most government buildings are very old and are in desperate need of restoration and rehabilitation. Private building owners, on the other hand, are looking for alternatives and have indicated a willingness to try new technologies. The minimum viable product must have the following features: technology that transcends and records earthquakes that prepares them for a big one, technology that is readily and locally available, technology that has some specifications of those instruments abroad, and technology that complies with the DPWH ERI standards. Our solution is QBX Accelerograph, a high-quality, low-cost earthquake recording instrument for building owners in the Philippines. We developed DPWH ERI-compliant seismic instrument and locally made products, which is readily available parts, tech support, and customer service. It is also internationally tested. In 2019, Tecton Geometrics brought QBX to Los Angeles, California for laboratory tests and performance tests. The tests were conducted by Dr. Nigbor and Rod Merrill of Earthquake Safety Systems. They found that QBX data accurately represents the building's seismic acceleration with precise timestamps. Technology inputs from the international experts were integrated to the QBX version 3.0. QBX 3.0 will be commercially available in 2022. We hope many hospitals, schools, government offices, and critical infrastructures will avail our high-quality, low-cost accelerograph developed in the Philippines. Our experience with strong motion accelerograph trainings, collaborations with DOST will help prevent loss of life, and many will be able to afford low-cost accelerograph developed in the Philippines. To know more about us, you can visit us at tectongeometrics.com or email us at tectongeo@gmail.com.
Gusto mo bang bumalik sa probinsya? Have you ever wondered why Filipino households choose to live in crowded urban centers such as Metro Manila? Why can't families choose to stay in areas outside the National Capital Region? More importantly, do you think we can ever really attain a balance and socioeconomic development across the regions in the Philippines? We rolled up our sleeves and developed a settlements model to answer these questions. Our team formulated a tool to predict where urban growth will happen next and whether these areas are suitable for settlement. First, we examined the pattern of urban development that has swept across our cities through the decades. Combining our statistical projections with geographic information system, we visualized the growth of urban areas in the Philippines from 1960 to 2015. Do we see a pattern here? Urban expansion occurs in areas where there are robust economic activities, particularly employment and livelihood. People are attracted to towns where basic services and infrastructure, such as electricity, water, housing, schools, and health facilities are in place. We see that growth happens along transportation corridors and near ports and airports. In short, where places are linked and are accessible. Our model projected the next growth areas in the Philippines for 2030 and 2040. These 20 provinces are predicted to attract migrants in the next years. But where will you house these additional populations? Only projected the additional housing units needed, but as important, where to locate them and how much they would cost. We are excited to share this model simulated urban expansion. More than Governors and mayors, as well as 800 urban planners across the country, have learned to use this tool in planning their localities. Recalling our question of whether we can ever attain balanced growth among the 17 regions in the Philippines, we believe that this is possible. We look forward to the day that crowded areas such as Metro Manila are decongested. Now, how do we do that? By developing alternative growth nodes outside highly populated centers. We keep in mind also that balanced regional development entails not only spatial decentralization, but also equitable economic opportunities among the sectors. The national government has taken note of this settlements model, citing it as a tool in support of the implementation of the Balik Provincia program. When settlements are planned, they will be located in suitable and complete areas. Families will have access to housing, income and livelihood, utilities, and transportation. Only then can we convince Filipinos to move to planned settlements that we are ready for the future. Kaya kapwa ko Pinoy, gusto mo bang bumalik sa probinsya?
The COVID-19 pandemic only highlighted the prevalent need for a sustainable food value chain, for an efficient system that links our farmers' produce to our own need for food security. A sustainable food value chain is characterized by an equivalence of food supply and demand. However, even before and more so during the pandemic, we face scarcity, yet ironically oversupply. In 2020, 1 out of 10 individuals around the world experiences involuntary hunger. The numbers are starker in the Philippines. 1 out of 5 Filipinos does not have enough food to eat. Pre-pandemic, in 2018, farmers in Kalayaan, Laguna had to discard 10 tons of unsold tomatoes. In 2020, tons of vegetables in Mountain Province were thrown away. Mounds of decayed broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage were disposed. The image of overproduction paints price drop, profit loss, and mounts of rotten produce. This situation of scarcity and oversupply reflect two stories of hunger. Consumers could not buy food products, and our farmers could not sell their produce. In response, the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, implemented the Smart Food Value Chain program for the new normal to create an equilibrium between food supply and demand. In line with the said program, the DOST Calabarzon, through its Provincial Science and Technology Center in Quezon, spearheaded the project titled Leveling Up of Quezon's Bagsakan Center Agri-Processing Facilities through the adoption of the Smart Food Value Chain Framework. The project aims to enhance the processing capability of the Bagsakan Center in Sariaya, Quezon, the sentrong pamilihan ng produktong agrikultura ng Quezon Foundation Incorporated. To do this, we will be introducing to them agri-production, food processing, and waste management technologies. At present, the Bagsakan Center Trading Post, operating 24/7, handles 150 to 200 tons of vegetables and fruits daily. The Leveling Up project is geared towards adding value to the supply produced in the Bagsakan and in turn eliminate food wastage during times of overproduction. One of the solutions is to introduce to the Bagsakan vacuum frying technology. The technology would make use of vegetables and fruits as main raw materials rather than as minor ingredients, and would process them into alternative food products that are equally good but healthier than their deep-fried equivalents. Aside from the production of vacuum-fried products, the Bagsakan will also be capacitated to produce and supply safe, high, and consistent quality frozen squash puree that will in turn support the commercialization of DOST FNRI's enhanced Nutriband, which is made mainly from squash. Covering all bases on the production level, the DOST Calabarzon will also introduce to the farmer suppliers of the Bagsakan Project Saray and similar agri-production technologies, including planting schedule advisory to prevent overproduction. Additionally, the DOST Calabarzon will introduce to SPP-AQFI the DOST Industrial Technology Development Institute or ITDI bioreactor composting technology to convert the estimated 1 ton of accumulated biodegradable waste from spoiled vegetables and fruits in the Bagsakan into farm-usable inputs or organic composts. Specifically, the DOST Smart Food Value Chain Program for New Normal implementation in Quezon are expected to yield the so-called 6 Ps: product, people services, places and partnership, policy, and publication. Under product, the Bagsakan will be capacitated to make healthy snacks in the form of vacuum-fried food products and squash puree as base for enhanced Nutriban. Under people services, farmer members of Bagsakan will be familiarized with agri-production technologies, good manufacturing practices, food safety, and food processing technologies, among others. Under places and partnerships, the project will give rise to opportunities for collaboration between the Bagsakan Center and the different DOST agencies, including DOST Calabarzon, DOST FNRI, and DOST ITDI. Under policy, the project will have a potential input in crafting policy recommendation in relation to the smart food value chain. And last, under publication, to promote and inspire the spearheading of similar smart food value chain projects, a success story on the S&T initiatives and intervention in the Bagsakan Center will be published. The proposed interventions from production to processing to waste management could strike a balance in the food supply chain in Quezon and nearby communities, bridging the barriers between production and consumption. To work with us in innovating and making a difference, you may reach us through the contact details flashed on your screen.
Tara! At iangat natin ang Bagsakan!
What do you think are common to these scientists, aside from the great inventions of our time? They started to be a young scientist, as young as 12 years old, like Albert Einstein. When you start young, you can be a great scientist in your field of expertise. That's why we're investing our time to generate young generation researchers and scientists. In 2017, DOSTP Shared launched the Young Innovators Program to support R&D initiatives of our budding student researchers from the public, private school, state colleges, and universities. The program received a total of 428 applications since 2017 and have supported 37 teams consisting of high school, undergraduate, and graduate students into realizing their contributions to the scientific community. Let me give you an example of 5 projects that we have funded under the program. First, Hibla Acoustic Panel of the Angeles City Science High School. This project is an award-winning sound absorption material made of abaca, bamboo, and water hyacinth. Second, Biofloat of the Bataan Peninsula State University. This project integrates the solar and wind-powered aeration system, the granulated media made of fly ash, coconut husk, and gypsum. It is a phytoremediation in one compact floating island for the improvement of water quality in polluted rivers. Third is the Project Flame of the Mapua Senior High School that utilizes sensors and the Internet of Things integrated into one system that is capable of monitoring the top 3 causes of fire in the Philippines, which are unmonitored heat, faulty electrical wirings, and gas leaks. Fourth is the One Wheel of Angeles City Science High School. One Wheel is an automated hybrid-powered wheelchair made from a natural biomass like bamboo. It is feasible to be used in indoor and outdoor locations due to the fact that it can be charged through solar panel or through electrical plug. And lastly, Nice for Gut, capitalizing on microbial interactions for improving shelf life and gut health benefits of Carabal's milk product of Miss Janina Guarte of UP Institute of Biology. This project is a Goda-type Carabal's milk product processed using a well-defined probiotic starter culture. This could be you. So, if you are one of the students who wish to gain research experience by engaging in a research under a mentor, you can be the next young scientist that we will support. We can provide the stipend of the students, lab expenses, as well as honoraria for the mentor. We are calling students who have an innovative ideas and possess the following qualification requirements. Submit your proposals under the sectoral priority areas on industry, emerging technologies, and special concerns. Their mentor must be PSHERD conducts annual call for proposals for YIP, and these are what you need to prepare. DOST PSHERD will keep its promise to empower our young innovators and turn their ideas into drivers of sustainable development and social prosperity. We will remain in nurturing the spirit of innovation and achieve world-class excellence by providing grants to talented young people who wants to take on pioneering works and upgrade them to do quality research paper, publication, or products and inventions. Connect and partner with us through our DOST PSHERD social media accounts and send us an email at psherdYIP@gmail.com.
Recording in
Connectivity
progress.
in the Philippines. However, the lack of reliable, sustainable, and resilient ICT infrastructure remains as key barriers in the uptake of the internet and overall effectivity of online learning setups, especially in remote areas. And we, researchers, were entrusted to implement ways to bring connectivity to every Filipino household, especially now that the pandemic deepened the digital divide in the Philippines. Hello, my name is Philip Martinez, and today we're going to talk about how the DOST, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, is trying to help our rural communities in keeping up with the changes of time and technology. The DOST ASTI intends to complement the ongoing efforts to improve our ICT infrastructure through the Project RAIN, or the Resilient Education Information Infrastructure for the New Normal. As mentioned on the name itself, the RAIN project focuses on developing application frameworks and infrastructures to support the shift to remote learning and to hopefully narrow the digital divide in the country. The project consists of two interventions, namely local LTE and rural casting. Local LTE focuses on the development and deployment of small-scale, community-operated cellular networks in unserved and underserved areas. It is like putting up small cell sites that would only cater to smaller communities. But instead of having big and known telco companies maintain and control it, local LTE towers are owned and co-managed by its served community. The development of community cellular networks, or CCNs, is still an emerging connectivity paradigm. In fact, the pilot CCN deployments in the Philippines only offer basic call and text services. Local LTE proposes to provide LTE connectivity to rural communities, TV boxes. Rural casting aims to develop an educational and interactive digital TV application framework leveraging data casting technology with wireless return channel that can send feedback and output from students back to the teachers.
It also aims to assess the impact of interactive digital TV applications in learning engagement of students, especially in rural areas. In summary, Project RAIN aims to develop technology demonstrators to champion for policies that will enable a more equitable and efficient use of communication signals. With Project RAIN, we hope that the technologies we develop be mass-produced in the future so that no Filipino learners will be left behind as we course through the new normal.
So there we have it, guys. You just witnessed the R&D outputs in the areas of biodiversity, weather assessment and monitoring tools, as well as research on social sciences, smart food value chain, and education-related R&D initiatives. That concludes the first batch of presentations for this afternoon session. Thank you very much to our speakers. I know for a fact that our participants have several questions already to our speakers. So without any further ado, may I request our speakers to join me on screen. Once again, may I call on screen Ms. Irene A. Papa, Dr. Leila C. America, together with Ms. Faustina Baradas, Mr. John Alfonso P. Horvidalia, Mr. Jericho Orihudos, Mr. Carlo J. Timbal, Mr. Wilmer A. Agasin, Engineer Fiber Tan, Dr. Maria Eileen Leia G. Guzman, Mr. Ryan Sabio, Ian P. Carmeli Marisi Chavez, Regional Director Emilita P. Bagsit, Dr. Ruby Raterta, and Mr. Philip A. Martinez. May we also request our speakers to please open their respective videos, but please remain on mute unless the question is referred to you. To our participants, please send your questions via the Zoom Q&A chat box, or for those watching the NRDC conference via the Facebook and YouTube live stream, please send your questions via the comment section and we will refer them to the appropriate speaker. For this afternoon's open forum, we are joined none other than the Executive Director of the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora. Good afternoon po, Dr. Ebora.
Good afternoon. Maraming salamat, Jerome. Good afternoon, everyone. We have heard a lot of information from our 13 resource speakers from a very diverse topic, from biodiversity, weather assessment tools, monitoring and assessment, up to policy. The challenge that we have now is we have 13 resource speakers and we are already allotted 15 minutes. So I just hope that we will be able to ask all of you, in case that we run out of time, rest assured that the questions will be sent to you and hopefully you will be able to reply to them as soon as possible. Maybe I have to start the first question. The first question is for Ms. Irene Papa of Biotech UPLB. And the question is, what are the prospects of expanding the coverage in terms of sources or area of your study on actinobacteria?
Thank you, Dr. Ebora, for that question. Yes, we can expand our study on using other microorganisms as test pathogens, not only for resistant pathogens, and also while we do isolation studies, we can also do partial characterization and identification of the microorganisms, the actinobacteria itself, and the bioactive compounds in preparation for future drug researches that we will conduct in the future. Well, that's all, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Papa. Can I have a follow-up questions? Are you keeping those collection in a culture collection somewhere in the Philippines, or you are depositing it abroad?
We are keeping the isolates at biotech, and those that are identified are being deposited at the Philippine National Collection of Microorganisms at biotech, and some of the isolates are still in the lab waiting for characterization and identification studies. But we are keeping them in proper keep saping. They are
Thank
well
you.
preserved, sirs. They are well preserved, sir, in sterile soil.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Papa. We have the next question is addressed to Dr. Guzman of Ateneo de Manila University. The question is, what has been the effect or impact of the ground monitoring system that you developed in your study areas?
So what I mentioned in the presentation, we developed a monitoring system. So this monitoring system allows now LGUs as well as the community, as well as national government agencies to find out what the current water level is in key municipalities, particularly in Iloilo as well as in Pampanga. So this information is available through a website that's admowater.com/FIGO. And the impact of this is allowing people to know how much water is available, therefore having the possibility to plan things out. And also the system looks at also the water quality of those groundwater. So therefore, you can also decide how you're going to use it and in what way are you going to use it. Can you drink from it directly, etc. Things like that.
While implementing your study, have you encountered any challenges and how you were able to address them?
Challenges. Yes, sir. The COVID-19 has actually been a challenge. So all of our sites are outside of Metro Manila. So it was quite difficult for us to continue operations and maintenance of the system because it requires, for best practices, 3 months. We have to visit them every 3 months. So that has been a problem during the COVID-19 situation. However, we have established partnerships through DOST as well as the local government units, and that has been very helpful in making sure that those systems are continuously being maintained.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Guzman. That only shows that researchers are also resilient and be able to adapt to the situation. I was told that actually the time allotted to us is 25 minutes now, not 15 minutes. So if you want to expand your answer, you're allowed to do so. We have more time now. The next question is addressed to Mr. Jericho Orejodos of DOST. And the question is, how do you plan to increase the coverage of your monitoring tool?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Bora. So currently, we're still trying to finish our installations. And by expanding our installations, including our subnetwork here in Metro Manila, we will be able to increase our forecasting range. So currently, we only have 6 out of 10 stations spread all over the Philippines for our Vipoteca network, which is our stations for detecting lightning, which within the Philippine area of responsibility. If we were to finish our installations, which are 10 stations throughout the Philippines and 50 stations within Metro Manila, our accuracy and forecasting range will increase significantly. And we will use the properties of lightning for us to precisely predict the properties or the behavior of the different weather disturbances like the typhoons that passes through Metro Manila.
If you are given additional resources, where do you think are you going to put the additional stations and why?
Well, if we were given a chance to put additional stations, we would, if possible, put more stations on the West Philippine Sea because we don't have stations there. Although we do have stations in the northern part of the Philippines, like Apari and Batanes, we still have a very few stations in Visayas and Mindanao. So if we were really given a chance to install stations, it would be on those parts of the Philippines. And also to further add, for our Pipoteca network, which are the smaller sub-networks of our lightning detection system, if we can expand our network outside of Metro Manila, that would be a very useful resource for us to further improve our forecasting systems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Orejodos. The next question is addressed to the DOST Director na mag-aangat ng bagsakan, si Director Emilita Bagsit. And the question is, how do you plan to assist the market sellers in marketing their processed products? Examples are fried vegetables and puree.
Sir, thank you very much po, Sir Ibora, for that question. So, as we have mentioned, the center or our partnership with the Sentrong Pamilihan ng Produktong Agrikultura sa Quezon Foundation or SPPAQFI po ay naglalayong tumulong sa ating mga magsasaka upang they would be able to add value dun po sa ating mga agri-produce. And this is also our initiative under the Smart Food Value Chain program of the Department of Science, of our Department of DOST, in order for us to help and if not totally prevent the issue po ng mga oversupply of our produce. So we will be converting and adding value by implementing vacuum frying technologies para po dun sa ating mga vegetables. So in the event po na may mga excess dun sa ating supply chain, then we can process and convert it into a high value product, sir. So in that way, we would be able to help our farmers here in Calabarzon, specifically in Sariaya or Quezon Province, sir.
Sa ngayon, ano ang acceptability ng mga producers natin sa food processing? Are they willing to do it, or are they just willing to sell it to somebody who will do the processing themselves?
Sir, ang maganda po kasi nating strategy na in-implement dito sa ating project is we are partnering with the Bagsakan Center, which is a consolidator. So, meron po tayong access doon sa supply mismo along the supply chain. So, meaning meron po sila na kasing na-establish strong relationship with our farmers, and the farmers trust this Bagsakan Center. Ang isa nga din po dito is yun nga po, ang objective naman po talaga natin dito is to help or somehow put stability dun sa fluctuating prices ng ating gulay. So, hindi po natin madidihado ang mga magsasaka dito. Talagang ang focus po natin dito ay tulungan yung ating mga magsasaka na ma-stabilize yung presyo kasi hindi naman, at ganun din po yung ating mga consumers. So sa tingin ko po, sir, ay very positive. We have actually started talking to the group of farmers who are members of this Bagsakan Center, and they are very receptive and positive to the help that DOST is bringing to their group.
Maraming salamat, Director Bagsit. The next question is addressed to Engineer Pibortan of Mapua University. And the question is, based on your research, what is the acceptability of primer in urban planning?
Thank you, sir, for the question. So it's widely accepted by the partner municipalities, LGUs that we had these projects. Actually, after the project, we distributed the maps that we produced, and they're very happy because they will be able to use it in their planning. And actually, some of them are in the process of developing their CLUPs. So that's a very good input to their plans.
Regarding the possible additional cost, do you think it's manageable for an LGU to have it implemented?
Yes, sir. Actually, so we have the initial studies with them, but such studies should be continuously updated. So since these local government units are now investing on technologies such as computers, they know now how to use, so for example, GIS, and it's part of the project that we just teach them how to create the maps, how to do the modeling. And with that, I believe they would be able to continue what we've started and use it in their not just in their present, but in their future. No? They could manipulate or change or manipulate the models or the mapping that we have based on the processes or the procedures that we taught them.
Thank you, Engineer Tan. The next question is addressed to Mr. Carlo Timbal of DOST Pag-asa. How can the LGU be capacitated with the use of the SWERB tool for disaster risk reduction and management?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Carlo Tungo. So we are currently conducting IECs to the LGUs that requested for the training for the SWERB tool. That's how we are doing to capacitate them and teach them in using the SWERB tool.
Do you usually do it at a town level or a provincial level?
It depends, sir, on the requesting LGUs. Sometimes we do up to barangay level of the training.
That's good. That's very good if it will be a very specific area.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next question is addressed to Forester Faustina Baradas of Picard, my colleague from Picard. What other agencies are involved in biodiversity initiatives, and what are the collaborative works that you have undertaken with them?
Good afternoon, Sir Ray. Thank you for that question. Actually, currently, Picard has several initiatives, and with our partners from UPLB, biodiversity. This is with respect to indigenous vegetables. And then for Cebu Technological University, for our biodiversity key areas. And then we also have collaboration with UP Diliman, with respect to the marine biodiversity initiatives. And from the north, we also have a collaboration with the Isabela State University on the freshwater, the Ludong, which is one of the nicer aquaculture. And then we have also collaborations with CMU, the Central Mindanao University, on biodiversity also. And then for the native swine, which is being spearheaded by the Marinduque State University. And we have a lot of collaboration for the marine. They have collaborations with UP Diliman, the NIGS, mostly from UP Diliman, the several departments in UP Diliman, sir. And for currently, among our S&T initiatives, in terms of biodiversity, these are focused on bioresource assessment and monitoring activities. Essentially, this is our aid to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, being our national point agency for the Convention of Biological Diversity, in terms of providing them science-based information that will be related to biodiversity. We also produce products from our biodiversity initiatives, and we disseminate this to our stakeholders for eventual use in their future livelihood as additional source of income. And we also are engaged in, of course, the very essential biodiversity assessment and valuation, so that we'll have to have a leeway in assessing in terms of access and equitable benefit sharing, because most of our biodiversity areas are being inhabited by, of course, some are inhabited by our brothers in the uplands and also in the aquatic areas or ecosystems. So we would like to share with them whatever benefits we will derive from our biodiversity resources, or we call it the Saribuhay. And also through these efforts, we're able to strengthen our drive for enhanced policy advocacy towards a more sustainable biodiversity management that addresses a conservation of biodiversity that uses rational use of our natural and indigenous resources coming from our terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. I think that's all for the initiatives of PICARD, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you. The next question is addressed to Mr. Welmin Agustin from DOST Pagasa. And the question is, how do you plan to popularize the climate extremes projection information? And how will the public access the information and these projections?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you po, Dr. Ebora, for the question. First of all po, before I answer the question, I'd like to acknowledge the Manila Observatory as the main proponent of the project from which this information have been produced under the leadership of the late Dr. Gemma Teresa Narisma, and as well as the Ateneo de Manila University as our fellow co-implementer. So, regarding the popularization, to answer the question, the team to which the climate extremes projection have been turned over to, that is the Climatology and Agro-Meteorology Division of the DOST Pag-asa, is currently working on popularizing this with along with the earlier released seasonal mean projection information of rainfall and temperature, since this is a new set of projections. So we're doing this through the recently deployed climate information map, or what we call the CliMap. So the CliMap is an online portal which is hosted in the DOST Pag-asa website. It's an output of an ongoing project called the ClimGrid PH project it's called the Scaling Up Climate Information Services for Societal Benefits program. So through this, we hope that the LGUs, particularly the LGUs, because this information are really targeted for them, will be able to access this easily. And these information are provided in terms of GIS maps and spreadsheet format or matrix tools. So that's it.
Are you Are you planning to coordinate with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources regarding this effort?
Yes, we'd be very much willing to have that happen. But right now, sir, what we are doing actually is we're focusing on providing this information for the LGUs. In fact, we've just recently been communicated by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, the DSUD actually, in updating the climate and disaster risk assessment process, or the most commonly known as the CIDA process, which is employed by local government units in integrating climate change and disaster risks information for local plans. So maybe through the LGUs, we'd be able to have collaboration with the other NGAs in implementing or applying this information to sectors in determining sector-specific impacts. So that's it po, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Agustin. Yan yung masasabing talagang habang may DOST, may pag-asa. There is always hope. The next question is addressed to Mr. Ryan Sabio of the Tecron Geomatrics Incorporated. And the question is, so far, how has QBX SMA been perceived by the target users of the technology, particularly the small business enterprises?
So, sir, thank you for that question. So, actually, yung intention namin with the QBX project is to provide affordable and accessible seismic instruments that can be used by neglected buildings or those who cannot afford or acquire seismic technology. So, these neglected buildings are hospitals, schools, government offices, military facilities, mga police infrastructures. Aside from technology development, our project intends to influence building owners and meet building code compliance. And we have to also we want to also acknowledge DOST and their incubation programs for us to be able to get this far and reach our goal to create a seismic technology, increase technology adoption, and influence target market, and meet the demand at affordable cost, and building code compliance, and train decision makers LGU utilizing the earthquake recording instrument. At present, our our teams engage with small building owners and companies who cannot afford strong motion accelerographs. And we have several installations with government facilities like Manila Observatory, Philippine General Hospitals, national museums, National Historical Commissions, Lung Center of the Philippines, and other institutions. And also, they're excited and happy that with this program and project, we are able to monitor their structures and also prepare them for disaster or strong earthquakes. So, yun, sir.
Mga magkano kaya yung average estimated cost nitong technology if it's going to be added to the regular maintenance of any structure?
Actually, sir, we're targeting actually would be less than 500,000, sir. Actually, less than 500,000. But siguro tingnan natin, sir, by next year if there's going to be increase in spare parts and services. So it's going to be a little bit higher than that. But yun yung namin, sir. Objective namin is to make it affordable and available for small businesses and private government buildings owners.
Yeah. Thank you. Maraming salamat. The next question is from my colleague from DOST, Dr. Robia Raquertap from DOST Pishern. How do you plan to encourage the youth to join YIP program?
Well, sir, good afternoon po, Sir Ray. We need to promote yung efforts ng YIP to all the regions and research institutions po, sir, no? Especially right now, nakapost yung YIP roadmap namin sa Fisher website. And we hope that in the coming years, the budget of YIP will also increase, as well as the grantees supported by Fisher from year 2022 onwards will also increase. So we hope that this YIP grantees will be a part of the young and next generation researchers of our country. And yun po, tuloy-tuloy po ang promotion natin in terms of webinar, orientation, as well as call for proposal.
Given itong current situation natin sa the so-called new normal, mayroon ba kayong nakikitang adjustment sa program so that you'll still be able to encourage more youth participation in spite of the limitation?
Yes, sir. Normally, yung mga iba nating mga grantees, yung mga students, meron ding mga limitation in terms of yung conducting their laboratories sa kanilang research institutions. So we hope that the mentor as well as the research institutions would be able to have their flexibilities in terms of how they would conduct their research sa institutions. Kasi minsan, hindi naman nila magawa yung kanilang research sa bahay or something. So they need to be in the laboratory. So normally, may mga humihingi sila ng permit to the institution para magkaroon ng time at makapasok in their universities as well as in their schools. No?
Thank you, Dr. Roby. Thank you. The next question is addressed to Mr. John Alfonso Cubidalia of DENR. How do you communicate the results of your research? And is there any plan for any further research that you are going to undertake?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Fellow presenters. Currently, now we are presenting the results of the study on different symposiums, conference, and other environmental meetings, as well as an information and education campaigns conducted by the DENR. In fact, we have regular meetings with NEDA Region 7, because of the results that shows Tanyan Strait and Cebu was the highest contamination when it comes to microplastics. So they are more concerned. And in fact, tomorrow we'll be having a regional development council meeting together with Oceana. Part of the outputs of the study is the production of IEC materials, posters, flyers, which tackles microplastics, its impacts, and the general information about microplastics. And these IEC materials have already been distributed to DNR field offices, and as well as in schools, beach resorts, and in the academe. For the continuity of the study, we have now formulated a proposal which is being under reviewed by the ERDB Review Committee. And this proposal is aiming to determine the contamination or level of contamination of microplastics on commercially fished fish species, fishes, mollusks, because of growing literatures which shows microplastic contamination in our fish species. And this proposal this study will focus on fishes which are delivered on fish landings and fishing ports in major cities like Manila, Iloilo, Bacolod, Cebu, Davao. And yes, this proposal now is currently reviewed by ERDB for possible implementation as a simple study.
Most of the studies on microplastics seems to be focused on marine environment, but there are some problems also in freshwater bodies. Is there any effort on the part of the DNR to look at that aspect?
So far, we are now focusing on, as per ERDB is concerned, we are focusing on the marine environment because parang mas direct yung influence ng microplastics. Pero one of our divisions have already submitted a proposal for lakes and rivers for freshwater environments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horbidilla. The next question is addressed to Mr. Philip Martinez of DOST ASTI. And the question is, do you see rain can significantly increase LTE coverage in the country, particularly in rural areas? Do you have an advocacy plan to influence policy and decision makers, considering it will require substantial investments?
Thank you for that wonderful question, sir. And I just want to greet the rest of the RAIN team who is currently in the lab testing for our deployments over the next few weeks. Now, for that answer, for that question is that we are first developing these technology demonstrators to demonstrate to our lawmakers that we can develop a lower cost model that could be accessible for the communities, for them to own or try to implement their own community networks by lowering down the costs of implementing these networks. So we could expand LTE networks to those unserved and underserved areas who currently are waiting for the traditional telecom models to bring service into them. With lowering this cost, we could expect that these communities could build their networks themselves and not wait for the telcos. And this technology demonstrators is a first step for us to put a champion to the efficient use of spectrum by allowing a community where community networks are able to thrive, develop, and influence other unserved and underserved areas in the Philippines, so that all Filipinos, regardless of where they are from, they can be connected to the internet and be a part of the digital Filipinos, one small village at a time with the RAIN project. Thank you, sir.
Is there any effort that's present to also involve the private sector aside from the government on this effort?
Yes, sir. We are currently talking with one of the plans of the project is to develop these innovations locally. So we are connecting with our local electronics industry and proposing partnerships with them. So in the future, we could produce our own telco boxes and not import them from other places like those who are currently producing these boxes. So we can we can produce it here and tap the local factories for electronics, so they could produce it here and further bring down the cost of the LTE boxes that we are currently developing.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. That's good to know. The next question is addressed to Dr. Carmel Marie Chavez of UP Diliman, and the question is, how do you plan to apply the settlements model in regional planning? Are there any adapters of the model?
Thank you, Dr. Ebora, and thanks for the question. We have, in fact, presented this model both to the Department of Science and Technology, highest level of officials, as well as to the National Economic and Development Authority, because the NEDA is the highest planning body in the Philippines, and they have jurisdiction over the regional offices in the country. For me, the best way to integrate this model in the existing regional planning process is through the regional offices of NEDA, which can then propose this to the local planners. And in fact, part of the model is a prescription of how the tool can be integrated in the existing local planning process. Now, this is not intended to replace the local development planning process, but to sort of offer a science, technology, innovation-based tool, combining both statistical projections as well as spatial, meaning GIS suitability tool. So that's how we propose that this can be used in regional planning.
How about the real estate developers? I mean, the private sector. Are they receptive of the idea?
The private sector is also an excellent partner in planning our cities and municipalities. We do believe that while the planning of the comprehensive land use plan as well as the comprehensive development plan are mandated by the local government code of all LGUs, it will do them well to collaborate with private sector, especially real estate developers, because these firms actually are intent to, they are keen on partnering with government in making our cities resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. The private sector has strengths that government can leverage to plan our cities sustainably. So what I'm saying is there can be a public-private sector partnership, particularly in land management and in allocating certain spaces for mixed uses, not just for a particular income group, but to ensure that all income groups are integrated in the city, and therefore making it inclusive.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. I think we ran out of time. How much time do we have now? Yeah, I think we ran out of time. So for those questions that we were not able to ask, we are going to send it to a resource person, and they are going to reply to you personally. Again, back to Jerome. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Ibarra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibarra, for moderating this segment. And of course, to all our speakers, maraming salamat po for that knowledge-packed Q&A portion. I would just like to thank also those who sent their questions. We appreciate your enthusiasm. Let us sustain this type of energy until this end of the session. Again, to our speakers, as Dr. Ibarra said, please note that there are still some questions referred to you in the Zoom Q&A chat box. Kindly answer those questions that were referred to you and let us not leave any questions unanswered. Now, I would like to request all our speakers, including Dr. Ibarra, Yusek Guevara, and all other DOST officials present this afternoon to please join us and open your videos for a quick virtual photo opportunity. For those who are wearing their face masks, kindly remove them, please, so that we could all recognize you and see your pearly whites. All right, now that everyone is ready, may I request the ID committee to please take a screen grab of our speakers. Please say NRDC.
DC.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po muli. We now proceed to the final batch of our speakers. For this portion, they will be presenting the R&D initiatives in the areas of emerging technologies. Play videos.
With the massive infrastructure push of the current administration, the construction industry faces an increased demand for construction materials. One of these materials is aggregates. As of 2021, a total of 26,494 kilometers of roads have been completed, with 2,515 kilometers still in construction. To make this possible, the volume of sand and gravel produced in the country ramped up over the last 5 years. The increased demand for conventional construction materials necessitates the need to identify alternatives. While roads continue to be built and rehabilitated, the disposal of debris from demolished roads has become a growing concern. Previous research shows that debris from concrete roads and buildings may be used as recycled concrete aggregates, or RCA, in the construction of new roads. The use of RCA as material for the base and sub-base of new pavement system has the potential to lower construction costs while also reducing the use of natural resources in road construction. I am Engineer Maria Silinci Angeles with the Research and Development Division of the Bureau of Research and Standards of the DPWH. Our study road research project on the use of recycled concrete aggregates as base course materials aims to optimize the use of RCA for government projects by developing a local standard specification for its use in DPWH projects. Recycled concrete aggregates can be obtained from the processed concrete pavement or structural concrete. In this study, we use material from a road in Agono, Rizal. The Portland cement concrete pavement has heavily deteriorated with severe wearing and scaling of the concrete surface. The RCA was subjected to the following quality tests as required by the DPWH current issuances and specifications for base course material. Grain size analysis determines the particle size distribution of granule soil materials. Los Angeles abrasion test measures the degradation of aggregates resulting from a combination of activities, including abrasion, impact, and grinding. The RCA shall have a mass percentage of wear not exceeding 50%. Moisture density relationship is used to determine the maximum dry density and optimum moisture content for the compaction. California bearing ratio values were determined for each mixture in accordance with the AASHTO T190. This method covers the determination of the bearing ratio of the material when compacted and tested in the laboratory by comparing the penetration load of the materials to that of the standard materials. The method covers the evaluation of the effectiveness of the mixture for the base materials. The resulting CBR values lead to an optimum mixture of 90% RCA and 10% binder. Hence, the laboratory outcomes comply with the requirements under Item 201 of the DPWH standard specification. A small-scale pilot trial was then constructed to test RCA's field performance in comparison to the conventional construction material. In coordination with the DPWH Rizal 1st District Engineering Office, a two-lane small-scale trial road was constructed at Don Mariano Santos Avenue in Agono, Rizal. It runs 1,034 linear meters, with half being constructed with recycled concrete aggregates and half containing a conventional base material. A portable crusher was utilized in the project to reduce desired aggregate size. This makes the crushing and the blending activity practically done within the vicinity of the project site. This is then followed by the blending of materials based on the results of the laboratory evaluation. A field density test was conducted to check the compacted RCA base using nuclear density apparatus. Relative to conventional base cores, RCA base material is also required to have a field density equal to 100% maximum dry density as determined in accordance with AASHTO T180. This is then followed by a field test using a dynamic cone penetration test. A second small-scale pilot project in a portion of the Hala-Hala Friendship Highway in Rizal was also constructed. If both small-scale pilot trials pass the performance monitoring test and meet the requirements of the department, a standard specification will be made to standardize the use of recycled concrete aggregates in DPWH road projects.
The increasing volume of plastics in the environment is a cause for global alarm, and our country is a major contributor to this pollution. The Philippines is the third largest source of plastic waste dumped into oceans, just behind China and Indonesia. This non-biodegradable pollutant, when introduced to the environment, causes immense ecological harm. Our country produces 6.2 million kilos of plastic waste every day. This makes plastic waste one of the biggest challenges to sustainability that we must overcome. Recent technological innovation in the field of engineering promises to help in our plastic problem. Research suggests that the use of plastic waste in road construction can improve the performance of asphalt roads. I am Engineer Nilson T. Campit of the Bureau of Research and Standards of the DPWH. We are currently examining the possibility of using plastic waste in our road construction projects. Our research, entitled Study on the Use of Low-Density Polyethylene Polymer Waste Plastic Bag as Additive or Modifier in Hot Mix Asphalt, aims to determine the viability of plastic bag waste when used in hot mix asphalt, specifically the rotting resistance of the modified bituminous mix. As an innovative material for road construction, plastic waste must undergo a 5-stage testing process for product accreditation by the DPWH. The various laboratory and field tests will determine if roads constructed with plastic waste will stand up to the rigors of traffic, weather, and other conditions of daily use. We look at how plastic waste, when blended with bitumen, affects its characteristics at high and low temperatures. We also consider the affordability and availability of materials, as well as the ability of conventional equipment to process the novel material. We also considered whether the addition of plastic waste affects the emergence of premature failures such as fatigue, longitudinal and transverse cracks, rotting, and potholes. For this study, we used discarded plastic bags gathered from dump site in Laguna. The design of hot mix asphalt varies by asphalt type, aggregate gradation, curing condition, additives, method and level of mixing, and compaction. Generally, the Marshall method of mix design and other quality control requirements based on the research conducted by the Asphalt Institute and other institutions were carried out to determine the appropriate portion of aggregates, filler, and asphalt content. Based on the results of the optimization, the optimum asphalt content is 5.33% by weight of mix, while the appropriate amount of low-density polyethylene polymer waste plastic bag by weight of binder is 7.39%. The polymer-modified specimens show remarkable results, so a reduction of about 50% rot depth after the rotting resistance test in comparison with the conventional hot mix asphalt. These results comply with the requirements in the composition and quality of bituminous mixture under the DPWH standard specifications. It is now recommended to construct small-scale pilot trials as the second stage of the product accreditation scheme. We then develop a method to mix plastic bag waste to hot mix asphalt for plastic road construction. This involves collecting low-density polyethylene polymer waste, like dry sandbags from sanitary landfills, and shredding the waste using a shredding machine. The aggregate mix is then heated to 160 to 165 degrees Celsius, while the bitumen is heated to 160 degrees Celsius. This prevents weak bonding. The aggregates are then heated to 165 to 175 degrees Celsius. Aggregates are first heated and then mixed for 30 to 65 seconds with an appropriate amount of shredded plastic. The plastic then melts and coats the aggregates. Asphalt is then mixed in until the mixture is homogeneous. The hot mix asphalt with plastic bag waste is laid at 110 to 120 degrees Celsius using typical road construction methods. In January 2020, our team laid down the first asphalt road in the Philippines made with plastic bag waste constructed on a heavy traffic national road. It is a collaboration project with the DPWH through BRS and South Manila District Engineering Office, the Implementing Office, the Pilotage Trading Construction Incorporated as a supplier of plastic bag waste, and the Redicon Trading and Construction Corporation, the contractor. This is the first small-scale pilot project constructed along Taft Avenue, Manila. It has a total of 293 meters where it is divided into two sections. The first section is a hot mix asphalt with plastic bag waste and the other section is conventional asphalt. For this project, a total of approximately 750 kilograms of plastic bag waste was used. In April 2021, the second small-scale pilot trial was constructed along President Quirino Avenue in Manila. It consists of 3 lanes with 50 mm thickness, having a total carriage varying width from 8.6 meters to 10.7 meters. For this project, the thickness of the asphalt pavement is 50 millimeters, and the project site was chosen because it passed the minimum requirements of site validation and condition survey of the department with the consideration of existing traffic conditions as well as the existing surface defects of the pavement. If both small-scale pilot trials pass the performance monitoring test and meet the minimum requirements of the department, a standard specification will be made, thereby allowing the use of plastic bag waste in the construction of asphalt roads in the country. This innovative project promises to be a solution to our country's plastic waste management problem by upcycling plastic into a construction material. Other studies focusing on plastic bottles and other types of plastics for use as modifiers in bituminous mix. Soon, the use of plastic waste in constructing pavements will reduce our dependence on non-renewable resources and lessen the environmental impact of non-biodegradable waste. Further evaluation should be undertaken to assess the long-term performance of field test sections with modified bitumen to strengthen the use of plastic waste for environmentally friendly road construction. We all live on one planet. Let us all act to promote sustainability and use this opportunity not just to protect our country but also to save our Mother Earth. I encourage you, be the catalyst for change. Hashtag Ininyerong Sibil para sa bayan.
What is the Philippines doing in space? Why are we investing in developing and sending satellites, which are basically computers, into orbit? How do we use the vantage point of space to help us solve problems here on Earth and improve our quality of life? I'm Maricor Soriano, Program Leader of the Space Technology Applications Mastery, Innovation, and Advancement, or Stamina for Space program. And I'll explain how we can bring Filipinos to higher ground with space R&D. The Stamina for Space program is a space research and development program funded by the Department of Science and Technology and monitored by the DOST Assured. And it's implemented by DOST ASTI and UP Diliman. Its objectives can be summed up in 4 points. 1. Acquire and analyze data from Earth observation. 2. Build an industrial base for space technology. 3. Set up an enabling environment for space R&D. And 4. Develop people who have deep expertise in their field but who can tightly work together with other experts. The program aims to achieve these goals through its 5 project components. 1. The optical payload technology, in-depth knowledge acquisition and localization, optical. PHL-50, or building PHL-50, localizing the Diwata 1 and 2 DOST systems as the country's space heritage 50-kilogram microsatellite bus. Step Up, or space science and technology proliferation through university partnerships. GRASP, ground receiving, archiving, science product development and distribution. And ASP, or advanced satellite development and know-how transfer for the Philippines. How do these activities help us simultaneously achieve these goals? To better illustrate, these activities can be categorized into two main components, upstream and downstream. Upstream technologies include the design and development of the bus platform, remote sensing cameras, and other payloads. These are some examples of those payloads, particularly the new features of Diwata 2. We are building two cameras for remote sensing, a hyperspectral imaging camera, or airborne payload, or HIPE, and a multi-application line imaging camera, monochrome and trilinear array, or a spaceborne payload, which we nickname Malikmata. Complementary to the upstream technologies, we have the downstream technologies. On the ground, we have the Philippine Earth Data Resource and Observation, or PEDRO Center, which serves as the ground receiving and control station for the Diwata microsatellites and future Philippine satellites located at the DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute. From PEDRO, we are able to access data in the form of satellite images. Images captured by the Diwata satellites, for example, can be used for different environmental applications. Aside from accessing local satellites, the PEDRO Center is also subscribed to some commercial satellites. Images from synthetic aperture radar or SAR satellites, for example, can be used for defense and security. We've showcased the technology and the applications that engaging in satellite research and development yields. But these activities also produce something even more important: people. Engaging in space R&D yields the development of highly skilled workforce who can design complex systems. The establishment of a local space industry, an improvement in STEM curriculum for K-12 to higher education, the capability to collect data from Philippine and international satellites, and the derivation of impactful information from remotely sensed data. In a nutshell, investing in space means future-proofing Filipinos, which might be the most important output of all.
Hello everyone, I'm Alvin Carlo Garcia Tapia from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, the project leader of terahertz spectroscopy for fingerprinting applications. I will share to you about terahertz and the impacts of the missing wave. As we traverse the electromagnetic waves from lower to higher frequencies, there are applications for different frequency bands. We are used to using microwave ovens to heat food via microwave radiation. The signals from remote controls to our television use infrared radiation. And the colors of the world that our eyes can see are within the visible light region. Terahertz, the missing wave, is sandwiched between the microwave and the infrared region. The frequencies and dynamics within span from 300 gigahertz to several tens of terahertz. This frequency band can provide essential information regarding the motion of charges in materials and how they interact with atoms arranged in the material. This is also highly useful to fingerprint molecular vibrations which lie in the terahertz region, relevant to collective motion and molecular interactions. Also, terahertz is a non-ionizing millimeter waves where detection is not affected by background temperature. How will terahertz impact society? Some direct applications include faster data communication, high contrast imaging of tissues, identification and imaging of concealed substances, quality assurance for pharmaceuticals, and materials characterization. Terahertz market has been forecasted to be around $1.4 billion by 2025. This suggests that the Philippine society and industries should ride the terahertz wave to be at the forefront of terahertz technology. For our project, we intend to differentiate substances and image them in concealed packages. This takes advantage of the penetration of the terahertz waves while it interacts with the sample. This then measures the spectral fingerprint of substances. Since it can do profiling, we also intend to collaborate with pharmaceutical industries in profiling various compounds in their bulk morphologies. For a certain chemical compound, various forms can exist with different properties and efficacies when interacting with a biological system. How are these measured using the technique? First, an ultra-short laser pulse is split into two. One is for terahertz emission, and the other is for terahertz detection. The beam is directed to a photoconductive antenna that generates terahertz radiation. It then passes through the sample, and the transmitted terahertz signal is detected by another photoconductive antenna. The terahertz signal through the sample has smaller amplitude and with a shifted phase in the time domain compared with a reference signal. Material properties in the terahertz region can be calculated, such as electrical and optical properties in the frequency domain. In our previous projects, our collaborators from the National Institute of Physics have developed terahertz photoconductive antennas for terahertz instrumentation. This can be used for generating and detecting terahertz radiation. In parallel, we have used terahertz radiation to probe the properties of conducting polymer pellets. Intrachain, interchain, and interparticle hopping of charges can be described. We found that there's an increase in the conductivity with increasing temperature consistent with hopping model for amorphous or disordered materials. Our program, led by Dr. Elmer Estacio from the National Institute of Physics, looks forward in the coming years to the establishment of linkages with industry for terahertz innovation in the country. Our research will continuously develop novel materials for terahertz antennas and instrumentation systems for very relevant application in human health and security. For the goals of the Department of Science and Technology, we hope that researchers, both in the academe and industry, would explore the future with terahertz waves. Like a Filipino sari-sari store, we are selling terahertz science to our customers, the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po.
Good day, everyone. In this short clip, I will introduce to you Math Plus apps for blended learning. This is a project brought to you by the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, Emerging Technology Research and Development, and the Ateneo Math Plus Resources Laboratory, based at the Department of Mathematics, School of Science and Engineering, Ateneo de Manila University. I'm Dr. Maria Luis Antoinette N. de las Peñas, Head of Math Plus Resources Laboratory. With me today is our good friend, Banoy Bila. Hello, Banoy!
Hello po, Doc Ninette. Hello to everyone tuning in. Doc Ninette, I heard you mention mathematical apps. I am so excited to know more and to also share with everyone this innovative resource from Math Plus Resources.
Yes, you heard that right, Banoy. As you know, our research team has been developing freely available mathematical applications or math apps that respond to the urgent needs of teachers and students, especially during these challenging times.
That is great, Prof. Ninette. I am sure learners like me are having difficulty adjusting to their studies. They might not always be with their teachers and classmates, and are challenged by mathematics.
Yes, Panoy, the apps are easy to use, easy to play. The apps are designed to promote mathematical reasoning and visual thinking so that learners like you can learn to think by and for themselves.
Wow! What kind of apps are there?
There are a wide range of apps, Banoy. We have apps that are game-like for grades 1 to 6, and we also have apps for grades 7 to 11. The apps focus on number, measurement, algebra, geometry, and even probability and statistics.
I am so thrilled. Let me try downloading an app.
Banoy, go right to mathplusresources.wordpress.com.
Let me try Quick Images app. Oh, I see. In this game, I have to think quickly. I think I've got this. Next level now. Wow, this seems more challenging. Now let me try Catch the Carrot. Hey there, friend rabbit. Looks like the rabbit needs my help in catching some carrots. Okay, where would this number be? Let's try here. Yay, got it! Wow, this one's got so many levels too. I'm excited to play more. I also browsed through the site. There are other apps for learners like me.
Let me show you some apps for grade 7 to 10, Banoy. These are for your kuyas and ates out there. Look, this is what we call a factor fuse. Students can practice factoring using this app. We also have Just Keep Solving and also AlgebOps.
Oh, what is this? Prove it. Prove what?
Oh, Prove It. That's for geometry, Banoy. We have an app where students can study triangle congruences as well as prove mathematical theorems while having fun.
Yay! Mathematics can really be fun.
That's correct, Banoy. I also have some good news. All our apps are also based on evidence on what helps students learn math.
Oh my! What is this SEP, Doc Ninette?
Oh, SEP is short for Censo Escuela Pilipinas. It is our web-based statistical app. Students like you can answer a survey which contains interesting questions and play interactive games as well. And the data, your responses are stored in a database. This can be used later for activities while learning statistics.
I guess even my teachers will find the apps helpful, right?
Sure, the apps that we design are also for our teachers out there. The apps, by the way, are aligned with the DepEd official curriculum.
To my friends, the kids, and learners out there, what are you waiting for? Get hold of Math Plus Resources apps for your grade level now. You can visit the Math Plus Resources website or ask your parents or teachers to help you. Remember, even if math gets really tough at times, never ever give up. Math can be fun and enjoyable. Bye for now, Doc Ninette.
Bye, Banoy. Bye,
everyone.
Electric vehicles are the future of transportation, and every year, more and more automotive manufacturers offer an expanding selection of electric vehicles in their lineup. Here in the Philippines, only a very small number of electric cars and sedans ply our roads. the majority of electric vehicles in our country are 2- and 3-wheeler types. This can be attributed to a lack of charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. Without charging stations, potential electric vehicle users are dissuaded from buying these cars due to range anxiety, a fear of having insufficient battery power to reach one's destination. As of December 2020, there are only 38 publicly accessible charging stations all over the country. With so few of these available, most electric vehicles are charged at home. Having a full-fledged charging infrastructure will greatly increase the general public's acceptance of electric vehicles. With this in mind, our team investigated our country's readiness in building such an infrastructure, while also looking at possible approaches to do so, given existing policies, codes, and infrastructure capabilities. We have 2 projects that support the Department of Energy's electric vehicle program. The first one involves developing an accreditation protocol for minimum performance standards of electric vehicle charging stations in the Philippines. The second one is a field demonstration of this charging station. These projects take stock of local and international best practices on electric vehicle charging stations and facilities, and then apply this to pilot charging stations in Tuguegarao City and UP Diliman. To start, we identified 3 modes of charging. First is AC charging, which can be further subdivided depending on the charging current and placement of the charger. Second is DC fast charging. And the third is battery swapping, where discharged batteries are removed and replaced with fully charged battery packs. We also reviewed the most common charging protocols and interfaces used by different electric vehicles in the market, of which there are many. These interfaces differ in the number of arrangement of contact pins and are generally incompatible with one another. Our team also took a look at existing laws and regulations that may be applicable to electric vehicle charging stations. In addition, we reviewed pending bills relevant to electric vehicles, such as the Electric Vehicles and Charging Stations Bill that was recently approved on 3rd reading in the Senate. With all of this in mind, 5 pilot charging stations were put up, 1 here in UP Diliman and 4 in Tuguegarao City. 20 electric tricycles provided by the Department of Energy were to be filled up in these charging stations. To ensure compatibility with our charging station, we retrofitted the e-treks with standard charging inlets, both for AC slow charging and DC fast charging. Our pilot charging station in Tuguegarao City, developed by Cagayan State University, features slow charging, fast charging, and solar assist. Here in UP Diliman, in addition to fast and slow charging and solar, we also have battery storage in the charging station. Based on the study conducted by Cagayan State University, fast charging results in the most favorable ROI, payback period, and benefit to cost ratio. Fast charging with solar assist has the highest net present value, while slow charging has the most advantageous internal rate of return. With the solar energy system installed in the charging station, we found that the total annual production of solar energy is higher than the total annual consumption of the electric vehicles. This means that the electric vehicles were powered totally by clean energy. In summary, we found that existing international standards and best practices are easily adaptable to the Philippine setting, and that local policies and guidelines can be used to set up charging stations. Further, the implementation of standard charging station protocols will ensure safety and foster consumer confidence in the electric vehicle technology. Our project also established that the operation of charging stations is a feasible investment and that renewable energy can be used to power these electric vehicles. Hopefully, with these projects, we could support the government's program towards clean and sustainable transportation for the Filipino people.
In 2018, it was reported that the transport sector in the Philippines made up 35.7% of the country's total energy consumption, delivered primarily through gasoline and diesel combustion engines. This resulted in the transport sector contributing 27.9% of our country's greenhouse gas emissions. The Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program of the Department of Energy aims to lower the transport sector's greenhouse gas emissions, as well as to curb the sector's dependence on imported conventional fuels. One of the initiatives in Alternative Fuels and Technologies Roadmap involves the development of solar-powered motorized boats. In 2019, the DOE partnered with DOST Pictured for the prototyping of solar-assisted plug-in electric motor-powered boats. The project is implemented by Mapua University and entitled Safe, Efficient, and Sustainable Solar-Assisted Plug-in Electric Boat or SESI e-boat. The Maritime Industry Authority or MARINA is on board through its partnership with DOST Pictured. The project involves the prototyping of 2 units of plug-in electric motor boats with solar panels, each unit using a particular kind of battery. These motorboats shall be charged primarily through a 220-volt AC plug. It will also be fitted with roof-mounted solar panels, a renewable energy source. The electric boats will be able to transport up to 12 passengers. The hull of the electric boat shall be made of fiberglass reinforced plastic. This allows for better structural integrity, ensuring safety and longevity. In compliance with marina regulations, the electric boat will be equipped with a pilot console, navigational lights, searchlights, VHF marine radio, and other standard safety equipment. Moreover, the electric boat will also feature our locally developed Automatic Identification System or AIS for tracking and monitoring the location of the boat. There are 3 modes of operations. First, when the boat is docked at port and the electric motor is turned off, energy can be sourced from both plug-in AC power and the built-in solar panels. Second, when the boat is moving across water, the motor runs off the energy stored in the battery and the energy generated by the solar panels. Lastly, when the boat is not moving and is not connected to an AC power source, the energy generated by the solar panel is able to charge onboard batteries. Let me share the design of monohull electric boat. In the very near future, our own Filipino-designed, Filipino-made electric boats will transport passengers and tourists across our beautiful island communities. Let us continue improving the lives of Filipinos. Totoo nga po, maliwanag ang ating kinabukasan.
Do you still get surprised when you see your monthly electric bill? I also get shocked by my monthly charges. The Philippines having one of the highest electricity rate in the world is not a surprise because of the rising price of fossil fuel due to diminishing supply.
Our team at Industrial Technology Development Institute of the Department of Science and Technology, together with the Department of Energy, is actively looking for a solution for this. And one of them is utilizing sustainable energy resource such as hydrogen fuel cell for power generation as well as transport application. Increasing the use of sustainable energy resource has the potential of lowering the electricity rate by as much as 30 to 40% compared to fossil fuels. Hydrogen is seen as the most promising energy resource that can be considered as sustainable. Hydrogen, when used in fuel cells to produce power, is more than twice as efficient as conventional internal combustion engines. Did you know that 1 kilogram of hydrogen converted using fuel cells can produce 8 kilowatt-hour of electricity? This is enough to fuel an electric car for 50 kilometers. Right now, our country is starting to shift to a more sustainable energy resource to decarbonize our energy mix. The Department of Energy announced the start of exploration of hydrogen as cleaner energy resource for the country. In connection with this, the Department of Science and Technology's national R&D agenda involves renewable energy, which is aligned with these goals. According to many experts, fuel cell technology will carry us out of the fossil fuel age. One remarkable feature of fuel cell technology is that it combines the cleanliness of hydrogen as an energy carrier and fuel cells' efficiency to generate more power. Hydrogen can be converted to electricity by fuel cell through electrochemical reaction with oxygen in the air and with water and heat as the only byproducts. However, these interrelated and complex phenomena occurring in the membrane are now the primary consideration. The dominant type of fuel cell is a proton exchange membrane fuel cell. This is used for transport and power generation applications because of its many advantages over other types of fuel cells. In the stationary power generation system, the longer run times, lesser maintenance, and higher efficiency are its current advantages over diesel generator system. A zero-emission vehicle, fossil electric vehicle is the only better alternative to battery electric vehicle to replace internal combustion engine vehicle. Advantages in terms of efficiency, driving range, and charging time in comparison to battery electric vehicles. But despite of all these competitive advantages, there are still technological barriers to the large-scale commercialization and must be met concurrently. According to the United States Department of Energy, technical targets in 2020 have been met except for the durability and cost. But our team is proposing a scientific solution to these barriers that can be addressed by new technical innovations and approaches. Research works must continue so as to offer new technical approaches and innovative engineering solutions, such as simplification of the system architecture, as well as from the development of new materials and component solutions and operational approaches. To help refine and direct future activities for fuel cell R&D, we are establishing a fuel cell R&D and testing center that will play a vital role in bridging R&D and industry. The facility could provide the important role of science and technology by establishing a center that will substantiate the government policies with scientific knowledge, research investigation, and technological advancement. Fuel cell technology development and improvement is a significant step towards the realization of transition from fossil fuel-based economy to hydrogen-based energy economy that will expand the use of renewable power and address problems such as air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and most importantly, energy security. Hydrogen fuel cell, prime mover of sustainability for a cleaner future.
Hello and good day to all. As part of the National COVID-19 Vaccination Deployment Plan,
The Vaccine Information Management System, or the BIMS, was developed to streamline the vaccination process and to rise to the challenge of achieving herd immunization. Staying on top of the BIMS is the DICT as chair of the Data Resiliency for Ease of Access and Management, or the DREAM team. Provided for by the IETF Resolution Number 85, issued on November 26 of 2020, the DREAM team is tasked with the design, development, deployment, monitoring, and evaluation of the Philippine COVID-19 Vaccination Information System. The VIMS covers the entire immunization process from registration to the actual inoculation, and it even offers the monitoring facility to adverse events following immunization. However, data and insights are still continuously being harnessed to scale up and further improve the system. In other words, the BIMS provides holistic support to the immunization program by utilizing digitalization from pre-implementation up to post-implementation of its inoculation cycle. Through its modular design, the BIMS is adaptable to the varying processes and capacities of LGUs and Bakuna centers. As of the moment, the BIMS is composed of two main subsystems, which are the BIMS IR, or the Immunization Registry, and the DVAS, or the DICT Vaccine Administration System. The BIMS Immunization Registry is designed to gather information for demand planning, allocation, and distribution of the vaccines in the pre-implementation phase of the immunization program. Meanwhile, the DVAS simultaneously facilitates and gathers valuable information during actual vaccination on the ground, making processes more efficient. Such is the power of the digital transformation. As proven by the San Juan pilot launch conducted on April 16, their turnaround time was cut into half after employing the DVAS in their inoculation process. Prior to its implementation, the turnaround time was 20 minutes, which was cut down to 10 minutes after the implementing DVAS wave application. However, aside from the shortening of the inoculation process, another positive response came from the San Juan frontline officers who are tasked with the submission of end-of-day reporting to their heads. The DVAS offers dashboard with a variety of data categorization, which saves our frontliners valuable time in collating necessary reports. This is time that can be spent for much-needed respite of our dear frontliners. Technologies like the Vaccine Information Management System are the safe bridge between public and public servants in this time of social distancing. It is technology that exposes, rather than obscures, the warm human link behind hyperlink, which historically is what we really need to overcome adversities. Our country, the Philippines, lies on a unique tectonic settings ideal for volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. We sit at the boundaries of two tectonic plates, the Philippine Sea Plate and the Eurasian Plate. There are more or less 20 active volcanoes, or those which erupted within the last 600 years in the country. The rising of lava and magma beneath these active volcanoes can induce volcanic earthquakes. The tectonic earthquakes could also happen because of such movement along faults and boundaries. Our country's location is susceptible to volcanic earthquakes activities. Aside from these two, we also experience typhoons, floodings, landslide, and other natural disasters that endangers the lives of citizens. But natural disasters are not the only dangers we experience. There are also what we call man-made disasters. There are fire, transport accidents, industrial accidents, and other man-made disasters that happen in any part of the country. During these disasters, one of the things that is affected is the commercial communication services. The communications lines go down and the transmission of information from the disaster-stricken area to other places is cut down. Thus, it affects the quality of timeliness of response that can be given to the area. As a response to this problem, the Department of Information and Communications Technology built an emergency communication systems that will improve the government's capacity for disaster response. The Government Emergency Communication Systems Mobile Operation Vehicle for Emergency, or GICSMOV, is a rapid deployment emergency communication system that aims to provide ICT-enabled support to the disaster-stricken areas in the country. It serves as the intermediary connection between the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, or NRMC, and the regional DRRM unit. The GIGS Move has three features: the Move Hub, the Move Dispatch, and the Move Motorbike. The Move Hub is the fundamental to this integrated communication system as it serves as the heart of the system. It is synchronized with the NRMC Operations Center to enable wired and wireless connectivity for data and voice communication. The decision makers are given authority to access the hub to monitor, decide, and dispatch resources to the affected area. The Move Dispatch, on the other hand, provide extended coverage of connectivity for responders at ground zero. It also sends critical information to the community, such as evacuation locations and announcements. This will also send and validate video and image to data to the hub. The data gathered will be used by the incident commander to make sound and correct critical decisions. Lastly, those areas that are inaccessible by dispatch because of narrow roads and road blockage will be accessed by the Move Motorbike. Thus, no areas will be overlooked. With the GIGS Move, the government would be able to formulate good, quick, and timely and effective decisions and disaster responses to the disaster-stricken areas. Hence, decreasing, if not eliminating, casualties and increasing the chance to save more lives and properties. We hope that the GIGS Moves will serve as an inspiration to all of us to make most of the technology in dealing with the different hazards we encounter. We encourage everyone here to create new ICT-enabled innovations and systems that will benefit all the Filipino people. In 2017, we have crafted the National Broadband Plan in an effort to improve the overall quality of the internet in the country. This is a response to the citizens' call for faster and cheaper internet. Recognizing that we can do better, the government came up with a blueprint that will accelerate the deployment of fiber optic cables and wireless technologies. The plan has one great vision: to provide an inclusive, affordable, and trusted broadband internet access for all. The National Broadband Plan encompasses all prerequisites in achieving this goal. The government will set policy, regulatory, and infrastructural intervention to spur competition in the telecommunications and ICT industry. It will ensure availability, affordability, and quality of broadband internet access. The DICT and the whole government continuously implement our national broadband program. We have started the laying of fiber optic cables to fill the gaps in our existing network in Luzon. This will later move south to improve network in Visayas and Mindanao. Alongside this, 2 cable landing stations are being built to strengthen our international connectivity. DICT is also collaborating with other government agencies to encourage the establishment of common towers. This will reduce the cost of providing access to underserved and unserved areas. In order to close the digital divide, satellite overlay will be built in isolated locations such as mountainous, coastal, and small islands where fiber network facilities can be challenging. This will be in place until such time as fiber and broadband connections reaches them. Once all of these are implemented, we hope finally connect our users to a reliable broadband connection. So what's in it for us? By providing better broadband connection, the government may strengthen e-governance and take advantage of a digital platform to improve public service delivery. Businesses will have better chances of entering the global and digital economy. Lastly, citizens will also have access to unlimited opportunities for personal development and be able to connect communities online. We aim to build a nation that has universal access to the internet. We are still a work in progress, but we are a step farther than we once were. Let us continue to build bridges through technology. Again, a pleasant morning to you all.
Last batch of presentations. Indeed, I must say that these were all promising technologies. Now, for everyone's information, what you just have witnessed are technologies from the Sustainable Road Research Projects, Space Technology and Applications, Electric Vehicle, and Vaccine Information Management System. I know that you are already excited for our open forum, so please keep those questions coming. Now, let's bring back all our speakers on screen. May I call on Engineer Nielsen T. Campit, Engineer Maria Celine C. Angeles, Dr. Maricor N. Soriano, Dr. Alvin Carlo G. Tapia, Dr. Maria Luis Antoinette N. de las Peñas, Dr. Lou Andrew R. Tria, Engineer Phoebus Reach G. Cruz, together with Dr. Ronaldo P. Pereño Jr. and Director Leo Cipriano Urbis Tungo Jr. To our speakers, please have your videos open, but please remain on mute unless the question is being addressed unto you. Now, to our participants who want to send their questions, please key them in via our Q&A chat box, or to those watching us via the Facebook Live and YouTube live streams, please send them in via the comment section and we will refer them to the appropriate speaker. Now, for this open forum, may we once again welcome Dr. Reynaldo B. Iborra of DOST Picard. The virtual floor is now yours, Dr. Iborra.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Thank you to all resource speakers. We have seen a lot of technologies and innovations which are a product of research endeavors of higher education institutions and other government agencies. So I'm opening the floor now for questions. And we have the first question from Miss Maria Elena Oripaypay, was sent to us through the Zoom. Is the cost of construction using aggregates less than the conventional materials? The question is being addressed to Engineer Maria Celine Angeles of DPWH.
Thank you for that relevant question. Currently, there are few construction companies may able to conduct the crushing of RCA due to the requirement of specialized equipment. As per construction cost, initially it may incur of around 5 to 10% additional cost for the processing of aggregates. However, since the project is still under monitoring, we still need not only to measure the monetary factor of the construction cost using the RCA for the cost-benefit analysis, but also other benefits such as environmental and social impacts.
Given the present result, are there any commercialization plans with respect to the use of recycled aggregates as base course material?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have partnered with the Redicon construction company for the crushing that we initially used on the pilot projects. So we are hoping there are also other in the future, other construction company will gear towards the use of recycled concrete aggregates.
Okay, that's very good because there will be a complete technology transfer if that will be the process. Related question is also to Engineer Nelson Campit, also of DPWH. Given the results of your tests, can you recommend now the large-scale use of LDPE as modifier in hot asphalt?
Currently, no. I mean, as for the Plastic Road project, the first small-scale pilot trial is scheduled for 8 and final performance monitoring tests, while the second small-scale pilot trial is scheduled for its 4th performance monitoring test. If both small-scale pilot trials pass the performance monitoring test and meet the minimum requirements of the department, the standard specification will be made, thereby allowing the use of plastic bag waste as additive in hot mix asphalt that can be in the construction of national roads in the country po.
Regarding the small-scale trial, how much time is usually involved so that you will have a conclusive result?
Sir, after the monitoring, we need to spend 1 year for each pilot trial for the monitoring of each small-scale pilot trial. So after that, we'll prepare the final report, and then we will recommend it to prepare standard specification so that we can use now in the construction of national roads in our country po.
Okay, thank you. That's a very promising. That's a very promising technology. The next question is addressed to Dr. Maricor Soriano of UP Diliman. And the question is, based on the capacity building that you have undertaken under Stamina for Space program, what is the main element necessary to have a sustainable space program?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the question. The main element, as I said in my presentation, is actually the people who are highly skilled to be able to work on such a complex and high reliability technology, but who can work across disciplines. Now, satellite technology is something that once you release it, you cannot bring it back if there is something wrong with it. So it has to work at the first time. So meaning once you've designed it and simulated it thoroughly and built it, when it's released, it has to work. It cannot fail once it is released. Therefore, first of all, the people who can do such a complex high reliability system, and also having companies that have been that can be tapped to perform tests and fabrication of these high reliability systems are the key ingredients for sustaining space technology and space industry in the Philippines.
Okay, so essentially, are you saying that you are encouraging private partner, public partnership in this endeavor?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, in other countries, such is the case. Companies like, for example, Airbus and other aerospace companies actually are contracted by NASA, for example, to create parts of the satellite for them. And so it is in our project. We design the parts of the satellite and the payload, and we look for a company who is capable of doing this. And we partner with them in testing and fabricating in every step of the way of fabricating these systems.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The next question is addressed to Dr. Maria Luis Antoinette de la Peñas from Ateneo de Manila University. And the question is, has the Math Plus app been uploaded to schools? Are there any device specification in order to download the Math App Plus?
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Ibarra, and to everyone who's here. Thank you for your question. So the Math Plus apps, right now it's already available, and you, as I have stated this in the video, one can download this freely from our website. That's one way. And also, we've been we're partnering with several DepEd divisions to also disseminate the resources, not just through the internet, but also through LTE network. That's one way. And so there is really no compatibility issue. One can download this. You just need a very small memory. But now the priority is to do Android versions. And some, not all, can be used to an iOS system, but we also have some that are iOS. But every app could be used through an Android, whether through a mobile device or through a computer or laptop.
I understand that this is being provided for free. Yes. And there will come a time that you have to have some upgrade of the app. So do you have any sustainability plan to address that particular concern?
At the moment, at least for the next 2 to 3 years, we are hoping that we could upgrade the apps, and automatically this gets reflected in the website. But one of the things that we are also looking at to make this more sustainable is maybe in the future to commercialize this so that or probably try to find ways to make this more sustainable.
So are you planning to put up a startup company, or are you going to transfer the technology to the private sector totally?
This is something that we are probably going to explore, but there are no immediate plans at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Peñas. The next question is addressed to Engineer Pibos Red Cruz of Mapua University. And the question is, how cost efficient is a solar-assisted plug-in electric motor-powered boat compared to a traditional system?
Good afternoon, Dr. Ibora and to all of us. Initially, the investment of electric boat versus the conventional would be far more costly. But we are expecting that in the long run, the electric boat would be more economical versus the conventional fuel. We are looking at to study what would be the certain value of the fuel wherein the electric boat will be more economical versus the diesel or gasoline engine counterpart. So at this point, we don't have the value, but that is actually included as the final result of the study.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cruz. And the next question is addressed to Dr. Leo Cipriano Berstondo of the ICT. And the question is it understood that the BIMS was developed for the government's COVID-19 vaccination program. Will it also be applicable or can it be customized for any vaccination program?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, it can be customized to any vaccination program for the government for DOH. But currently, we are focusing on the vaccination for COVID-19 pandemic. But it can easily be modified. Actually, we have already several versions of it since we started developing the system. And along the way, the whole system, the BIMS has a lot of subsystems. Whenever there is a requirement and this part of subsystems will be modified, we can do that.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Orbistondo. The next question is addressed to Dr. Alvin Carlo Tapia of UPLB. And the question is, how do you plan to commercialize the terahertz photoconductive antenna device?
Good afternoon, Dr. Ebora, and to the participants of this conference. I think the direction that we discussed with DOST is to first establish a market in the Philippines. So in the project, we're looking at pharmaceutical companies and several government agencies. So after establishing a market, we hope to open this to other industries such as electronic industries. And possibly what I'm looking at right now is a kind of consortium where industries can access or help maintain in terms of funding support, the laboratory, at the terahertz laboratory. In parallel, the UP Diliman Group is working on fabricating and building terahertz systems, which are relatively cheaper when we build in the Philippines than we buy from abroad. So the path is to build our own terahertz spectrometers, which are cheaper, and then sell that to companies or deploy that in several agencies in the Philippines.
Thank you. In case it is commercialized, how do you plan to source the materials that are going to use to produce the antenna?
I'm sorry.
How are you planning to source the materials? Are you going to have it imported or locally produced?
I think the laboratory at the National Institute of Physics is capable to produce the antennas here in the Philippines. In fact, I think they have collaborations in Japan, and the Japanese counterparts can buy photoconductive antennas from the Philippines. So I believe it can be produced here in the Philippines.
Thank you, Dr. Tapia. The next question is addressed to Dr. Liu Andrew Tria of UP EEI. Are there any market studies done, for example, in terms of acceptability with regards to the use of electric vehicles?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ibarra. Yeah, at least for the within the scope of this project, we focus on the charging station. So the market study was conducted in the feasibility of the operation of charging station, and as was presented, there's a good payback period of 3 to 5 years. So the economics are good if it's going to be operated commercially. As to the usage of or the acceptability of electric vehicle, although we did it, but for another project, and it's part of a nicer program that is currently being conducted and is also funded by DOST.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tria. The next question is, wait, can I have the next question? The next question is addressed to Dr. Ronaldo Parino Jr. of DOST ITDI. And the question is, how do you see fuel cell technology contribute to the hydrogen economy? Are there any plan to commercialize its use?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Ebora, for the question. Yeah, actually, this project is, the ultimate goal of this project is to provide vital solutions to technological barriers of the fuel cell in order to largely commercialize the technology. So we are looking at providing solutions in order to address these technological barriers in order to make this technology localized and suitable for applications here in our country. And that is where we are looking at doing more research in order to provide incremental improvement and innovative solutions so that we can commercialize it here.
Thank you. Is there any regulatory concern that has to be addressed in adopting this technology?
Yes, sir. Actually, for fuel cell electric vehicle, so if we are looking at the application for fuel cell for electrically propelled vehicle, then we have to check the standard for safety. And actually, there's already a PNS standard for electrically propelled vehicle from the DTI, BPS. And also, the DOE is also formulating policies in terms of the safety for the production and use of hydrogen in connection with the utilization of this fuel for fuel cell.
Thank you, Dr. Parino.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I have the next question? The next question is addressed to Engineer Pibos Reds Cruz of Mapua. And the question is, can electric solar power motored boat technology be used also for fishing boats?
Currently, the design is intended for passenger and tourist, relatively short trips, around 2 hours. Maybe in the next stages of the development, we can prolong the operation of the battery, and that time, we can also apply this for the fishing boats. But at this point in time, we develop this for tourist transport, relatively shorter distances. Thank you.
How long do you think will be the time required for the R&D to address that particular concern?
By next year, we are going to have our first prototype. So also during that year, we'll try to address, based on the study, if there would be need for the fishing vessels for electric boats. So we will also incorporate that in our R&D.
So probably it will take about 3 or 5 years, the development time.
Not really. I would say just 1 or 2 years we can.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Can you have the next question? We have a follow-up question from Zoom. Is the battery cycling for solar-powered boat also studied? How long is the life of the batteries before they deteriorate and require replacement? And how much impact does the battery life have on the cost of operating the boat? The question was coming from Mr. Rodolph Tan.
Yes, the battery cycling is considered, and we are partnering in the process with a industry battery manufacturer. So all those things are being considered. So our target is for the longest possible usage of batteries, as this is one of the costly component in the electric boat. So we want to make use of it as long as possible. So that would be done by doing a good charging system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Cruz. We have a follow-up questions to Dr. Lou Andrew Tria of UP EEI. This is in relation to the previous question. Given the budget, where should the electric charging stations be established? Siguro ito yung question na if you're going to put the charging station, what are the different considerations that you have to?
Yes, thank you for that question. Actually, it's part of an ongoing project as well. So we have a project with DOE and DOST on optimal placement of charging station in a local transportation network. So we considered the driving pattern, the availability of infrastructure in the identification of a suitable location. So those are that's an ongoing project, and we are actually going to launch it on December.
Okay, thank you. So primarily your focus is on populated area.
Correct, sir. So our pilot site is here in Quezon City. So we are looking at 3 barangays in Quezon City and identifying on which particular location within the barangay, given there's operation of e-tricycles. So we are determining the optimal placement of those charging stations in their areas.
Okay, thank you. I think we have run out of time again, and I'm giving back the floor to Jerome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all resource persons.
Thank you all so much for those who raised the questions. And thank you, of course, to Dr. Ebora for moderating the afternoon session and the 2 forums. And to all our speakers, maraming salamat po for that really informative exchange of ideas. Now, as we near the end of today's event, we want to express our deep appreciation to all our speakers from both day 1 and day 2, and from who we gained the valuable insights. As a recap, for this year's National R&D Conference, we were able to showcase a total of 60 research and development outputs, which includes a wide array of technologies, programs, and projects which contributed to the 4Ks, or the kalusugan, kabuhayan, kaayusan, at kinabukasan. Let me just say that we here at DOST and all the collaborating national agencies would like research and development to be seen not only as a contribution to a body of knowledge, but also as a means to do innovation, because there are bigger purposes and situations we want to change. In this case, that is winning against this pandemic and current issues. In this juncture, may I request all our speakers, including Dr. Ebora, Undersecretary Guevara, and all the DOST officials here with us this afternoon to please open their respective videos for a quick photo opportunity. Now may I request our ID committee to please take a screen grab Please say NRDC.
NRDC.
Maraming salamat po. At this point, may I request a closing message from Undersecretary Guevara? Ma'am. I'm sorry, Yusek Guevara, but I think the microphone is currently muted po. We are unable to hear it still, ma'am.
Still unable to hear?
Now it's good. Perfect.
All right. Thank you. So I would like to thank a lot of people. So first of all, our plenary speakers, Secretary Boy de la Peña, Secretary Lorenzana, Secretary Liling Briones, who have inspired us in how leaders think about research and development. I would also like to thank the 4 council directors, Director Mayet, Director Jimmy, Director Ray, and Director Eric, and of course, Undersecretary Solidum, for showing us the harmonized national R&D agenda for 2022 to 2028. This is to make sure that in the next administration, they have something to start with when they start funding R&D projects from the government. I would also like to thank our organizers for this event, ang mga punong abala from the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, PICARD, from the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, PCHRD, from the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development, PSHIRD, from the National Research Council of the Philippines, then our technical, kaya maganda ang ating pag-zoom today is because of the Advanced Science Technology Institute. Nandun po lahat ng ating mga punong abala. Of course, the DOST NCR for our very good MC, Jerome. And of course, from PSHIRD, our MC the other week, si Daan. From the International Center and International Technology Cooperation Unit of DOST, nakasama rin natin sa ating secretariat. And of course, from the Office of the Undersecretary for Research and Development and the Science for Change program. Nasabi ko na lahat ng pasasalamatan at I would like to leave a few words with you. This is the 6th time that we are having the National R&D Conference. You know, looking back, in the first National R&D Conference, it lasted for less than 6 hours. And there were very few projects that we presented at the time. But more importantly, the first NRDC was the time that we presented the harmonized national R&D agenda. And there were very few non-DOST presenters at the time. But today and last week, I'm very happy to see that all our government funding agencies have sent their researchers to present their output to the people. And this time, perhaps serendipitously because of the pandemic, we have reached more than 1,500 people in this National R&D Conference because we are online. Wala nang physical challenges. And what I have seen in today's and the last week's presentations were that the research and development outputs that we have seen are relevant, innovative, and appropriate technologies that address national concerns. Ang layo na po ng narating ng antas ng pagre-research at ng pag-develop at pag-innovate sa Pilipinas at yan po ay natunghayan natin dito sa 6th National R&D Conference. At tandaan niyo po, ito ang huli kong words, tunay po talaga naman po dahil sa ating mga researchers, research and development is making change happen. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at muli, magandang agham sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Yusek Guevara. Thank you po sa inyong warm message to all our participants and of course to all who made this event possible. Now, let us spread the word and let this activity be a great medium not only in promoting the R&D initiatives of our country, but also a way to reach the lawmakers and officials in an ardent hope of increasing the support in R&D investment and long-term R&D programs. Let us permanently put research and development as socio-economic driver and enabler in continuously making positive change happen in our country through science, technology, and innovation. May I just say that as per Neil deGrasse Tyson, science is basically an inoculation against charlatans. Now, let me just say that this event is nothing short of amazing and is a success. Let me thank the following dignitaries and DOST community members. Of course, we would like to thank the DOST councils, OISEC, IC, or the Office of the Assistant Secretary for International Cooperation. Also, we would like to thank the USAID Stride and their Chief of Party, Dr. Abendan, the Office of the Undersecretary for Regional Operations, the Office of the Undersecretary for Scientific and Technical Services, the DOST Procurement Division, and Office of the Secretary of the UST. Maraming salamat po. Thank you all for your love and support, and a special thanks to the organizers for inviting me to serve as host. We will see you all next year. Muli po, isang makaagham na hapon po sa ating lahat.
We at the PTRI have always been conscious of the role we play in support of the textile industry. Our mission is to make full use of science, technology, and innovation as it plays a vital role in the inclusive growth and development of Philippine textiles and its allied industries. We focus on applied R&D in transforming our Philippine natural textile fibers for various applications, as we also continue to look for other potential textile fiber sources with the goal of creating 100% Philippine-made textiles. PTRI aims to set the standard of world-class Philippine textiles. With expertise in the production of innovative yarns in blends of cotton with abaca, banana, and pineapple leaf among others. The Institute has expanded the yarn production capacity to the countryside through its Inclusive Innovation TELA program. PTRI's physical and chemical testing facilities offer a wide range of assistance to the textile industry through timely and internationally recognized standards of tests for raw materials and finished products for performance and property testing. The PTRI also has the only geotextile testing laboratory in the country, catering to the needs of the geotextile sector. The development of technical competence in textile production in the handloom weaving sector in particular, and quality assurance in general, is evident in the on-ground technology transfer projects conducted in several regions of the country. Handloom weaving has always been part of the advocacy of the Institute to weave arts and culture together with science and technology. PTRI equipped various communities with skills, know-how, and implements suited to their needs to increase their productivity, spur innovations, and promote their economic growth. As the lead agency focused on natural dyes R&D, PTRI continuously endeavors to fill the supply chain gap of the natural dyes industry by establishing production hubs and facilities. PTRI TBI is a core facility capable of scaled-up natural dyeing and color innovation for startup companies looking to commercialize natural dyes. We develop eco-friendly finishing technologies for the creation of functional textiles and products such as mosquito repellency and antimicrobial treatment technologies. We aim to maximize the use of local, tropical fibers and fabrics for government uniforms and mainstream use. The technologies we develop for this purpose employ methodologies and use materials that promote circularity and ecological balance. The PTRI Perfect Fit Textile Product Development Center aims to provide an integrated product development system that is, from measurement taking to designing to prototyping, to assist the creative industry and micro, small, and medium enterprises in their product development process in a quick and cost-efficient manner. We, at the PTRI, have always been conscious of the role we play in support of the textile industry. PTRI aims to see our local textile industry achieve global scale and prominence through homegrown technology and ingenuity. Tela Pilipinas, Gawang Pilipinas, Galing Pilipinas.
Recording stopped.